Okay. So, all right. It's now 9:05, guys. You guys partied too late. Still waking up. Okay, I'm David Shea. I'm a professor here at Stanford, and our first session is on consensus. So consensus is the core problem in blockchain. So we're very glad that innovations are continuing to happen. Okay, our first speaker for today is Michael Milken from the Technion. And his talk will be on sprints, intermittent blockchain mining. Thank you, Michael.
Hi, everyone. My name is Michael. I'm a PhD student at the Technion. Today I'll present Sprints. It's a joint work with Lulu, Itai, and Fan. Sprints is a new type of protocol that is based on standard proof of work with a small twist that miners are forced to mine intermittently. As a result, Sprints is more than 10 times less polluting and more than 50 times more energy efficient than standard proof of work. And it has almost the same security guarantees. So a bit of outline of what I'm going to talk about today. First, I'll talk about why we want to keep proof of work in the first place. Then I'll describe briefly the protocol of sprints. Then I will justify the reduction of emission that sprints achieves. I will go over our security proofs, and then finally the implementation and our main results. So why proof of work? Proof of work is a truly decentralized protocol that allows anyone to join the system without going through centralized exchanges or buying coins from miners. If I want to acquire Bitcoin, I can just buy mining rigs and mine my own coins. This concept does not exist in many other protocols. Additionally, we can follow the money and see that Bitcoin and other proof-of-work protocols are still holding the majority of the mining market cap in the world. And also, it is the choice of financial institutions. We can see it in large ETFs that are centered around Bitcoin and large firms such as MicroStrategy and even recently BlackRock. But as you all know, there is a catch that comes with high security. Bitcoin consumes a lot of energy. In fact, Bitcoin consumes more power than a country of 40 million people like Argentina. And as a result, it also emits a lot of CO2 emission and contributes to pollution. And regardless the pollution, it also creates burden on local power systems. And we can see it in what happened in Sichuan, China, where at some point the majority of mining activity in the world were focused, and this was a problem for the local grid. And this led China, one of the reasons that led China to ban crypto mining from its territory. So the most famous alternative for proof of work are the family of protocols called proof of stakes, such as Ethereum 2, Algorand, Ouroboros, etc. They are much more energy efficient than Bitcoin, but they usually require stronger assumptions such as availability of nodes or weak subjectivity and the existence of source of randomness. Additionally, they are inherently less decentralized because new nodes that join the system can be slowed down by existing stakeholders. Also, there is a biasness in the initial coin distribution that can accumulate over time. And finally, the only way to enter the system is through buying coins. So I can get Ethereum mainly by going through centralized exchanges and P2P. And this requires some notion of trust that does not necessarily exist in Bitcoin. Other notable alternatives that focus on energy saving, there are a lot of them, but I will mention 3 here. We have proof of storage, Chia, which is a protocol that uses storage instead of work. but it was shown in the work by Dembo et al. That the threshold for an attack in Chia is 27% versus the 50% in Bitcoin. We also have HEB, which is a work by Tsabari et al. It uses mechanism design in order to reduce the consumption of the system by 2 times, the power consumption, but it additionally reduces immunity to some attacks by more than 2 times. Additionally, we have permission solutions such as Libra and Stellar, but those solutions are centralized and therefore not comparable to standard proof of work. So in this work, our goal is to provide a new protocol that guarantees the same decentralization and security as in standard proof of work protocols, while producing much less CO2 emission. And in fact, when we compare 2 protocols, we want to compare apples to apples and therefore compare the CO2 emission per cost of attack. So a bit about sprints. In sprints, miners mine intermittently, for example, 5% of the time. By forcing miners to mine like this, we shift expenses from power consumption to hardware acquisition. And as a result, the CO2 emission per cost of attack is smaller in sprints than for standard proof of work. For example, if miners are forced to mine only 5% of the time, the emission goes down by 10 times and the power consumption by 15 times. And the way we force miners to stop mining is by using a new type of puzzle called proof of delay. Proof of delay has 3 main requirements. It has to be sequentially computable, efficiently verifiable, and the computation time has to be identical for all the nodes in the system. As for the actual implementation of this puzzle, we can use VDF that inherently fulfills the first 2 requirements. As for the 3rd requirement, we can assume that weak players don't participate in the protocol and exit the system due to economical reasons. This is very similar to the way that CPU miners no longer participate in the Bitcoin protocol because they have no economical incentive to do this. We can think of better constructions that will be closer to a perfect proof of delay. For example, one direction is to use multiple VDFs with different algorithms in parallel. This will allow us to guarantee that it would be much harder for a miner or attacker to get advantage because he will have to have advantage in many different algorithms in order to gain any advantage in the calculation time. But better constructions are out of the scope of this work, and this is an open question that we yet to answer. The sprints timeline looks a bit different than the standard proof of work timeline. For example, assuming 10 minutes block time, the miner would spend most of those 10 minutes in mining proof of delay. Only in the end of the interblock time, the miner would start proof of work mining, and the puzzle will be much easier than the puzzle in Bitcoin. In the bigger picture, we can see that Sprints protocol would look very similar to the standard blockchain of Bitcoin, only that blocks have to consist of 2 puzzles, proof of delay and proof of work. And for a block to be full, it has to have both of those puzzles solved. We call a block that has only proof of delay puzzle a partial block, and it is, of course, not public. So a first thing that can come to your mind when you see sprints is whether miners can break the protocol and use their proof of work mining rigs while they're supposed to wait. And to demonstrate why this won't be helpful for any attack, I will show you an example, but later we will tackle this more formally in the proof part. So let's consider a situation where an attacker has her own branch, and her goal is to make this branch as deep as possible in order to reorg some honest branch. she now calculates the proof of delay that will extend block B1. And she wants to use her proof of work in order to mine on a partial block B1 tag, which is against the protocol. In the best case scenario, she will find immediately the proof of work puzzle. And roughly at the same time, she will have two partial blocks, B2 and B2 tag, which are at the same exactly depth. This didn't help her to achieve a deeper private branch, as if she would not engage in parallel mining, she would be in the same place in terms of depth of her own branch. Again, we will tackle this more formally in a few slides, but first I want to explain why CO2 emission is reduced in sprints. So first we go over intuition. The cost of miners in proof of work consists of two components: OPEX, which is the electricity consumption or ongoing costs, and the CAPEX costs, which are the mainly hardware or the initial investment in equipment, facilities, etc. And let's look at a qualitative example where the costs are split equally between OPEX and CAPEX at Bitcoin, and ask ourselves what will happen when we move to sprints. So in sprints, miners can use their mining equipment only part of the time, and therefore their OPEX costs would go down significantly, and also the total cost in the system will go down. This will create sort of an arbitrage where the profit margin increases, and many miners want to buy new mining rigs, and the amount of mining rigs would increase in the system, which would increase the CAPEX component much more than it would increase the OPEX component. So in this specific example, if we assume 5% mining time, the OPEX will be only 5% of the cost, and the CAPEX would be 95%. So how do we quantify this? We compare the emission between sprints and Bitcoin, and we assume they both have identical total income and identical profit margins. Of course, this results in also identical total costs, and now we can use existing numbers about total electricity consumption of Bitcoin and the average electricity price in order to estimate the OPEX costs for miners in Bitcoin. We then use this to estimate the CAPEX cost. And finally, we can compare to sprints where we have equal costs and estimate the OPEX and CAPEX costs for sprints and the number of rigs which was increased. Now, when we have all of those numbers, we can get the total emission. We use existing work that also consider the emission caused by the hardware life cycle, for example, production and the hardware disposal. And also, of course, we include the electricity from the OPEX consumption. The results we get is that are in this graph. The x-axis here is the portion of time we do proof of work mining, when 1 is just the standard Bitcoin. And the y-axis is the normalized emission, when 1 is the emission of Bitcoin. We can see that the emission indeed decreases very fast when we reduce the portion of time we engage in proof of work. And we'll come back to this graph in the end when we'll add a bit more data to it regarding the security threshold. So the main part of this work was the security proof. And in order to prove that sprints is secure, we had to prove two properties: persistence and progress. In very high level, persistent means that with high probability, once a block is in the main chain, and it has enough confirmation, it will stay there forever. And progress, which is often called liveness in previous work, says that with high probability, in the long enough period, at least a single honest block added to the main chain and stays there forever. So our objective is to prove that both properties hold in sprints for propagation delay 0. We could not use existing methods for analysis of security in Bitcoin. This is because sprints is not memoryless, meaning the probability of finding a block changes throughout the interblock time. And therefore, we had to think about a new methodology. So our methodology is a generalization of the standard analysis because it works also for standard proof of work. Similar to work by Dembo et al., we also identify the worst possible attack, but we do it slightly differently. We reduce the game to much simpler races in order to be able to estimate the probability of persistent violation using existing methods. So, as I said, we want to bound the probability of persistence and progress violation. And for this, we break the problem into smaller subproblems. So we think about violation of K persistence at depth D as an event that happens in an execution where at some time T1, we have block B at depth D that has K confirmations. And then at some time T2 that is greater than T1, this block ends up not being in the main chain or being reorged. We can further break down this to violation of K persistence at depth D for subtree I. And subtree I means the subtree that begins at the common ancestor, that its first common ancestor with B is at depth I. And then we can consider an attacker that tries to attack only using one of those subtrees. So why is it helpful for us? We can use union bound. So the probability of any violation is smaller or equal than the sum of all possible probabilities for all possible violations for every possible D and every possible TI. And if we can manage to bound this sum, we will bound also the probability for violation of persistence. And in fact, we show that this sum is negligible in K for a minority attacker. And the way we do it, we simplify the game to a simpler race. We have a race where the initial state is G, which is the genesis block, which corresponds to the common ancestor we saw earlier. And we have two branches, the attacker private branch and the honest public branch. The attacker's private branch is not being published at all. This is a simplification for the game, and we justify this. And the honest branch is always public. Of course, the attacker can also mine on the honest branch, but she has to publish the blocks. And the game ends when two conditions are met. The attacker's branch is at least as deep as the honest branch, and both are at least K tag blocks deep. In order to bound the probability of attacker winning in the game, we define the notion of optimal strategies. We have an optimal strategy, which basically means that for all L and T, it maximizes the probability that the attacker branch is deeper than L at time T. And the maliciously optimal strategy does the same, only with minimization of probability that TH is deeper than L. We find two of those, two such strategies that the first one is the longest chain mining with interruption that is optimal on TA, which basically means that the attacker doesn't do parallel mining. She only mines on the deepest block, and when she calculates the proof of delay, she rests, like the protocol is supposed to say. So we prove that this is indeed an optimal strategy. As for the maliciously optimal strategy, this is just no mining at all on the honest branch. Although it sounds trivial, in fact, both proofs were quite complicated, and we used double induction in order to prove it. And finally, because we simplified the game, we can now reduce the race to a case where, for standard proof of work, where there is no TPOD. And then we can use standard tools such as random walk in order to bound the probability of attacker success. And we show that the sum I showed you earlier is negligible for a minority attacker. This allows us to conclude that persistence holds. The proof for progress is quite similar, but I won't go into details because of shortness of time. And finally, we wanted to implement sprints. One of the main questions we wanted to answer is how sprints acts in terms of security when we allow propagation delay. So the problem is that in sprints, if we consider the same interblock time of 10 minutes, the proof of work puzzle is much shorter. And therefore, we have higher probability for forks. So we wanted to estimate this fork rate using implementation. We took the standard Bitcoin client and forked it. We created a network of 100 nodes running on a single machine. We used random topology in order to connect them. And we emulated latency using OS tools. As for POD, we used VDF construction by Veselovsky. And the difficulty adjustment was also tweaked to include the second moments in order to estimate both proof of delay and proof of work time. So this is the main result of our work. We saw earlier the effect of rho on the emission. We can see here that the attack threshold in Bitcoin, the effective attack threshold, including the fork rate, is very close to 0.5 as long as rho is not too small. And kind of a sweet spot here before the threshold goes down very fast is around 5% mining rate, which leads to 49% effective attack threshold. And the emission, as I said, is reduced by more than 10 times. So conclusion, Sprints is a new type of protocol that includes hybrid proof of delay and proof of work. It shifts costs from OPEX to CAPEX. It introduces ecological benefit by reducing the emission by more than 10 times. And it only brings slight reduction in the security threshold from 50% to 49%. Thank you very much. I'll be happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Michael? Yeah.
There is a microphone there.
So I have two questions. Maybe they are related. So first one is what would went wrong if you just use proof of delay for consensus without the proof of work part. The second one is what's the trade-off of choosing the mining rate? You choose 5%. What if choose 1% or 50%?
Okay, thank you very much. The first question is a very good question, and one thing I have to emphasize is that the proof of work here is a crucial part of the protocol because it allows us to, if we would use only proof of delay, we would not have a way to judge which miner invests more into the system, and therefore we would have not have the principle of one CPU, one vote that we have in proof of work. So the proof of work is a very important part here. And additionally, we need the miners to spend some resources in real world. And the proof of work is the way they spend resources. So they still spend electricity, but much less in sprints than in standard proof of work. Instead, they buy more mining equipment. The second question, I think it can be answered in this graph. When we reduce rho too much, the effective fork rate also increases significantly, and therefore the security reduces. So what I showed you is the sweet spot where the security is still good, but we reduce a lot of emission.
So if I understand correctly, you're saying that the security threshold is a function of that percentage of allocated to mining. Is that correct? Oh,
yes.
I see. Okay.
Yes.
So is this curve like optimal curve or is it an achievable curve?
This is from experiment. You mean the blue curve, right?
Oh, I thought the blue curve has a theorem behind it.
As a what?
Maybe I'm confused. So your security theorem,
Yeah.
so to connect to that question, so there's a parameter here, right, which is the percentage of time you allocated to mining. I think the question was, should it be 1%, 2%, 3%, 4%, 5%? In fact, extreme case would be 0%, right? So that parameter enters into the security threshold. Is that the theorem, or?
The theorem only dealt with the case where delta equals 0, so we don't have forks at all, okay?
Okay.
And we estimated the fork rate using experiments.
I see, okay. Got it. All right, we have a question there.
Thanks for the talk, Giulia Scaffino from Technical University of Vienna. I was wondering, so you said you have persistence with minority adversarial power, but we know that Bitcoin, for instance, suffers from selfish mining, so with attacks from a minority of adversaries. Does your protocol also suffer from selfish mining, or do you have any improvement on that?
So selfish mining requires a different model, okay? We have to consider incentives. And this was outside of the scope of this work because it was not trivial to use the same tools that were used for analyzing selfish mining to analyze the selfish mining here, because the block creation rate is much more complicated. As you remember, the standard selfish mining analysis uses Markov chains, and here the process is not Markovian. So this is something for future work, but it's a very interesting question.
Thanks.
Okay. Is there any more question? Okay, please.
So I think on one of your first slides, you said that there was a 10 times reduction in emissions and I think a 15 times reduction in power usage. And I was a bit confused as to why those two numbers are different. It seems to me that if you have all of the power usage sort of is the product of some amount of emissions from the power that's, from coal perhaps that's burned to generate the power to power the network that way. How can there be a difference between the power reduction and the emission reduction?
Okay, so this is a very good question. As I said during the slide, when we consider sprints, miners would increase the number of mining rigs they have, right? Because now their costs are reduced and they will buy more mining rigs. As a result, we have pollution that comes from the production of those mining rigs, which we included in our analysis.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so one more question and then we will start the next talk.
Yeah, you talked about how the energy consumption can be a stress on electric networks in countries where mining happens. Wouldn't the intermittence induced by sprints be even more of a problem for those power grids?
Why is it more problem?
Well, mainly because electricity production has kind of a high inertia, and it's very hard for...
As high, sorry?
As a high inertia, and it's very hard for the power grids to regulate themselves if there is a very high demand and then a very low demand and then a very high demand.
Okay. Okay, this is a good question. So, again, this is very right consideration. We don't deal with it directly in the paper, but I will just say that in reality, electricity companies have a component for incentivize consumers that don't need a constant electricity supply to use electricity when the demand is low. Okay, so in this case, those consumers will equalize the total demand. Additionally, this is something we mentioned in the paper, power companies often overcharge you for the maximum demand you had during a period of time, okay? So it's not only about how much electricity you consume in total, but it's also they look at the maximum. And this would be actually beneficial for sprints because it would increase the total costs of miners in sprints and will further reduce the electricity consumption and the emission.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you very much again, Michael. Okay. All right. Well, we're setting up. Okay, so the second speaker of the session is Peiyao Shen from Urbana-Champaign. Yes, Urbana-Champaign?
Yeah.
Okay, and the talk will be on Trust Boost. Peiyao.
Thanks, Tavi, for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. So today I'm going to introduce you our work, Trust Boost, about boosting trust among interoperable blockchains. This is a joint work with Xuechao, Kartik, Shiram, and Pramod. So in recent years, we've witnessed an explosive growth in blockchain arena. Thousands of distinct layer 1 blockchains have sprung up, each with their own security protocols and functionalities. And significantly, there existed marked disparity in their security measures of these protocols. Some blockchains bolstered by extensive activity, substantial stakes, or if it's proof of stake, hash rate is robust, they exemplify strong security mechanisms. Conversely, others with diminished activity may inherently face higher vulnerabilities when they are under adversarial actions. So this scenario raises an imperative question that how can these less secure blockchains boost their security? And furthermore, as this ecosystem continues to evolve, we observe a trend towards interoperability. And cross-chain bridges platforms are gaining traction these days, granting users greater flexibility to move their funds and leverage different strengths of different blockchains. But this interconnection also introduces systemic vulnerabilities. To illustrate, let's consider a simple example for cross-chain token exchange between two chains, for example, the Binance and Ethereum. So we know to initiate the exchange, the tokens on one chain are first locked in a smart contract. Then the proof of this action is passed through the bridge and catalyzes the creation of some form of wrap token on the other chain, which are subsequently used to exchange for another token, for example, ETH. And the fairness of this operation relies on the critical assumption that both chains command equivalent trust. But if one of the chains is less secure and is compromised after the exchange, the transaction used for initial lockup of the token on the first chain could be potentially reverted, allowing for those adversarial users essentially claim ETH without any cost. Therefore, things are even worse here because the security breach in one blockchain is not just confined in a single chain. And due to this interconnected framework, the attack can cascade through affecting all the states involved in the same cross-chain application, even if they're stored in a more secure blockchain. So in face of this problem, there's some popular strategy for those weak chains to attain the desired level of security. So one of them is to borrow trust from a more established, more secure blockchain. This borrowing can manifest in various forms, such as being a sidechain of some main chain, or periodically checkpointing their states. However, this method leads to a one-way transfer of those trust from a stronger chain to a weak chain. And in exchange for this trust, these weaker chains give up a portion of their individual sovereignty, since they're bound to the regulations and rules to those secure chains, and their influences to the final consensus has been completely diminished. But what we want to circumvent, if we want to circumvent these limitations, we have to ask a pressing question, which is also the focus of this talk. Without leaning on any highly secured blockchain, how might those weaker chains to band together and create a combined ledger that is robust in its security? And to be more aggressive, at the heart of a good solution we want should be adaptivity. That is, this trust boosting operation should be ideally lightweight implemented through smart contracts so that any programmable blockchain can adopt this method. Also, this will allow those constituted blockchains to collaboratively construct and enhance the consensus without altering their own consensus layer. Moreover, the protocol ought to be highly customizable, allowing those participants to tailor their trust need. And for example, if you have a high-value transaction, you may need higher levels of security. And while this might result in some escalated fees or latency, but the trade-off will ensure that your transaction get protected. Then to answer this question, that whether such trust-boosting operation is even possible, we started with a scenario where there exists M equally secure blockchains, among which up to F are considered faulty, meaning that their security and liveness could be compromised. And the symmetricity of this framework implies that the previous solution about simply borrowing trust from a more secure chain no longer works, since there's no a strictly more secure chain. So we must find a new way to combine these ledgers to reach consensus and provide better guarantees. And let's simplify the understanding of this multi-chain framework by drawing parallels with the classic shared memory model. In shared memory model, here the blockchain clients are akin to the processes in shared memory model. These are the active entities that execute actions to trigger the process. And the blockchain ledgers, which store the transactional data and the states, correspond to the shared objects. And it provides two interfaces to the processes. The process can modify the states on the shared objects by submitting a transaction, and also access the status of the transaction by calling the check operation. Once a submitted transaction is committed, the interface will return true. Moreover, to capture the blockchain interoperability, we introduce a vital addition, a cross-chain communication primitive. This primitive models the authenticated communication channel enabled by those cross-chain bridges over the shared objects. And this integration also results in an innovative model that adds the message passing operation on top of shared memory model. So those objects can also actively communicate with each other. And there are also two interfaces for sending messages and deliver. If the message is sent by non-faulty objects, it is guaranteed to be delivered to the destination. Now, here are the two primitives we can use. And in practice, there are various CCC protocols, such as IBC in Cosmos system, and XCM in Polkadot, and CCIP in Chainlink. And different blockchains may use different protocols. You can use proof-of-stake protocols or permissioned BFT protocols, as long as they are compatible with the cross-chain primitives. OK, so utilizing the tools at our disposal, let's dive into how the Trust Boost protocol works. Now consider we have an application contract that manages the NAM services. And we are going to use Trust Boost to upgrade it to a cross-chain version of contract that with a higher security. On the left is a single chain case. When we say a client wants to register NAM, it simply uses the submit interface and waits for a transaction to be committed. Then in the cross-chain case, from the client's perspective, Trust Boost provides exactly the same interface as any single chain. So clients don't need to worry about how to submit the transactions. And the protocol will coordinate those interactions among different blockchains by transmitting messages through the communication channel. And on each blockchain, we will deploy two types of contracts. The first is a cross-chain version of the application contract. In fact, we just need to add a few lines on top of the original contract to turn it into a cross-chain version contract. And the other is the Trust Boost contract that actually implements the consensus protocol that we are using to build trust. And then the messages can exchange according to how the Trust Boost protocol speculates the behavior. For example, if we use some leader-based BFT protocol, it's possible that the message will be sent to some leader chain and then dispersed to other chains for several rounds of voting for consensus. So this is the overall workflow of how Trust Boost works. And informally, analogies between the blockchains with CCC primitive and the objects with authenticated channels can imply the boosted security of the combined ledger. Because first, we observe that each blockchain behaves the same as a single object. For instance, using some quorum-based BFT protocols, blockchains with super honest majority will not equivocate, and they will execute the contract by its logic. So it behaved honestly. And with faulty blockchains, they can behave arbitrarily, such as equivocating, sending different messages. And we also observed that the communication channel, the cross-chain bridges provides the communication channel for reliable delivery or message authentication. But for different consensus protocol, the cross-chain bridges might be designed in a different way. If the protocol uses signatures, then it can generate some form of proof of commitment. And this proof of commitment can serve as the signature. But if the local consensus cannot provide finality, then the cross-chain bridge may need to rely on the like clients to verify the states of the ledger. And in this way, we see the consensus over those blockchains is achieved the same way as consensus over objects. So we can instantiate Trust Boost with those BFT protocols to securely construct the ledger. So far, we have demonstrated the idea about how to build consensus on top of a group of weak blockchains. But what does it take to implement such a system in practice? In fact, the Trust Boost framework is motivated by some practical considerations, especially the Cosmos ecosystem. So to test the practicality, we also built and deployed the system on top of the Cosmos chain. And just to briefly introduce, Cosmos is a platform that aims to build a decentralized network for interoperable blockchains. So they provide the Cosmos SDK for you to easily build your own blockchains. And also these blockchains are natively support cross-chain communications through a protocol called IBC protocol. Now one might think, because we have such an interoperable and programmable platform, surely it would be relatively straightforward to implement Trust Boost ideas. But here actually lies the crux of our challenges. There are several significant hurdles that differentiate a feasible solution in practice from a mere theoretical result. The first one is that we notice that the native consensus protocol used in Cosmos chain is Tendermint, which provides us the signature. So it will generate proof of commitment that consists of a set of signatures. And IBC packets will also include this information. This is good because it's like a signature. If two chains want to communicate, they can send a message and attach this as an authentication. Just like two nodes, they want to communicate, they will sign the message. But the issue is this information cannot be accessed by smart contract directly because the IBC lies in the transport layer, and they will process this message and remove the information at their protocol. So it's internal states. In other words, the information will be dropped before reaching to the smart contract layer. So as a result, we've leaned into adopting a protocol without using the public key information. And our choice is a state-of-the-art partial synchronous BFD protocol known as information theoretic hot stuff. It provides us several good properties like optimistic responsiveness, and it also requires only constant persistent storage. So the Trust Boost is based on top of that protocol. Additionally, we also see smart contract programming has its limitation. It's not designed for implementing such protocols to reach consensus. So, for example, it's inherently single-threaded, and there's no scheme to automatically trigger the timeout. And to address these practical concerns, we established some external bots to regularly ping the blockchains, triggering the necessary behaviors like timeouts as needed. And importantly, we make no trust assumptions on them. They can be replaced by any third-party keeper services with proper incentives. So then we conducted experiments on a group of local chains on the AWS instances. Essentially, our goal was to understand what is the trade-off between the security and the cost, as well as how Trust Boost scales in the performance. By comparing these evaluation results, running on various number of local chains to a single chain execution, we found the number of IBC messages and the gas cost scaled quadratically. This is as expected because the protocol we implement, the IT hot stuff itself, has quadratic communication complexity. And in terms of cost, we evaluate that the gas used for 10 chains was roughly between $2 to $10. And this is calculated based on the gas price and the exchange rate at the time of running experiments. And this cost is acceptable compared to those highly secure chains like Ethereum and Bitcoin. Then, based on these results, we also identify some techniques that we can use to reduce the overhead. First, note that the gas usage essentially comes from two sources. The first is the application contract, and another is the Trust Boost contract. While the application contract, the cost is unavoidable because we are using the replication in exchange for trust. So they have to be replicated on different chains. But the cost of Trust Boost contract can be amortized by batching across different applications. Additionally, the performance of Trust Boost is constrained by the efficiency of the IBC protocol. So enhancing the transmission of these cross-chain messages will greatly improve the performance. And after evaluating this practical aspect of Trust Boost, we can identify several application scenarios. One direct application is using Trust Boost to create checkpoints for these constituted blockchains as well as other weaker blockchains, because now we construct a stronger chains ourselves. And by requiring these validators to regularly submit block hashes and checkpoints to the combined ledger, the finality rule should be changed accordingly. And another potential application is the cross-chain token transfer we've just mentioned at the beginning. Because in the beginning, we just say the token transfer is not fair if one chain has less secure. Then now we can ask the other chain to use the Trust Boost to lock the token. Then the stronger chain with the higher security level can only trust the token lock proof from this combined ledger and participate in this fair exchange without compromising security. And one last point I want to discuss is, having just explored how we construct Trust Boost using the cross-chain bridges, it naturally prompts to ask another question: that is this primitive always necessary? Or because some chains may not support those interoperability, or the chains may not be compatible to all the chains. So imagine another setting without this communication protocol. This is what we termed as passive mode. So correspondingly, the previous interoperable word is called active mode. And unlike this active mode, here blockchains don't communicate, and the processes can only make lazy observations from those objects. Because essentially we can observe that if they can submit any arbitrary transactions, they can turn the passive mode to an active mode. So here we remove the submit interface, or we open the submit interface only to those native transactions to local chains. And also those processes are not allowed to forward messages. Exploring such settings also unveils some insights to the trust boost problem, because we found that in passive mode, we cannot achieve consensus, or consensus is impossible in the presence of even a single faulty ledger. And the proof idea mirrors the finding of the FLP impossibility, emphasizing that even a single equivocating chain can cause conflicting outputs. While this consensus might be out of reach, we are not completely in the dark, so there's still room to construct a ledger with a relaxed version of consensus. This relaxation is based on the observation and understanding that the adversarial nodes is not necessary to enjoy those guarantees. If they indulge in double signing tactics, then it's acceptable that their transactions are not accepted and their funds could be lost. So this approach might not offer us total ordering, but is still promising to construct applications like payment systems. And so we propose another protocol called Trust Boost Lite, tailored for this passive mode. It constructs a weak combined ledger and can be used to develop the applications like a more secure payment chains on top of these weak blockchains. And in conclusion, the primary object of this work was to construct a blockchain with stronger security guarantees by leveraging a group of blockchains with weaker guarantees. And we started this problem by establishing an extended model which better fits the current interoperable and the programmable blockchain network. And on top of which, we first approached this problem from the theoretical perspective, discovering all the necessary primitives needed to construct the solution. And later, we can implement Trust Boost as a proxy contract in a very lightweight way on top of the Cosmos ecosystem, so that it can achieve higher security for those applications with a reasonable cost. And moving forward, there are several interesting directions to improve the practicality of this method. We can, for example, we can further extend the protocol to support unequal weights of boosting. For example, recently, there's a recent paper from David's group. They also explored this idea to generalize the checkpointing, and they can explicitly measure the security of proof-of-stake chains to combine their security. And improving the efficiency of cross-chain bridges is also an active area. We can also explore the possibility to design new types of BFT protocols, focuses on improving their efficiency for smart contract programming. For example, reduce the cross-chain messages and the network connectivity to reduce the requirements for those interoperability. Okay, so that's it, and thanks very much for your time. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, question?
Hello. The hot stuff that you're implementing on top, the information theoretic hot stuff, this is a partially synchronous protocol, so it requires this large upper bound delta network delay to work after GST. So what value did you use there in your deployment, and how did you calculate that?
Sorry, can you repeat the last thing?
Yes. So what delta did you use for your maximum delay in your information theoretic hot stuff when you deployed it on top of Trust Boost, and how did you calculate this value?
So we will because we just deploy the local blockchains within a single service. So we used a network delay measured in a single computer service. And and this is for when communicating with the IBC messages, there's also a delay in terms of the system, the protocol designed for the IBC protocol. So this will consider both effects from the initial network delay and the protocol delay, because this is not just a simple network latency.
Thank you.
Okay, next.
Hi, EJ Jung from University of San Francisco. I'm wondering actually if we could use this to prevent NFT being sold on multiple chains, like one legit chain selling one NFT and a knockoff being sold in another chain. And maybe that could be a good comment. But my actual question is that underlying assumption is that the blockchains that you're using have independent failure kind of model, that their failure should not be connected. There shouldn't be like a one massive avalanche that can kill all those blockchain safety. I would love to hear what your thoughts are on that independence assumption, because I think one of the very common practice is that the secondary tokens would be issued on the staked token for liquidity, and that being used for the staking on another chain. That kind of undermines the whole independence of this POS-based consensus security. So I'd love to hear what your thoughts are.
So if I understand correctly, the question is how to compare different the independent security levels of different chains.
More like, what do you think can undermine the independence assumption of the failure, or what can actually strengthen the independence assumption?
So the independent assumption of different chains.
Right, their failure have to be independent.
Yeah, their failures are independent, and so if we consider they just for their economic profits to violate different security of blockchains, then it can be considered that if for different chains, they will evaluate the cost to compromise different blockchains. So even if they are violated independently, we can have some attacks that are across different blockchains.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think adding to that point, I think one issue is that in the Cosmos ecosystem, for example, the same validator actually runs validated nodes on many of these chains. So the correlation is indeed a potential issue. Yeah. But yeah, next. Maybe it's good to keep the question a little bit short because we have a bunch of questions here.
Sure. So in one of your slides, you claim the challenge of the security breach cascade through the blockchain, right? So your example says the cross-chain domino effect, the reorg from like one chain and the result into the security breach in another chain. But to me, it seems like it's a design problem of the bridge, not really the problem of the other blockchain. The bridge design, they should consider the reorganization of the blockchain in order to pass the message to another chain. So why you think that's the security breach cascade to another blockchain? I don't really get that example. Do you have other example to showcase the cross-chain security cascade problem?
Yeah, so here we are discussing this example in the assumption that breach is optimal. So if the breach, the responsibility of the breach is just to observe that whether some states has been committed on one chain and pass this information to the other chain. And here we want to emphasize is that if two chains have different security levels, then the higher security chains, the states should be protected by the higher security level. But because of this cross-chain application, it actually is downgraded to the lower one because the states, they are connected by the bridge. So if one state is reverted, it got forked, it will affect the other security on the higher security chain. So security level will be downgraded if they are connected by inside the same cross-chain application, even if the bridge is optimal.
Okay, one quick last question, and then we'll move on.
Great, thank you. So, longtime Cosmos contributor. I know a lot of us were very excited by this work, so it's really nice to see it here. And we had discussed some similar like Tendermint over IPC for a long, long time. Kind of a practical question, when implementing something like this, you're going to kind of want to do something with this meta consensus protocol. Namely, you're going to want to have nominate which chains are eligible to participate, change the validator set, and potentially change the protocol itself. Wonder if you'd put any thought into kind of how something like that might work, or just any of those practical considerations.
Yeah, so here we built this because we built the protocol completely on top of the blockchain as a smart contract. So it will change the consensus layer only if you want to like change your consensus protocol to, for example, affect the checkpointing finality rule. But if it's just specific for some applications, then it can be really small. The changes don't need to apply to the entire system.
Okay, great. Thanks again, Peiyao.
Thank you.
Great work, great work. Okay. All right, so yesterday we had Goldfish. Today we have another piece of work, continually improving the consensus, Ethereum consensus protocol. Today's speaker is Luca Zanolini, who is going to talk about latest message-driven Ghost.
Hi, everyone. I'm Luca Zanolini. It's a pleasure to be here. Today, I will present you our joint work with Francesco D'Amato on recent latest message-driven Ghost, or RLMD Ghost. In this work, we devise a synchronous consensus protocol that supports dynamic participation and that can be thought as a potential replacement for LMD Ghost, the component of Gasper that handles dynamic participation. A key observation is that these consensus protocols that support dynamic participation is that they do not tolerate network partitions or asynchronous periods. And because of that, in case of an unexpected periods of asynchrony, they might lose safety, and safety cannot be guaranteed, and blocks confirmed during synchrony could be reorged, for example. We were driven by this observation, and we devised RLMD Ghost, having in mind this idea of potentially tolerating bounded periods of asynchrony. But let's start with some background, and I would like to start with the SLEEPy model. Recently, dynamic participation became a key requirement for devising a specific class of permissionless consensus protocol, as dynamic participation enables a system of tolerating participants going offline or coming back online and go back to participate into the protocol. In other terms, where participation among participants is dynamic. The very first permissionless consensus protocol working under dynamic participation is the Bitcoin consensus protocol, but the first formalization in the context of distributed system is by Pass and Xi with the SLEEPy model of consensus. In this model, which is a synchronous model, the execution proceeds in rounds, and in each round we have participants that can be online or offline, and they either participate in the protocol or they do not participate in the protocol. We have the requirement that in every round, the majority of the participants that are online is honest. We say that a consensus protocol in the SLEEPy model is dynamically available. So we refer to dynamically available consensus protocols that work in the SLEPI model. A problem with these consensus protocols, as I mentioned at the beginning, is that from the CAP theorem, we know that these dynamically available protocols, they do not tolerate network partitions. In other terms, they must be synchronous. This means that it doesn't exist. It cannot exist one consensus protocol that outputs one chain at every well-behaved participant that is both dynamically available and that can guarantee transaction finality in case of network partitions. As a potential, to potentially overcome this impossibility result, Noy, Tas, and C device introduced this ebb and flow family of protocols. An ebb and flow protocol is a consensus protocol that is made by two components or two consensus protocols, each one with its own confirmation rule, each one outputting a chain. One of these protocols is a synchronous dynamically available consensus protocol, and that outputs an available chain that is safe and live under synchrony, and a partially synchronous component or a partially synchronous protocol for finality that has the role of finalizing blocks on this available chain output by the dynamically available consensus protocol. Interestingly, the protocol, Gasper protocol, the protocol currently implemented in Ethereum, can be seen as having a structure like an ebb and flow protocol, where LMD Ghost can be thought as the synchronous component, as the synchronous dynamically available component, while Casper can be thought as a partially synchronous component for finality. Now, there, next to dynamically available component, I put a question mark. The reason will become clear soon. But let's first review LMD Ghost, seeing that our protocol will build on top of it. And once we understand the structure of LMD Ghost, we will also understand the structure of our LMD Ghost, our protocol. LMD Ghost is a synchronous protocol that proceeds in slots of 2 delta rounds, or as it is currently implemented with 3 delta rounds, where delta is the assumed network delay. 32 slots define an epoch. We have n validators. Every validator is a stake. The set of validators is partitioned in disjoint committees, 1 committee per slot. In each slot as a proposer, randomly picked from the committee, which has the role of proposing a block at the beginning of the slot. All the other validators within the committee vote for a block, optimistically for the block that has already been proposed. LMD Ghost is equipped with a fork-trace function. This is a deterministic function that is locally computed by every validator by feeding the set of all the messages that have been received up until that point, like votes and blocks, etc., and that it outputs a canonical chain, which is local for every validator. So, for example, if the proposer evaluates the fork-trace function, he will append a new block on the tip of this canonical chain, while all the voters, all the other validators, by evaluating the fork-trace function, optimistically, they will cast a vote on the block that has been just proposed on top of the tip of the canonical chain. In the case of LMD Ghost, the fork-trace function is LMD Ghost fork-trace function with originally how it works. It starts from the genesis block, it goes through the block tree, and it chooses as the next block, the child with the heaviest subtree, where with the heaviest subtree, we mean with the most stake-weighted latest votes on its descendant. Observe that this is not actually the fork-trace function that is currently implemented within Ethereum. This is a sort of vanilla fork-trace function. The reason for that is that what is currently implemented has also to cope with the influence that Casper has on the protocol, but for the purpose of this presentation, we can just stick with this vanilla fork-trace function. The problem with LMD Ghost is that actually is not dynamically available. And the reason for that, I will not go too much into details, but the reason for that is that during the years, some attacks have been discovered against its safety. For example, some reorgs attacks or some balancing attacks have been discovered that prevented either liveness or safety. So for this reason, LMD Ghost is not dynamically available. As Joachim presented yesterday, Goldfish came as a potential substitute for LMD Ghost in the sense that Goldfish is actually a dynamically available consensus protocol that has a structure very similar to LMD Ghost in the sense that it proceeds in slots, in rounds. Every slot is made by 3 delta rounds, and it also has committees in every slot where there is a proposer, there are voters, so the structure is very similar, but it introduces 2 novel techniques. One is the view merge technique that enables the coordination between the view of the proposer with the views of the voters, so that in this case we can prevent, for example, a balancing attack, because now the voter, before casting a vote, they have to synchronize their local view, their local set of messages that they've received up to that point with the view of the proposer. So optimistically, under synchrony, this view of the proposer will be a superset of the view of each voter, and they will cast a vote on the block that has been proposed. Moreover, Goldfish introduces a novel technique called vote expiry, where only votes cast in slot T-1 influence the protocol behavior. Here we diverge from the idea of LMD Ghost, where we consider all the messages that have ever been cast from the beginning of time up until slot T, but we only consider votes cast in slot T-1. They prove that view merge together with vote expiry imply reorg resilience, which implies dynamic availability. So here Goldfish can be considered as a potential replacement for LMD Ghost in the sense that it doesn't suffer the problems that LMD Ghost suffers, and it also brings this dynamic availability that then, combined with a partially synchronous gadget, can result in a secure ebb and flow protocol. As I mentioned at the beginning, the problem with these synchronous protocols is that they do not tolerate any sort of asynchrony, in the sense that if an unexpected period of asynchrony or network partition comes, these protocols might lose safety under these periods of asynchrony. And for example, in the case of Goldfish, even theoretically, even a single slot of asynchrony, where with asynchrony we mean that we cannot guarantee any message delivery within the delta bound, even one slot of asynchrony could potentially lead to a failure by a malicious proposer could potentially reorg the chain by losing safety of all the previously confirmed blocks. So we ask, can we devise a consensus protocol that can, in some sense, guarantee and tolerate some sort notion of safety in case of unbounded period, or in case of unexpected periods of asynchrony? And here it's what we devise. We devise our LMD Ghost, which builds on top of both LMD Ghost and Goldfish, in the sense that it inherits both techniques from both LMD Ghost and Goldfish, which has a very similar structure to LMD Ghost. So here I will just go a bit faster because it's exactly the structure that I mentioned before. So it is a synchronous protocol. It proceeds in slot, each slot of 3 delta rounds, exactly as Goldfish, if we don't consider the fast confirmation variant of Goldfish. We have N validators. Here we diverge from both Goldfish and LMD Ghost in the sense that we do not consider committees, in the sense that in every slot, the whole set of validators votes. And this, as we prove in the paper, is required in order to prevent some sort of attacks that instead can happen if we have committees with an expiration period that is longer than one slot. Each slot, again, has a proposer that is chosen by the set of validators and that proposes a block at the beginning of the slot. All the active validators, again, vote for a block, optimistically for the block that has already been proposed. We introduced the view merge technique, that is the technique that has been adopted in Goldfish to prevent some sort of attacks. We parameterize our protocol with an expiration period of eta. This means that we extend and generalize the notion of expiration period introduced by Goldfish by extending this period of expiration of messages up to eta slots. This means that only votes cast, only the latest votes cast from slot t minus eta up to t minus 1 influence the protocol behavior. And this, as I mentioned, extends and generalizes LMD Ghost and Goldfish. LMD Ghost, it's also equipped with a fork choice function, which works very similarly to how it works also in LMD Ghost and Goldfish, with the difference that here, at every slot, what we consider only the latest votes cast from slot t minus eta up to t minus 1, meaning that only the latest votes cast by validators within this range influence the protocol behavior. And of course, also equivocation are not considered. What we have here, as you probably noticed, we have a kind of families of protocols that has a very similar structure in the sense that they have this kind of structure of propose, vote, view merge technique. And if we think to implement, for example, view merge technique in LMD Ghost, then also LMD Ghost can be seen as having this kind of structure where we have a propose, vote, and merge phase. And the only difference with this family of protocol is the fork choice function, in the sense that we can have this kind of framework where we have this propose, vote, merge protocol, where we then characterize each single protocol through a fork choice function, in the sense that if we consider all the votes ever cast in the fork choice function, then we have LMD Ghost. If we consider votes cast in slot t minus 1, we have Goldfish. If we consider votes cast from slot t minus eta up to t minus 1, we obtain our LMD Ghost, in the sense that then what we can do is to have this kind of family. We can study properties of this family of protocol instantiated by a fork choice function, and we can derive then properties. Another thing that we have to take into consideration is the fact that we cannot just assume that in every slot, in every round, the majority of the participants that is online is honest, like for example, as it happens with LMD Ghost or as it happens in Goldfish. Here we need to take into account the fact that validators that were active in this range between t minus 8 and t minus 1 and that cast a vote in this range could be that at slot t they might not be awake online at that point, meaning that the vote, even though it's unexpired, it's not up to date. Because of that, we need to require more assumption in the resiliency of the adversary, and we introduce this generalization of the tau sleepy model, which we call, of the sleepy model that we call tau sleepy model. Here, just some terminology that can be useful to understand the equation that I'm going to show, where HT represents the set of all the active honest validators at slot T, AT represents the set of adversarial validators, and H with index S, comma T represent the honest validators that were active between slot S and slot T. We require that for some tau that goes from 1 to infinity, this equation should hold. Now, let's not focus on the indexes. The intuition here is that what we need to require is that at a slot T, the number of validators that are honest and active as slot T should exceed the number of adversarial validators together with all the validators that has been active at some point but that are not active anymore at slot T. In other ways, we need to reduce a bit the adversarial resiliency in the sense that now, other than the adversary, we need to take into consideration also the validators that have been active at some point but that are not active anymore. What we prove is that our protocol is dynamically available, or to be more precise, is tau dynamically available, meaning dynamically available in the tau sleepy model, and our LMD Ghost is eta dynamically available in the sense that it's assuming eta, parameterize LMD Ghost with eta, this expiration period, and by considering eta sleepy model, then our protocol is eta dynamically available. Now, what we show is that we have this protocol that is dynamically available, and we can ask ourselves, but why we need to have this kind of protocol that has a worse adversarial resiliency than, for example, Goldfish? Well, the reason is that our protocol can, in some sense, tolerate some sort of asynchrony, where if we consider temporary periods of asynchrony, where a period where we cannot guarantee any message delivery in the delta, then we say, first of all, that an execution with this kind of temporary period of asynchrony satisfies asynchrony resilience if any honest proposal from a slot before a period of asynchrony remains always in the canonical chain, meaning the chain output by the Fork-Chase function, in all the validators that are awake before periods of asynchrony. Again, we say that an execution satisfies asynchrony resilience if all the honest proposal made before asynchrony always remain in the canonical chain of all the validators that are active before asynchrony. We prove that RLMD Ghost can resist periods of asynchrony of eta minus 1. The intuition here is that if we have an expiration period of messages of 2 slots, for example, and we have a period of asynchrony of one slot, it means that these messages will still be valid through all the period of asynchrony, and after they can still be used to drive the right chain, meaning the chain that was canonical before period of asynchrony. Of course, here we need actually to add another assumption to the protocol, which is the following. I will just give the intuition here. The intuition is that we need to bound the joining rate of participants during asynchrony, in the sense that if you consider that before asynchrony we have 100 validators, but during asynchrony 2,000 validators join, these validators could be maliciously driven by a wrong chain. And of course, they will overwhelm the number of active participants before asynchrony, and then we lose everything. What we need to assume is basically that the number of honest validators before asynchrony should always exceed all the adversarial validators during asynchrony, together with all the participants that might join during asynchrony. In other terms, we need to limit the joining rate of participants during asynchrony. If this condition holds, which is a necessary condition, we have that our protocol resists periods of asynchrony of up to eta minus 1 slots. We have some limitations, and the most probably easy limitation that we can think is that, of course, if we parameterize our RLMD Ghost with an expiration period of 1 epoch, for example, and we have a period of asynchrony of 5 epochs, of course, we cannot guarantee anything, because throughout the periods of asynchrony, these messages will expire, and then anything can happen. And so, yes, we have this protocol that in some sense, we can tolerate less adversary, because we need to take into account also some unexpired messages that are not cast by validators that are not online at slot T. But in turns, we have that if we can satisfy this condition, then we can also tolerate some unbounded periods of asynchrony. And we can guarantee safety to participants that are online before periods of asynchrony starts. So in some sense, we can give away some adversarial resiliency, but we can guarantee some sort of safety to some participants, those that are online before asynchrony. And so, yeah, it's a good thing. And future direction that actually either we already worked on or that we are currently working on are the following. One is to combine this RLMD Ghost with a partially synchronous component, and we did it. We obtained a protocol that is a secure ebb and flow protocol in the Tau Sleepy model, and that you can find it at this QR code. We are also applying the same techniques, so with this Tau Sleepy model with expiration period, also to deterministically safe consensus protocols. The protocols that I mentioned up to this point, they were probabilistically safe. We have also dynamically available deterministically safe protocols that make use of quorums, and we are applying these techniques also to these protocols. Actually, we already have some results that soon will be available. And another interesting thing is to investigate this asynchrony resilience for committee-based protocols, because in our case, as you remember, we do not make use of committees to prevent some problems. And that's it. Thank you very much.
All right. Any questions for Luca? Yes, Dionysus.
Hello. So this model that you have for asynchrony resilience resembles a different model where you have a large delta delay, which upper bounds everything, but then you have a small delta, which is the responsiveness of the protocol. So how does this compare?
So in our case, we are not considered different deltas. It's true that what we could do is by increasing delta over time. Like if you don't receive messages, what you could do is to increase delta, to increase delta. In our case, we are using synchronized clocks, and we use the same assumption of delta. So participants, they proceed in slots. They know that slots are made by 3 delta rounds, and they keep going in this way. So the expiration period is set in a way to resist this kind of slot, but always by keeping the same delta. So that's the difference, in the sense that we don't keep increasing the delta, but we keep the same. And after asynchronous ends, we are still in the same delta bound assumption, meaning that the blocks, for example, they keep being 12 seconds, for example, forever. We are not increasing 12 seconds, 16, 20, or et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ling.
So since you already have the finality gadget to provide some sort of asynchrony tolerance, right, so can you comment on the advantage of building extra asynchrony tolerance into the underlying synchronous protocol as well?
Yes, because what could happen is that even if we have like an asynchronous safe, like a finality gadget on top, what could happen is that there might be a scenario where we might end up in conflicting chain in the available chain that might conflict with what has been finalized before, because finally what we can ensure is finality up to a certain point, but all the remaining part of the available chain that is not yet been finalized could end up in some sneaky scenario that, for example, with LMD Ghost can be shown, for example. So that's their intuition. To be more detailed, if you want, I can also show you later. But this is roughly the idea, that we want to preserve some sort of safety during asynchrony, because we don't want to end up in some scenarios where the available chain might be conflicting with something that has been previously.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
So this is basically for faster confirmation, right?
Yes.
You're willing to wait 12.5 minutes.
Yes.
You don't need to worry about this, right?
No.
Okay. All right, one more question.
Is it possible that the timing of the delta cause like different? For example, if there's 2 validators, if I'm very close to you, then I receive your vote in time. However, another validator which is far away, when he received the vote, might be crossing that 2 delta time boundary. Would that be an issue?
So actually here, as I mentioned, we are considering synchronized clocks, meaning that every validator proceeds at the same speed. And what could happen is that our assumption implies that at every slot, we have this kind of majority, right? So it could be that if I receive a vote, but you don't, anyway, for the way as the protocol is structured, we should end up in a way where the fork-choice function will output something that is not conflicting in case with what the other maybe hasn't received yet. So that's the
So
idea.
kind of assume like a little bit like a global clock, right? Like
Yes, yeah, I mean, yes, we
all
are.
the validators should see a global clock.
Yeah, exactly. Like we are assuming that all the validators proceed at the same speed, and this can be done easily because we know the genesis block, we know how much a slot lasts, we know that we are not increasing the delta over time if we don't receive messages, so they all proceed with the same speed, and we can assume this thing. Yes.
Okay,
exactly.
thanks.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have one question.
Sure.
Since there's no more question. So our paper, Ebb and Flow, that you mentioned,
Yes.
was motivated by this cap theorem. Yeah?
Yes, yes.
So that's a negative result.
Yes.
So a negative result motivates a positive construction.
Yes.
Now, you have a positive construction for this weaker notion of asynchronous resilience.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think there's a negative result that could sort of give some idea of whether your protocol is optimal in some sense, or maybe there are better protocols?
Well, I don't know if you refer to the possible limitations, but for example, the negative results here comes if we because we cannot tolerate any kind of asynchrony, right? We cannot tolerate any possible unbound, because otherwise that would violate the impossibility result.
Yes.
So what we can do is to sort of tuning these parameters in the sense that how much asynchrony we could expect.
Exactly.
And how much also, because we cannot say let's tolerate, I'm just making up, 20 epoch of asynchrony, because in that case, the adversarial resiliency would be so little that we couldn't probably tolerate anything. So here, a challenging thing that we need to understand is how to fine-tuning the parameters, how much asynchrony we could tolerate, but how much adversary are we willing to tolerate. So that's probably the negative result in this point of view, that we cannot just tolerate any kind of, because if that was the case, then we would violate the impossibility result. So here what we wanted to do is to say, can we, in some sense, gain back some sort of safety in case of asynchrony? And this is what we...
Yeah, I guess my question was, you're reducing you have some asynchrony tolerance, but at the same time, you're weakening the dynamic availability resilience.
Yes.
So I'm just wondering whether there's a negative result which governed that trade-off.
I see.
That's the question.
Yeah, I think it could be, it's worth
that would
to
be interesting,
investigate.
right? To see whether the protocol is optimal for
Yes.
that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
We'll give thanks to not only Luca, but all our speakers for the session. Excellent section. Thank you very much, everybody. So that's the end of the session.
Okay, we're going to get started. This is the new cryptographic primitives session, and our first talk is on post-quantum single secret leader election. Yeah, quiet down, everyone, so our speaker can begin. SSLE from re-randomizable commitments, and the talk is being given by Lior Rotem from Stanford.
All right, so thank you, Ari. As was mentioned, I will speak about post-quantum single secret leader election, or SSLE, and this is joint work with Dan Bonnet and Aditi Partap here at Stanford. Okay, so just to be on the same page, what are leader election protocols? These are protocols that allow a set of parties to jointly elect one leader from the set. So the parties run some protocol, they exchange messages, and at the end of the day, one of them is elected as leader. And this leader is publicly recognizable, and everyone knows that this is the leader. So these have been fundamental to the research in distributed computing and consensus protocols in particular for decades now. So it should come as no surprise that they also play an instrumental role in blockchains. And somewhat simplifying, you can think in blockchains of the leader as the one proposing the next block to be added to the chain. So with this application in mind, let's already jump right in and think of two properties that we want these leader election protocols to satisfy. So one is fairness, which essentially says that all parties should have the same probability of being elected. And you can generalize this notion to think of, let's say, every party has a different probability of being elected based on the amount of work they put in or stake and so forth. But for this talk, let's just think of all parties having the same probability of being elected. And the second property is uniqueness, which roughly speaking says that only one party should be elected. Okay? And again, this can be generalized. You can think, for example, of a sequence of parties being elected. But for the sake of this talk, let's just think of one party as the leader. Okay, so these are two basic properties that we want from leader election protocols for their applications in blockchains. And do we have leader election protocols? Well, one leader election protocol naturally arises in proof of work blockchains. So there, each party gets a cryptographic puzzle, and implicitly the first party to solve the puzzle is the leader. They can propose the next block, and crucially, they append to the block a solution to the puzzle, and then everyone can verify that this party should indeed be recognized as the leader. Okay, so this is what happens in proof of work blockchains. The leader election mechanism is kind of tangled with the proof of work mechanism. Right, so this is what we said. But when we move from proof of work to proof of stake, somehow we no longer have this organic leader election mechanism baked into proof of stake, and we need a separate solution in order to have a leader election protocol. Okay, so let's make our lives easier for a second. I promise you that we'll make them harder again in a few slides. And let's assume that we have a randomness beacon, and it's a good randomness beacon. Okay, it's a beacon that is truly random, it's publicly verifiable, and so forth. Well, with this beacon, it's trivial to have a leader election protocol. We can simply treat the output of the beacon as encoding the identity of the leader, and then, for example, the beacon can output something that encodes the bottom party on the slide, and then everybody knows that this bottom party is the leader. Okay, so this is trivially fair and unique, and it's not hard to see. This is given the properties of the randomness beacon. Okay? So let's try and put this trivial leader election protocol to use. So now this party was elected, and they can propose the next block. Well, now everybody knows that this party was elected because the randomness beacon is public. So this party all of a sudden becomes a target for attacks, right? So for example, you can think of denial of service attacks, which pose a liveness issue to the blockchain, but you can also think of other attacks as well. Okay, so there's an issue here, and the issue is that there's a time difference between the point in time in which the leader is elected and the point in time in which this leader actually proposes the next block, right? So this doesn't happen in proof of work because in proof of work, we all learn the identity of the leader with the new block, right? So these happen simultaneously. But when we move to proof of stake, we need another mechanism, and this causes this issue of a time difference. All right. So there are several ways to tackle this problem. I will focus on one of them. There are others. And the one that I want to focus on here today is actually requiring an additional property of the leader election protocol, which we call unpredictability. So roughly speaking, and we'll make this a bit more formal in a second, we require that the leader or the identity of the leader is kept secret until they choose to reveal themselves, for example, when publishing the new block. Okay? And the protocol that satisfies all of these properties is called the Secret Single Leader Election Protocol, or SSLE, and this notion was formalized a couple of years ago by Bonetta. So let's be a bit more precise about what we mean when we say unpredictability. So we can think of an SSLE protocol as having two stages. The first is an election stage. So the parties run some interactive protocol, at the end of which each party learns whether they were chosen as leader or not. Right? So for example, here the bottom party learns that she is the leader, of the other parties then that they're not. And in addition, the leader also obtains a short proof pi that asserts that they were indeed elected as leader, and they can use this proof in order to prove that they are the leader. So then there's a reveal stage, for example, in our context, when the new block is published, and the leader can prove to everyone by publishing the proof pi that they are the leader. Okay? And as I said, you can publish pi with the new block, and this solves the liveness issue that we described before. Okay, so this is just to convince you that we're not the only one who care about secret leader election. This is from the Ethereum roadmap, and you can see that this is quite recent, from a couple of weeks ago. So leader election, secret leader election is something that can help solve the issue that I described. Okay, so we have a notion, we have constructions of SSLE, and actually, since the work of Bonetta, we had quite a few. So this is not necessarily an exhaustive list, but what I want to do here is kind of give you a landscape of what constructions we have. So maybe the most efficient constructions that we have are from discrete log hard groups with or without pairings. So this is starting with the work of Bonetta, and then we had follow-up works including WISC, which is the proposal by the Ethereum Foundation that builds on the protocol of Bonetta. There are suggestions using general purpose multi-party computation, or MPC, using threshold fully homomorphic encryption, and also using assumptions on isogenies over elliptic curves. Okay, so we have quite a few different approaches that we can take. And you can compare between these constructions in various metrics. One of them, one axis that you can compare is the question of whether the protocols are post-quantum secure. Right? Are they based on assumptions that we believe are post-quantum secure? So for the constructions that are in cyclic groups based on discrete log or strengthenings of discrete log, the answer is no. We know that these are not post-quantum secure. For MPC, well, that depends on how you instantiate the MPC. If you do this using assumptions that we believe are post-quantum secure, then you get a post-quantum secure construction. And for threshold FHE, fully homomorphic encryption, and isogenies, we do believe that these are post-quantum secure. So threshold FHE, we know how to construct from lattice-based assumptions, and at least at the current point in time, we also believe that some assumptions on isogenies over elliptic curves are also post-quantum secure. Okay? But this begs the question, well, are there efficient lattice-based constructions? So you can instantiate the MPC construction and the threshold FAG constructions using lattice-based assumptions, but these are far less efficient than the other constructions that we have, either in cyclic groups or using isogenies. Okay? And we really do want a lattice-based construction, even though we have an efficient isogeny-based construction, since we do have a far better understanding of the security of lattice-based assumptions than we do of isogeny-based assumptions. So it's good to also have an efficient construction based on lattices. So this leads me to what we do in this work. And what we do is we construct an efficient lattice-based SSLE protocol, and we do that in 2 steps. So the first one is we re-examine the protocol by Bonetta, that was based on assumptions in cyclic groups, we generalize this and we kind of abstract away the way they use the assumptions in cyclic groups by introducing a new notion that we call re-randomizable commitments. And then we instantiate these re-randomizable commitments using lattice-based assumptions, namely the learning with errors assumption, or LWE, and its string invariant. Okay, so this is what we do in this work. And what I want to do in the time that I have left is I want to talk about this generalized Bonnet et al. Protocol and introduce the notion of re-randomizable commitments. And if I have the time, also give you kind of a flavor of how we construct these from lattices. So let's talk about the Bonnet et al. Protocol. And at a very high level, the idea is to use these special types of commitments that we call re-randomizable commitments. We'll define them in a bit more details in a few slides. And then the idea is that each party commits a random value, and we kind of shuffle all of these commitments in some oblivious way, and then we let the randomness beacon choose one of these commitments uniformly at random. And then the party that issued this commitment is the leader, but since it's a commitment scheme, only they know that they're the leader. So let's see this in some more detail. So we can kind of partition the Bonnet et al. Protocol to 3 steps. The first step is a commitment step. So each party samples a random value k, commits to it using this special type of commitment, and also publishes a hash of this k. So this is to tie each party to the key value that they chose. So we tie the first party to k1, the second party to k2, etc. And why we do that will become apparent at the end of the protocol. And then the parties engage in a step that can be called shuffle and re-randomize. So they take turns. The first party comes along. They shuffle the commitments. Okay? By shuffle, I mean they apply random permutation onto them. And then they re-randomize the commitments. So what do we mean by re-randomizing? Well, you can think of, let's say, the bottom blue commitment to K2 is still being a commitment to K2, but it's like a fresh commitment to K2, okay? Independent of the top commitment to K2. So this independence can be either statistical or computational, but you should think of this as a fresh commitment to K2, and the same goes for the other commitments. Importantly, this party should also prove in zero knowledge that they actually perform the correct shuffle. So they apply the random permutation or permutation to the commitments and re-randomized all of them. Then the second party comes along and does the same, and so forth until all of the parties have shuffled and re-randomized. And you can kind of see that if we have one honest party, then by the end of this shuffle and re-randomizing procedure, we end up with a vector of commitments to the same values as we started off with, but no single or no coalition of the parties should be able to link the bottom commitments to the top commitments. Okay, so this is kind of intuitive, and we'll see why that is in some more detail in a second. Now finally, we have this vector of commitments. We let the randomness beacon select one of them at random. For example, here it's the second commitment in the vector. Now, the party that issued the commitment to K3 can test this against K3, see that they are indeed the leader, so they know that they're the leader because we can't link the bottom commitment to the top commitment, so intuitively no one else knows who is the leader. And to prove to everyone that they are indeed the leader, they publish K3 and an opening to K3. Okay, so you can somehow massage this in various ways, but this is the core idea. And now everyone can test that K3 is indeed the key of the third party by comparing this against the hash value that was published, and also check the opening to the commitment that is included in the proof pipe. Okay, and now everyone's convinced that this party is indeed the leader. So this is like the an abstract view of the BAG protocol. Okay, so does it satisfy the 3 properties that we wanted, namely fairness, uniqueness, and unpredictability? So it's not hard to see that fairness is guaranteed by the randomness of the beacon and also the proofs of correct shuffle. I won't get into detail about that. But does this protocol satisfy uniqueness and unpredictability? Well, this depends on the exact properties of the commitment scheme. And it turns out that we need a non-standard commitment scheme for that. Okay, so this leads us to the notion of re-randomizable commitments, or RRCs. So what properties should they satisfy? Well, firstly, they have to be, well, re-randomizable, right? By that, we mean that if I produced a commitment to some value k, and then someone else came along and re-randomized this, they should be able to do so even without knowing k or the randomness that I used. And then I should still be able to open the commitment even though I don't know the randomness that was used to re-randomize. Okay, so this is necessary for the description of the Bonnet et al. Protocol to even go through. Secondly, the commitment needs to be binding. So this is the standard notion of binding. An adversary shouldn't be able to produce a commitment with 2 different openings. And it's not hard to see that this is necessary for uniqueness, so that we have just one leader. And finally, recall that we mentioned that we want the bottom commitments to be unlinkable to the top commitments. Well, we formalize a notion that is necessary for that, which we call unlinkability. So given 2 independent commitments, if I take one of them and re-randomize it, you shouldn't be able to tell whether I re-randomized the left one or the right one. Okay, so this is unlinkability, and this is necessary for unpredictability. So these are re-randomizable commitments. Just to give some intuition to this notion, let's see the construction of re-randomizable commitments from the decisional Diffie-Hellman assumption, or DDH, that appeared in the Bonnet et al. Construction. So we have some secret group G of order Q. To commit to a random value k, we just sample a random exponent r, and then the commitment is G to the r, comma G to the rk. And to re-randomize, we can just sample a different r prime and take both coordinates to the power of r prime. Okay? And to open, we just provide k, and everyone can test that the first coordinate taken to the power of k is equal to the second coordinate. So it's not hard to see that this is perfectly binding. If you believe the decisional Diffie-Hellman assumption in a specific group, then this is also unlinkable in this group. Unfortunately, we know that this is not post-quantum secure. Okay, so there are quantum attacks against the decisional Diffie-Hellman assumption. Okay. So what we want to do is we want to instantiate this notion of re-randomizable commitments from lattice-based assumptions, and namely, we'll see the gist of our construction from LWE. Okay, so let's try and construct this from lattices. We'll start with kind of a flawed attempt, but this flawed attempt will already take us 70% of the way, and then we'll kind of see a sketch of how to fix this. Okay. So now we want to commit, now our random values are vectors k. Okay, these are vectors in zq to the n, where q and n are parameters of the scheme. And to commit to this vector k, and this is standard in lattices, what you do is you sample a random tall matrix A in zq n by n. And the commitment has two coordinates. The first is just A, and then the second coordinate is A times k plus mu, okay, where mu is a short noise vector. So it comes from a distribution that's centered on, kind of concentrated on vectors with low norm. Okay, so this is the commitment. And to open, I can just give you k. And you can compute A times k by using the first coordinate, and then you accept if this is close to the second coordinate, right? Recall that this mu has low norm. So if I gave you the correct k, A times k needs to be close, let's say in Euclidean distance, to the second coordinate. Okay? And this is the commitment scheme. So how do we re-randomize? What we do is we sample a random Bernoulli matrix of size m by m, so it's a square matrix, and then we multiply both coordinates with this matrix. Okay? So let's observe that this is still a commitment to k. So let's call R times A simply the matrix RA. So what we get on the bottom is the matrix RA after re-randomization, and the second coordinate, if we distribute the multiplication by R over A times Q plus mu, which is B, you get RA times K plus R times mu. Okay, but since R has small entries and mu has low norm, it's not hard to see that if I haven't re-randomized too many times, R times mu should still be a low norm vector. Okay, so if I test the first coordinate times k, I should still get something which is close to the second coordinate. So is it unlinkable per the definition that we saw before? The answer is yes, right? So recall that to prove unlinkability, what we need to prove is that if you take two random commitments and you randomize one of them, you shouldn't be able to tell if I randomize the left commitment or the right commitment, and this is indeed the case. Okay, so we prove that this is the case by relying on the learning with errors assumption and the leftover hash lemma. So if you know this, this is not a very complicated proof, and if you don't, I'll be happy to discuss it offline. But is it binding? And the answer is no. So to see why that is, let's recall that to break binding, the adversary needs to come up with a commitment, namely A, B, and two keys, K and K prime, such that K is an opening to the commitment and also K prime is an opening to the commitment. Put differently, A times K needs to be close to B, and also A times K prime needs to be close to B. So here's a claim that says, why we might hope that this is binding. So if A is tall enough and it's random, then with overwhelming probability, there are no K and K prime that are mapped close together by A. Okay, so maybe we can have binding. The problem is that this A is not random. It's part of the commitment, okay? And the adversary can choose it, and it's not hard to choose an A and K prime such that A does map K and K prime close together. So this commitment scheme is not binding, and it actually translates to an attack on the SSLE protocol. So we need to do something else in order to get binding. So I just want to convince you very quickly that simple fixes do not work, right? So we can try and force the adversary to choose a random A somehow. So one way is to just include this in the public parameters, right? And then fix this once and for all. Another way is to force the adversary to choose the matrix A by applying a hash function to some seed of its choice. And if this hash function is modeled as a random oracle, then we can hope that this is random. So this indeed gives us binding, and it's still unlinkable. The problem is that we don't really know how to re-randomize this. Okay? We lose the structure that we had before, and this is no longer re-randomizable. So what to do? So here's the observation that we use. If you choose A, K, and K prime at random, well, then with overwhelming probability, A times K is far from A times K prime. In particular, if we switch the order of quantifiers, this means that for random K and K prime, there are very few matrices A that map them close together. Okay? So there are still matrices A that map them close together, but maybe we can amplify in some sense. If we commit to two vectors as not just one, there are even fewer matrices that map the first pair of vectors close to the second pair of vectors. And we can keep going, and if you choose the number of vectors that you commit to be large enough, well, then there are no matrices that map a random set of vectors close to another set, a random set of vectors. Okay, so this is what we show. And the idea then, right, these Ks are also not random. They can be chosen by the adversary. So the idea is to force the adversary to choose these Ks at random. So what we do is instead of committing to a vector K, K now is some string value. To commit to it, you apply a hash to it, and then you do the same as before. You treat the result of this hash as a roughly square matrix, and the commitment is just A, comma, A times hash of K plus some short noise matrix. Again, we show that this is indeed binding. To open, I can just give you K. You verify as before, you just need to recompute the hash. And this is also re-randomizable as we saw before. Okay, and we prove that if this H is a random oracle, that this is binding and also unlinkable, assuming the learn with errors assumption. Okay, we're not quite done, right? Well, we are quite done with the slides, but we're not quite done with the construction. So I'll just tell you why, and you can see the paper for more details. So by defining unlinkability, we said that if I give you two random commitments and re-randomize one of them, then you shouldn't be able to tell which one are re-randomized. But in SSLE, I might need to re-randomize commitments that have already been re-randomized by an adversary. Right? So they don't come from the actual distribution of commitments, they come from some other distribution, And so we need an linkability to hold also if the commitments come from this distribution. Okay, so we need to somehow massage the definition and do some more tricks in order to get an linkability that is sufficient for SSLE, and you can see the paper for details. Also in the paper is our construction from ring LWE, which is much more efficient. And I also mentioned that you need some a zero knowledge proof of correct shuffle. So this too needs to be post-quantum secure. So you can use, let's say, general purpose post-quantum secure SNARKs like Starks. Or we also showed that you can have a specific lattice-based proof of shuffle by Costa, Martinez, and Murillo, and we kind of adjusted it to fit our needs. Okay, so we saw that SSLE can be useful when moving from proof of work to proof of stake. We show the practical SSLE protocol from assumptions, lattice-based assumptions that we believe are post-quantum secure, and we introduced this new notion of RRCs. And now the question is, can we have more efficient constructions? Okay, so there are a bunch of open questions, but the one that I think is the most important is coming up with a completely new way to do SSLE. Okay, so we have a few ways. There's no specific reason to assume that these are our best ways. Okay, and if you have a much more efficient way, then this will be good. All right, so with that, I'll conclude. Thank you.
Okay, we have time for questions. Please use a microphone.
Thank you. Hi, thanks for your talk. This was great. I had a question on efficiency.
Yeah.
So one aspect is time efficiency. There's one more aspect, and it is particularly the case for FHE-based systems, where memory could be an issue. It requires a lot of memory to store those matrices and those kinds of things. What are your thoughts about memory-based efficiency?
Yeah, so we discussed several solutions in the paper, right? For example, if you make some further assumptions, you can maybe share this matrix A among everyone. And in our full construction that I haven't described, the second coordinate of the commitment is actually much shorter than the first, can be made much shorter than the first coordinate of the commitment. So there you can save quite a bit of space.
Hi, I have a question. This relates to the slide, the big matrix slide, the BEHG protocol that had many cells about commitment steps from K1 through K5. I'm wondering.
You mean this one?
It was the multicolored BEHG protocol slide with 5 actors on top and 3 actors on the right-hand side.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's one. So could you explain what the commitment function is in lower level at a more fundamental level?
Yeah, so in the Bonnet-Al protocol, in the original Bonnet-Al protocol, this is just this commitment. Right, to commit, you commit a random value k by computing g to the r, comma, g to the r k for random r. And what we did was reconstructing this commitment from lattices and so I haven't presented our complete construction, but the basic construction is this. To commit to a string k, you hash it using some hash function, let's say SHA, and you compute this random matrix A, comma, A times the result of the hash plus some noise.
So that's matrix multiplication plus hashing.
Yeah.
In short. Okay. Great, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, we have time for one more question.
Me? Okay. Hey, yeah, thanks for the great talk. Lots of fun. I guess I was thinking about efficiency in another sake, so like the number of parties, and like I guess like the latency to pass the messages between those parties. Like, does that seem like a bottleneck for this protocol? Because like I guess like thinking about like the number of like validators on Ethereum to create this randomness, that seems like that would be like a bit slow, right?
Yeah, so I should mention that the shuffle and randomization kind of pattern that I presented here is the most naive one. Okay, you can come up, and people have come up with other shuffle patterns that are more efficient, both in terms of how many times each commitment needs to be re-randomized, how many rounds You have to do how many commitments each party re-randomizes and so forth. So there are optimizations to this procedure.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, we'll talk offline.
Okay,
Thank
sure.
you.
Okay, let's thank the speaker again.
Thank you.
Our next talk is an invited one. We're delighted to have Dankrad Feist from the Ethereum Foundation. Okay. And Dankrad will be talking about data availability, sampling, theory, and practice.
Thank you. Yes, so I would like to give an update on data availability sampling. So my talk, I will start going into blockchain scalability and data availability, why data availability sampling is so important. And then I want to go through all the things we have learned, mainly over the last 1 or 2 years, that have brought us much, much closer to implementing this goal. And in particular, I will go into the encoding progress in the theory, understanding what is important in data availability sampling. I will look at current implementation progress in computing encodings and proofs for them. And then I will go into the DAS problem of providing samples. So how do nodes get their samples? And in particular, I will go into 2 different models we have for these and what we have seen recently, how we've gotten better in this. And finally, I will summarize and talk about open problems. So trilemma scaling and data availability. Many of you will have seen this. This is the famous blockchain scalability trilemma formulated by Vitalik Buterin, which says that constructing a blockchain that fulfills these 3 criteria, scalability, security, and decentralization, is a difficult problem. In particular, it doesn't say that this is impossible. In fact, we now know that it is possible to construct such blockchains, but the techniques necessary for this weren't available in 2015 when this was first thought of. And so let's try to understand why this is difficult. So when we talk about decentralization in blockchains, in particular, what we mean is that people should be able to run nodes at home to verify this blockchain. So this is your little node at home that verifies, say, the Ethereum blockchain. And in particular, it has 2 pretty important constraints. And one is execution. It has limited capacity for computation, and the second is bandwidth. It has like your at-home internet connection, which is limited, and depending on where you are, can be between a few megabits to like a few hundred megabits, but it's in particular isn't a data center type connection. And so if we look at the blockchain stack from a modern point of view, then there are basically four layers. At the bottom is consensus with data availability, settlement, and execution. And there are 2 of these that require scaling. So consensus itself does not limit the number of transactions you can process, and neither does settlement, because you can settle a very large number of transactions with very few transactions on the settlement layer. But execution and data availability need to be scaled. And for execution, we have basically found a good way to scale it that is very actively being built right now. That's those are rollups, and they come in 2 flavors, either optimistic rollups that use fraud proofs to prove correct execution, or the so-called ZK rollups that use validity proofs of some form. And the other part is data availability that needs to be scaled, and that we now know how to scale using data availability sampling. Okay, so let's talk about what this mysterious data availability problem is. So the definition of data availability, it means that no participant in your network, and that includes, and that's the subtle part, a colluding consensus supermajority. So let's say even if in Bitcoin all the miners colluded, or in Ethereum all the validators colluded, they should not have the ability to withhold data. And current, or traditional blockchains, they do this by simply making all nodes download all the data, right? And because of this, it's not possible to withhold data, because if someone doesn't make available a full block, if Bitcoin miners didn't post their full block but only part of it, then the full nodes would simply not accept this block. They wouldn't even see it. But the question is, how are we going to make this scalable? And scalable means that the work required to verify this should be less than downloading the full blocks. So it should only be a constant or logarithmic amount of work compared to the total amount of data that we want to verify availability of. And so to make this more clear, I think data availability is the name is unfortunately not super clear what it is. It often causes confusion. So what it is it is the assurance that data was not withheld, or you can also say that it was published. What it is not is, it has nothing to do with data storage, and it has nothing to do with continuously making this available after the fact. It is really this initial publishing at the point where the block was created that we want to get assurances about. And why is scaling data availability so important? I already got into this quickly before. So the two known primitives that can scale universal computation, so things like smart contracts, a thing that we, for example, care about Ethereum, are execution sharding or rollups. And both of these are dependent on data availability for their security. If you don't have data availability, you can in some cases get some properties, but you don't get the full security properties of these scaling properties. Cool, so let's go into data availability sampling. So the way it works is you erasure code your data. As an example, I will talk about Reed-Solomon codes, which are the most common erasure codes that we use. So what you do is you take your original data, and these are the blue boxes you see here, D0 to D3, and you interpolate a polynomial through these and evaluate it at a number of points, say the same number again, which would give you a encoding rate of 0.5, so 50% of the encoding is the original data. And it also means that any 50% are sufficient to reconstruct the full data. So this is a property of polynomials. If you have a number of evaluations of a polynomial equivalent to the degree plus 1, then you can always get back the original polynomial. And so if you do this, then you can do the following. A client will request a random number of evaluations of this polynomial. And if the client can get these evaluations, then they know that with a very high probability, enough evaluations will be available to reconstruct the data. So if you did this on just the original data, it would not work, because even a very small amount of data missing is catastrophic. You can never recover the whole data. But thanks to erasure coding, we only need to get, in this example, for example, 50%, which we can assure. Cool, so let's talk about progress in the theory here. It's really cool. We have a paper by Hal Anderson, Simkin, and Wagner, which has now formulated data availability sampling as a rigorous cryptographic primitive. And the way we see this is, I go through their definition. So what we start with, we have some original data, which we put through this encoding box. And what comes out is a commitment and the encoded data, including a proof. So that's this pi. So we have a commitment and a proof. And then what happens is that each client will sample this proof. So they request small parts of this pi. While they are doing this, they create a transcript. And finally, an important part of data will be sampling is this extractor. So the property that we want is that data will be sampling does not work if there's only a single client that is sampling, because you could always send them the samples and never send any other samples again, and then clearly those samples would not be enough to be sure that you can reconstruct the data. However, if you have many clients doing this, then data resampling is secure because from their combined samples, which here we are calling the transcripts, you can regain the original data. And so this is formalized by saying there's an extractor algorithm that if you have a specific number of these transcripts, can give you back the original data. So like if you have enough transcripts, then you get back the original data. So yeah, this is a very exciting work that we have. We now have a rigorous formalization of this. And so let's go into the encoding. One particular way, so there are different ways of getting to an encoding, but one of the problems that you have always is how do you ensure that the encoding is valid? And so something that we basically started looking at a few years ago is if you use polynomial commitments, in particular KZG commitments, which are extremely efficient, then you can get a guaranteed encoding simply because KZG commitments always commit to a polynomial. So in this case, for example, where we have these 4 original data points and we extend it to 4 more points, we can simply say, okay, the first 4 points we say as f of 0, f of 1, f of 2, f of 3, and then we evaluate it at 4, 5, 6, and 7, and then like if we just commit to this polynomial defined by the first 4 points, we have always a guaranteed encoding for this. And so in particular, if you only have a vector commitment, like for example Merkle root, which is a type of vector commitment, then you cannot guarantee that the encoding itself is correct. What we found is that like using a simple 1D commitment in practice is usually not good enough, because what you want is that not only you could reconstruct this if you have the full amount of data, or like enough samples of the full amount, but you want that this can be reconstructed locally. So this is a few years ago we came up with this 2D scheme where you basically commit to a 2-dimensional polynomial using a number of KZG commitments for one for each row of this. And then what you get is the property that you can reconstruct each row and each column individually, which is a really nice property because you only need a very small amount of the data to reconstruct some of it, and so the reconstruction of data, which is this extractor algorithm that we saw previously, can be completely distributed as well. And so one of the big questions that we had last year was practically, can we efficiently compute this encoding and all the proofs at the scales that we are interested in? So for example, for Ethereum, we want to eventually provide 32 megabytes of data per block. Over the last year, 2 different teams have actually started implementing this on a GPU. And we very recently got the first results from that. So we're currently, like Osvik and Cardozo have managed to get this in a bit under 20 seconds on an NVIDIA 3090, so quite a low consumer grade GPU. and they expect that they will be able to optimize this in the next few months to about 5 seconds. But actually, we have an even better result now, which with Ingo Nyama, which managed to do this in just 5 seconds, and they are hoping to get this to 1 second. So we're now quite confident that computing the encoding with proofs is actually practical. So let's get into providing the samples. One thing in particular I want to get into, like what several teams have looked at into the last year, is, okay, what if we have nodes that simply have all the samples? So the full node or super node model is you have a number of super nodes, which are these blue boxes here, and what a light client, which is the smiley face. They're smiley because they are happy that they don't have to download all the data. So what they do is they just ask any of these super nodes for the samples that they want. So that's these random samples. But in addition, they have to do something else. So remember that we want to be able to reconstruct this if someone, if only some, like if someone doesn't give everyone all the samples. And so what they need to do is to send, when they are sampling, so they need to send the samples to other supernodes that they are connected to, so that if like some dishonest provider only gives their samples to one of the supernodes, or they're controlling some of them, that this cannot split the network. And so the principle is simple. You have a sampling node that connects to a number of supernodes, let's say 10, and it requests samples from all the supernodes, re-uploads them to any that are missing them. And the nice property of this is that this is safe as long as a sampling node is connected to at least one honest supernode. So it's a nice property, like because we have this very cool honest minority guarantee. So we only need to depend on a single honest supernode. And this is currently live on the Celestia testnet, and I think also a Veil, which is the original Polygon project that has now spun out, uses it as a backup to their distributed hash table implementation. And yeah, so here's an illustration on how this works in Celestia, for example. So they have their consensus network, which also consists of supernodes, but they don't necessarily directly provide the samples, and they have a bridge into a separate network of these nodes that provide samples to the sampling nodes. So it's cool. We at least know there's one working networking construction for data availability sampling. So let's get into distributed hash tables. So when DAS was first invented, I think most people assumed that there should be a distributed networking data structure serving this. So the natural thing would be to use a DHT. So a DHT like Kademlia can provide random access to data, such as samples, without any node storing any significant amount of it. Like it is very distributed. And the cool thing is we now also have early results by the Codex team, which have been doing research for the past few months on sampling by DHT, and it actually looks very promising. So they have here we have some simulations of a DHT at a scale of about a bit more than 10,000 nodes, 12,000 nodes, and the delays that we see are in an acceptable range. So these are CDFs for sampling, and we see that it's like within half a second to a second typically, at something like 6 to 10 hops typically for sampling. So this is a cool result. So we now, basically in principle, these data structures are able to serve them. However, one of our big concerns with DHTs is that they are not that robust to attacks. In particular, they are very, the key space in a DHT is very easy to attack because it is basically free to create new nodes or network IDs on a DHT. And the one solution we know for this is like a structure called S-Kademlia, which is like secure Kademlia, which limits the creation of new network IDs via a proof of work. So we don't like the proof of work, but we have an alternative. We can, for example, use the validator registry, but we could also use other identity systems to limit the creation of new network IDs. The nice thing is we've also recently seen progress on this. A team at the Ethereum Foundation has developed a way of proving that you are a validator on the Ethereum network without revealing who you are. So it preserves the anonymity of validators. Actually, the cool thing is that this is actually quite doable. So like the prover times are very reasonable. Verifier time proof size would probably ideally see some improvement, but it's an acceptable range that we know that this is possible to implement. Cool. So to get to the summary, we've seen like really cool improvement in data availability sampling, especially over the last year. So like the original paper came out in 2018. Since then, we have like we had an idea on how to improve the encoding. That was like early 2020. We came up with a 2D KZG encoding, and then like we saw a lot of progress within the last year, where like we now have 2 projects that have proven on testnets at least that DAS is viable. We have seen like great progress on the theory and as well the practice of creating DHTs for DAS. I quickly want to also, if there's anyone here who is interested in working on this problem, it's still the most interesting part, I think, is to work on the peer-to-peer data structures. So in particular, what I'm still interested in is like how can we make DHTs more resistant to DOS? How can we increase their resistance to key space attacks? And in particular, I think if we want to really mainly rely on DHTs for DAS rather than the supernode model, then we would need to find a way to make them robust to rather large malicious supermajorities. So for example, a DHT that would be resistant to a 90% attack would be particularly interesting. Cool. Thank you.
Okay, we have plenty of time for questions. Maybe I can kick off with a question of my own. So you showed how to use KZG commitments to show that a piece of data that's been committed to is correctly formatted, that a valid polynomial has been committed to. But what if the data that's been committed to is garbage, isn't a valid block? Do you have a way of showing that, in fact, what's been committed to is meaningful and not just correctly formatted?
Right, so data availability is only talking, so we literally reduce the problem to saying, here is some piece of data that is available. And you can do with it whatever you want. So you need some other mechanism to ensure the correctness of the data in some way. So for example, a rollup does this by claiming, okay, here's some piece of data, and here is a new state route that follows from executing that piece of data. And then they have a mechanism of proving that. So for example, the easiest way is if you have like a validity proof of some sort, like a ZK proof in quotation marks, then it would simply say, well, it's guaranteed that this input results in this new state route. And then you have no questions. Like there's something in that data that results in this. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Nice talk. My question was regarding DHTs. So once you start assuming failures or malicious failures, do you already have some intuition what DHT designs could be better? So can you make Kademlia itself work against the malicious failures, or do you think that problem may require rethinking of the DHT design itself? And do you expect that the performance will take a huge setback when you start tolerating Byzantine fails?
It's a good question. So I mean, I think like Escademia shows that you can get some resistance to malicious peers, but I think like it doesn't work very well if you need to be resistant to a very high majority of malicious peers. So it would be interesting if we can improve the performance on that. Yes, like that you don't have to do an insane number of parallel lookups, say. Yeah.
Hi. So in the original paper since 2018, I think, there was a notion of selective disclosure attacks where a client connects to some nodes and the malicious node responds with only to a specific client. They target a specific client by IP, let's say.
Right.
But they don't reply to any of the other clients. So they try to convince a specific client that the data is available, but it's actually not.
Correct.
Do you treat that somehow in your work? Do you look into that?
So the guarantee that DAS gives you is, so it is somewhat weakened to like traditional data guarantees in that an attacker can actually trick a finite, like a small number of nodes into believing the data is available. There's almost nothing you can do about that. I mean, okay, you can heuristically do some things. Like if you give clients anonymity into sampling, you would improve that because then it's very hard to target a specific node. But it's still like, what if you can split the network, for example? So I think like very strictly speaking, we're not promising that you can never trick any client, because if you can say isolate one node, you can give them that data and they'll have that data and like nobody else has, and it's not enough to reconstruct, so it doesn't give you anything. Yeah. So it's, you need a large number of nodes doing the DAS to get the guarantees.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm curious why you ask the client to upload the missing samples. If the nodes could be already malicious, like what's the benefit to the entire system? And the follow-up question to this, if the initial motivation to save bandwidth with all the new sampling and back and forth communication, do you have more like quantitative analysis? Are we really getting, reduction in the bandwidth, the actual bandwidth usage?
Right. Okay. So the first, why do you upload the data? So basically, the guarantee that you get is, let's say, if you have a finite number of, so you have a certain threshold of honest data available sampling clients, then their information will be enough to reconstruct the whole data. And so if you want to be part of that set, if you want to get that guarantee, you should make sure that the samples that you get will be available publicly, right? So that's why you should upload it to get that guarantee. The second thing is, so yes, like the improvements are huge, and it's a constant amount of work. So no matter how much data you have, like the amount of number of samples is basically constant. So like, say at the Ethereum scales, like what you're saying, like downloading 100 samples would cost you about like 50 kilobytes in bandwidth versus 32 megabytes of a block. So yeah, the saving is huge. And even if you multiply that with a factor of 10 because you're like querying a DHT and have several hops, then you would still have a very big saving. Yeah.
But the upload still doesn't guarantee it will be available for later download, right? Because you're essentially just doing your part, hoping the supernode will behave.
Right. You're assuming that there's one of them that's honest. Like if there's one honest supernode, then it does guarantee that.
So that's the potential depends on how many are malicious. That's the wasted bandwidth there. Right? If there are, say, because you say you need only one honest.
Yeah.
If all the other are malicious, even though a client upload, they could still discard the data. Right? So from the client perspective,
right. The malicious one could. The malicious can do anything.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, let's thank Dankrad again for an excellent talk. This concludes this session. The next session is our lightning talk session.
All right, we're about to get started with the lightning session. So the way this is going to work is the speakers are lined up here. So if you have a lightning talk to give, just get in line. And everyone's going to have 3 minutes for their talk. It's supposed to be without slides, but if you have slides, then you can plug them in. There's HDMI right here, or USB. It will just take it up part of your 3 minutes. So we'll give a second for people to settle down. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Okay, so first we have Nathan from Anchorage.
Hi there, testing. Hey everyone, so I'm Nathan, I'm the co-founder and CEO of Anchorage. We're Digital Asset Custodian. I'm actually not here representing Anchorage, but another project that I and some industry participants have been working on. Basically around seeing if there are ways for the crypto community to have more collaboration, particularly on the security front, for a couple of reasons. Big reason being that a lot of the legislative and regulatory pressure that the crypto industry is coming under is because of various nation-state level attackers who are getting large amounts of access to crypto through bridge hacks, through DeFi hacks, and through other kinds of weaknesses that are a pragmatic reality of the current state of the crypto industry. And so part of the goal there is to see if there are ways that we can all work together better in order to improve security of the entire ecosystem, and in some ways to self-regulate. Self-regulation being a vastly superior alternative to being regulated, say, at the federal level, particularly when it comes to DeFi, layer ones, and all the other wonderful things that we want to build. So 3 initiatives that I want to talk about there. The first one is that Anchorage and several others launched this questionnaire called the RECT test. The idea behind the RECT test is it's a way for a DeFi protocol or an L1 or a bridge, any kind of independent piece of infrastructure, to assess their security posture, to see have they successfully achieved a good security posture. Just a basic hygiene test that can be applied to your organization. So that was the first kind of output of this working group that we put together. The second one is that we're going to start something called the Crypto ISAC. The idea behind the Crypto ISAC is similar to the other ISACs, if you're familiar with them. It's information sharing among regulated participants, say exchanges, custodians, banks, anybody looking to share threat intelligence information. Use that as a way to go forward. The third one that is going to be launching over time is a standardization of the auditing framework for digital asset projects, whether that be DeFi protocols, bridges, exchanges, custodians. How do we kind of across the board ensure that our security posture is getting better and that we are able to be audited against that? As you all know, almost every DeFi protocol, bridge, et cetera, goes through a security audit. Is there a way for us to standardize and customize that so it is well trusted by all industry participants? So we're going to take some time to put that together. We are going to launch that auditing group in collaboration with a number of the large exchanges and custodians and L1s, and we'll have that launching later this year. Interested in having people join us, and so if that sounds like something that your organization or your L1 would be interested in, please feel free to reach out to me. I can be reached at nathan@anchorage.com. Thanks for your time. Have a good day.
Okay, just introduce yourself. All right, cool, 3 minutes. Hi, everybody. I'm Chris Lee, ex-Microsoft and a founder of Oak Network. These are our slides. So at Oak, our mission is to build the Stripe for Web3. Basically, an infrastructure that equips developers, app developers, with tools to integrate the automation features into your products. Today, I'm very excited to show you the products developers have built with our technology. Imagine a stablecoin recurring payment web app that runs like clockwork. A yield boost auto restaking feature integrated into your wallet, your mobile wallet. An auto compounder for liquidity pool rewards, enhancing the functionality of your DEX. Our product's potential goes beyond these. Other examples like limit order on DEX or auto buy functionality on NFT markets. Furthermore, the ultimate goal is to offer a no-code tool, empowering user with the flexibility to build their own unique automation strategy like this one. To overcome the challenge of building automation, we have built a Polkadot parachain, which is a layer 1 blockchain that combines proof of stake with unique data structure and a private oracle. Behind the scenes, there are a few other technologies enabled our possibility, which are account abstraction, cross-chain messaging protocol, and modular blockchain. But why to build this automation on blockchain, right? Security is paramount. And that's why we choose to build this chain-level security with our network. Basically, within our network, there's no sudo wallet that has unchecked admin rights, and any change to the network need to go through the governance protocol, a DAO, ensuring decisions are made collectively. Our ambition don't stop here. We are actively exploring pathways to extend this automation functionality to other ecosystems like Ethereum. So if you like the concept of enhancing your product with automation feature, or you are interested in building with us, let's definitely connect.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm Chris.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, we have our next speaker. Just introduce yourself first.
And we go. Hi guys, my name is Vizali. I'm one of co-founders of a company called ZKX. I don't have slides today. What I will be talking about in a very short term is what we do, but mainly why I'm here on this stage. If you want to see details, talk about it, I'll be at the Starknet Summit this Thursday. In general, ZKX is the DeFi platform for perpetual swaps on Starknet, on L2, but that's not why I'm here today. When we started developing ZKX 3 years ago, we realized that there are plenty of things you can do on chain on L2. It's much cheaper, it's faster, but equally there are a few things that you cannot put in the normal constraints of a blockchain. You either don't want to load the blockchain, or it's prohibitively expensive, or it's just impossible because of the number of steps and limitations. Things when you want to do the forecasting of some price movements, when you have high volatility of the markets, when you want to have the big data model, you just can't put it on chain. So our solution to this was the development of a decentralized node network that sits on top of Starknet. What you can do with this network is you can initiate the request on chain, you can have a computation in the arbitrary format, arbitrary computation within the node network, and then you can have the consensus of the results of the computation and put it back on chain for the consumption on chain within the smart contracts. The key differentiator for us is we always wanted to build a system that is A, decentralized, and B, permissionless. And as you know, having something that has to be fast, but equally you have to have the results in the permissionless way, and the node network should provide some consensus within the computation. That's very challenging. The practical reason for us to build it was initially because we wanted to have a massive order book. Initially, the permissionless comes from the ability to have decentralized order book, but in a permissionless way. And that came to the situation where we built a system with the ability to run any arbitrary computation. So now the question, why I'm here today, why I'm talking about this. If you think that whatever you work on your protocol, your product, your platform can benefit from having a high efficiency, high performance computation that can be proved with the case on chain. If you think that you've been limited with what you can do on chain in terms of the either mass data storage or computation or work with the data, please do and either come to me and talk to me or find us online. This is the node network is still in development, but we want to see more projects and more protocols coming to us, trying and see how it can benefit you. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, just introduce yourself first.
Hi everyone, Jay Berg here. I'm the founder of SidePit. SidePit is the first ever fair electronic exchange. We solve, not only do we solve MEV and front running, we solve high frequency trading, co-location, and all manipulation. I want to talk about why MEV exists on blockchain and how a new approach to solving this problem. So let's take the original blockchain, Bitcoin. Alice sends money to Bob. At the same time, she sends money to Lisa. We have a double spend. It gets ghosted across the entire globe. Half the globe thinks it's Bob's money. Half the globe thinks it's Lisa's money. So what do? We choose a miner at random, and we say this miner, we centralize each block. We centralize around a single miner, and we say you choose which way. By centralizing around the miner, we end up solving decentralized money. Now let's take exchange. We have everyone could join the exchange. It's a multi-party game. And what we want is the correct ordering of events. So we need some sort of trusted party, trusted mechanism to choose this order of events. It turns out choosing a random miner that could also be involved in the exchange is actually the worst possible solution for this problem. So the centralization that creates decentralized money actually breaks exchange. So what I want to, the way we approach this is a new blockchain abstraction. And instead of starting with a protocol, we aim to solve the end utility itself, and that utility is exchange. And first off is you need price discovery, and the second thing you need is counterparty risk mitigation. So with these two ideas, what we use is what's called rational design theory. And the way that works is you design mechanisms, and you look at the result of the running system, and if the result of the running system ends with the utility of what you're looking for, and the way you design that is you try to find a Nash equilibrium amongst the potential adversaries together with the designer intent of the protocol, and if you could get that, you end up with what we have is a SidePit decentralized exchange. We're launching a seed round, and we're looking to build this, and hopefully by the next bull market, we'll be able to trade without being manipulated, whether it's the centralized manipulation of high-frequency co-location or the decentralized front-running. And the core crux of how we got here was not relying on the blockchain design pattern and using a new approach, which other people have come on it too, to reach an equilibrium at the end that results in the utility you're trying to build from the beginning. And that's what we did with SidePit. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe, while you're getting set up, just introduce yourself quickly.
Yep. Hey. I'm Pascal Berang from NIMIC and the University of Birmingham. And just a second, there should be a slide coming soon. Okay, I can get started already because I won't take long. I won't talk about the project today. The reason I'm here is NIMIC is doing a trusted setup ceremony for ZKPs for the cycle of MNT4 and MNT6 curves with 753 bits. And we would like as many people to participate as possible, obviously. And the powers of tau that we'll generate obviously can be used by other projects. So it is a good cause to participate. We don't have a fixed date yet. We're currently in the preparations of it. We will use the same multi-party computation that Celo or Aleo, these two projects used. If you want to participate, if you're interested, send an email to zkp@nimiq.com, and we'll inform you once we know more details. We won't send you any spam, we won't send you anything else, just let us know. If you're curious about the protocol itself, you can go to the link there. We also opened up a bug bounty program for our ZKPs as of today. So there's a link to that one as well if you are interested in that. So we built our ZKPs with ArcWorks. You can join the bug bounty program too. All of the links are also on the QR code, so you can scan the QR code and you can help us and participate in our trusted setup ceremony. That's all from me for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, I can get started. Okay, so I want to talk to you about some exciting research we just did, which is called super finality for Ethereum. Okay, so the idea is we all know Ethereum is secure up to 33% fraction of the stake turning adversarial, right? Recently, we have seen though that more than 35% of the stake goes through a centralized service like Lido. And this has raised quite some concern in the community about, okay, what happens to the safety now? So let's say you are an exchange and a customer comes to you, wants to exchange 5,000 ETH, a big amount, for like USD in return. And so as an exchange, your question is, when is it safe to transfer the USD? And so you observe the transaction on the chain, and traditionally, you would use like finality that comes from the Ethereum's Casper protocol, which is if you consider the transaction finalized, then you know that this can't be double spent, this can't be reverted unless 33% of the stake is adversarial, right? But the question is now, can we have more safety than 33%? The answer is yes. Alice here, who runs the exchange, can implement locally some rule that we call super finality. It's as simple as finality. You just look at blocks and votes and decide when something gets super finalized and then let go of your USD. And I think the cool aspect of this is Alice can implement it right away. There is no need to change anything in the Ethereum protocol. It's just a local computation that Alice needs to do, essentially. We have an ETH research post that we have posted. There are QR codes, so feel free to take photos while I'm on this slide. And then there is more theory research backing this work, which we have on an archive paper up there, including application to other protocols, right? And we have a prototype implementation of this already. As I mentioned, you can implement it right now without any changes to the Ethereum protocol. And so we have a prototype implementation, but this is a research work, and we are happy to have other people who have use cases for this to deploy this in their use cases. And if this is something of interest to you, come talk to us. We are happy to explain the rule, the details, implementation, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Super exciting. All right.
Okay, who's ready for some real researcher alpha? I'm Matt. I'm founder and CEO of Blocknative, and we've been doing mempool data stuff for about 5 years. Mempools are awesome. Mempools are coming all over the roadmap. But mempools are ephemeral. What if there was like this historical data archive of like 5 billion mempool events that went back all the way to like November of 2019, covering like everything? So you as a researcher could do like amazing things about MEV and censorship resistance and the merge and new stuff coming up. And what if you had free access to it? So we at Blocknative have this data, but we have this tiny little data science team, and we can't extract value out of it anywhere near fast enough. And we think that this historical mempool data archive is really vital for all sorts of research questions, both past, present, and future. And we are in the process of open sourcing this data for general community research use. but we need some people to go hands-on early. And so if you go to our documentation site, which is right here, you can fill out a form, and there's all these fields. There's 27 fields times 5 billion rows, almost exactly 4 years of data. And all that we want people to do is to dive in and publish research and provide credit. If you're a commercial application, sure, we'll talk to you about that, but this is really for research purposes. Every time we've dipped into this data set, we've found incredible things. If you're familiar with Black Thursday, when MakerDAO was exploited for a whole bunch and the Hammerbot thing was revealed, this is what we used. As far as we know, it's the only example of this data set in existence. Oh, by the way, it's not just historic data, it's going forward, so every hour it gets updated with current mempool data. We have a global infrastructure that does it all. So really, this is just an opportunity for interested researchers who want to incorporate historical mempool data and do new stuff. New resource for everybody. Check it out, docs.blocknative.com, or I'm around. I'm Matt. Thank you, everybody. And that was 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Cheers, bye.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, thank you. All right, we have our next speaker. Do you have slides coming up? Okay, perfect.
Hi, I'm Mitchell Dong with Solios Energy Tokens, and I'm going to be tokenizing oil and gas. Before I continue, would somebody take a picture of me? I'll come to you afterwards to pick up the airdrop because I have to prove to my wife that I'm out here working. Okay, so I used to be an oil and gas trader for some 25 years. I used to own and operate oil-fired and gas-fired power plants, solar, hydroelectric power plants. And I've been trading crypto for 9 years. And I noticed that you can't trade oil on Binance or Coinbase or any exchange. And I thought, wow, one, you're being deprived of being able to trade oil. So I thought, well, maybe I'll mint a token that is backed by physical barrels of oil to be followed by cubic feet of natural gas, to be followed by tokenizing uranium. I used to be a uranium trader for nuclear power plants, and somebody may want exposure to uranium because they believe in nuclear power as a clean future energy source. I'm also going to tokenize lithium to represent the growth of electric vehicles and batteries for solar and wind. And all of this exists and does very well in TradFi. And you may say, well, why add Web3 to us? Well, it's because I want to give traders, investors on all the crypto exchanges a crypto-native way of trading energy commodities. So it'll be a cryptocurrency backed by these energy commodities. It'll all be on the blockchain. So my partner is created a series or a system to do all oil trades of 20 top oil companies on the blockchain. So it'll all have a proof of assets, and it'll be traded on crypto exchanges so that crypto-native investors can trade oil and gas and all these energy commodities in a crypto-native form. It's just like, why do you want to buy T-bills in a crypto form when you could just buy T-bills, from your broker? Well, because crypto investors want it in a crypto-native form. I'm currently raising money for this, so I'd love to talk to any venture investors who are interested in investing, and I'm forming a team of people who are technology traders, operations, accountants to pull this off. You can find me. I'm the Chinese guy with white hair and a red jacket, so if you're interested, please come to me. I'm hanging out at the receptions, networking as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, nice to meet you. I'm from South Korea. I would like to introduce one of the main areas which my company developed. In particular, the transaction speed is very fast in the world. I think, as far as I know, the world fastest so far. TPS record about 12,900, pretty sure by today.
Feature 1.
faster data processing and improved security, cubing. CubeChain features faster data processing, called cubing. A cube is created upon the generation of 24 blocks, save for special blocks, and cubes are connected to one another to process data, hence capable of simultaneous processing of large amounts of data. CubeChain ensures not only the remarkable improvement in data processing speed, but further enhancement of security. That's because when blocks and cubes are created, double hashing are processed in a completely different way. Feature 2, easy data retrieval, indexing block. As a convenient functionality to ensure rapid data retrieval, the indexing block is a set of data on the heights of blocks upon which address-specific transactions were made for e-wallets included in the entire transactions. A shortcoming of the existing blockchain is that searching for the transaction history of a specific wallet needs reference to all blocks, hence significantly time-consuming. CubeChain, however, allows for instant retrieval of transaction histories with the block height list of wallet addresses by simply looking into the indexing block. Feature 3, rapid statistical processing. Statistics blocks. CubeChain has statistics blocks for rapid statistical processing with diverse applications. The existing blockchain requires searching the entire data to find out a specific piece of data, so it has difficulties in developing specific statistics. CubeChain's statistics blocks offer at-a-glance summaries of statistics on the entire blocks. By summing up highly utilizable statistical data using the statistics block, the users can print out well-summarized lists whenever needed. Feature 4, safe credit transactions, escrow block. CubeChain has introduced a duplicate authorization system where escrow blocks are used to issue encrypted authorization keys for safe credit transactions. This ensures that cryptocurrency is not readily available in the recipient's wallet upon the completion of the transaction, offering a further layer of protection of transactions between parties.
Okay, thank you very much. If people want to see the rest of the CubeChain video, maybe reach out. Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
Hi, I'm Prasanna Gautam. I'm a tech lead on protocols at Anchorage Digital, and I am representing Anchorage today. So some of you might already be familiar with Anchorage Digital, but for those who aren't, we were established, founded in 2017, and we are a regulated crypto platform that provides custody for institutions. And since 2021, we also have a federally chartered bank that we operate in the US, and that is regulated by OCC. We also have a Singapore entity for institutions that do not need to be regulated by the US regulations. And these are some of the investors. What I want to talk about is how we have built for trust and compliance. Our infrastructure, and the primary pillars I want to talk about is how we have built it for trust in hardware, software, and trust in process. And with this, we have already launched many chains as a day one partner and beyond with very new and novel interactions and blockchains. So the first thing is hardware. We really trust for the best root of trust in hardware. We want to make sure that we are always authenticating that there's a human on the other end of any transactions that are being approved. And all keys are always in hardware, no single points of failures. Same with software. You saw I'm actually using a Chromebook, and we've talked about how we actually use this as a way to reduce the attack surface in even how we write the code. we get our code pen tested and vetted by top tier security firms like Bishop Fox. And if you need regulatory clarity, if you operate in the US and you want the best regulation in the US, we have the coverage. But if you operate globally, and we also have equivalent security through our Singapore entity too. And these are a couple of chains that we've been launch partners or first institutional custodian for, and your chain could be next. These are some of our contact information, and you can also reach out to me directly on Telegram or Twitter or X, whatever you call. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So just very quickly, right now it's 12:30. We're going to continue with the lightning talks, but lunch is being served outside, so just want to make sure to give a heads up. We'll continue with the speaking in here, but if you want to grab lunch, it's outside.
Hey everyone, my name is Matt. I lead the Nervos Foundation, and I want to talk to you today about RISC-V and blockchains. So everyone is aware RISC-V is an instruction set, the language of the processor of a computer. And RISC-V is unique in that it's open source and it's not subject to license from any private company. So I work on CKB, which is a blockchain secured by proof of work and runs a RISC-V virtual machine. Now, because RISC-V is an instruction set as close as possible that you can get to the hardware of a computer, everything, or almost everything of this blockchain runs inside this VM. It's flexible, low level, and efficient. You can run CKB on pretty much anything, even this $100 laptop that I bought 7 years ago. Now, through the power of RISC-V, even the cryptography underlying transaction authorization is flexible and open to developers building on top. This is convenient. Many people hold CKB in Ethereum wallets, even though CKB itself is not an EVM chain. Now, recently, passkeys have been picking up steam across the broader industry, and Microsoft, Apple, and Google support this functionality at the operating system level, which allows private keys to be created inside secure enclaves of consumer hardware. And with this, there are no seed words, there's no risk of key loss, and there's a user experience of onboarding that only takes a few seconds. And with RISC-V on CKB, it's straightforward to implement support for passkeys, as well as any other chain's wallets. Well, quantum-resistant cryptography has also been tested, and there's a ZKVM with an obscene name I don't want to repeat here that's also been tested successfully. Now, it's theoretically possible to create contracts using any programming language. Right now, contracts are being created with C, Rust, and Lua. Now, CKB has been live for almost 4 years, and one of the magic things about RISC-V comes in here in that because it's a hardware instruction set, it's robust and it's also absolute. Now, this is important because it provides a nice path to ossification, which is an essential component of decentralization, but it doesn't do so at the expense of flexibility. Now, there are a couple other nice features that I want to touch on. It's possible one day we could see RISC-V coprocessors, which would be commodified, dedicated hardware that would deliver unparalleled performance. But today, with RISC-V being virtualized on these nodes, we get a nice, simple way of calculating the cycle cost to execute the virtualized RISC-V. Now, if you'd like to learn more, Google CKB, check out the positioning paper. It is the most comprehensive resource on the vision of this network. If it's all interesting to you, we have a diverse global community, and I want to give a big shout out to all the members of the Nervos Nation spread across the world, and to thank you, Stanford, for hosting this wonderful conference.
Thank you very much.
And thank you all for taking the time.
Very good.
Just mirrored.
Hello, everyone. My name is Xinxin Fan, Head of Research at Altex. Happy to talk about the deepin. If you've never heard about this term, deepin actually refers to the decentralized physical infrastructure networks. It's an emerging research area in the Web3 and IoT. So essentially, deepin leverages the blockchain, IoT, and token economics to incentivize the communities to build physical infrastructure networks for a certain purpose. Basically, they will enable the machine economy from the ground up. So deepin has a lot of potential applications. Basically, they can inject new blood or bring the new digital asset from the real world to Web3. While the deepin has a lot of applications, building such decentralized networks turn out to be challenging. You need to handle the device on the one side to interact with the real world, and to manage the device and the relationship with the device owner. Meanwhile, you need to use layer 2 infrastructure to perform certain execution to process the data you collected. Also, maybe to do some zero-knowledge proof to bring that insight to the Web3 in a trustworthy manner. Meanwhile, you need a well-designed token economics to incentivize the community to deploy those real-world hardware for a certain purpose. Also, to collect a different type of insight from the real world. Yeah, actually, there is a full scope of research questions to be addressed for entire deepin world. To facilitate the further research, we are actually organizing the first deepin workshop, which is co-located with the IEEE World Forum on Internet of Things. If you are interested in this topic, you can scan the QR code to get more information. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Just quickly introduce yourself. Yeah.
Hi, good morning or good afternoon and greetings. My name is Subra. I'm at Stanford in Cyber Knowledge, and this is going to be a short talk. I wanted to share with you some projects that we're doing with the overarching goal of improving trust in the digital ecosystem. And these intersect ideas that are both in Web3, Web5, decentralized key management, next generation digital identity, and Gen AI and privacy. So if you're interested in any of these topics, then I'd love for you to try and reach out. I can be contacted at PSUBRA, that's psubra at IEEE.org, and I look forward to connecting with some of you. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Yeah. Very short.
Hello. I'm Panos from Visa Research, digital currencies team. So in Visa Research, we are working on several problems like how blockchain technologies can be applied in the digital assets world and improve commerce, cross-border payments, etc. So one aspect we are looking at is the ways of tokenizing on blockchains, for example, to adhering global standards to facilitate maybe interbank transfers or cross-border payments, etc. So all this have to be real time, so much like the same experience when you do like a swipe with your credit card. We also want to have on-chain and off-chain programmability. We are also looking at privacy-enhancing technologies like MPC, federated learning, and how these technologies can be used as privacy-enhancing technologies within the scope of CBDCs to help detect anomalies like fraud or financial crime. I invite you to read our recent white paper about this, and also we have participated in the PETS Challenge hosted by this year by the NSF and NIST. So we have more exciting research projects in Visa Research with respect to privacy, auditability, compliance, custody, consensus, etc. If you want to learn more, if you are a PhD student who is interested in working with us over the summer as a summer intern, please reach out to me after anytime in this conference, or feel free to find any member of our team who is here. Okay, that's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Giulia Scaffino from the Technical University of Vienna, and I'm going to present you Glimpse, a bridge solution which is the result of a joint work with Luca Saumeier, Zeta Varichiotti, and Matteo Maffei. Glimpse is the first trustless bridge for proof-of-work blockchains, which only requires to relay and store on the destination blockchain a constant amount of data coming from the source blockchain. This is possible by using a new Superlight client solution which works on demand and, let me stress, works with constant size storage. This is an important improvement over state-of-the-art solutions, Superlight client solutions such as NipoPOS and Fly Client, which achieve a logarithmic complexity at best. Our bridge solution is not only compatible with the second-generation blockchains, so it's not only deployable on those chains featuring quasi-Turing complete scripting capabilities, but can also be deployed, for instance, on chains with a Bitcoin-like programming language. We have analyzed Glimpse security both in the UC framework as well as in the economic rational model. We have studied the security of Glimpse, in particular when it comes to proof forgery attacks and censorship attacks. And we show in our paper, you can check it out at the QR code, how you can use our bridge solution in order to encode some cool applications also in the DeFi domain, such as cross-chain lending protocols, proof of burns, unwrap of tokens, and many more. I encourage you to check out the paper, and if you want to know more, please feel free to approach me anytime in these days. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Julia.
Okay, hey everyone. So I come from the University of Edinburgh, and I just want to be very brief to talk to you about the project we have. So the idea is to measure decentralization, or the levels of decentralization of existing blockchain systems. So far we've revealed our framework where we distill blockchain systems across 8, I think, layers. And the idea is to measure the level of decentralization in each layer and then combine them into a single index, which will rank blockchain systems according to how decentralized they are. And there is a lot of research to do there in terms of measurements, analysis, finding the correct metrics that give you enough information about decentralization. So if you're interested in these kinds of measurements, if you want to collaborate in any way, please reach out and you can find all the information on the website. And I should also say we've already released our framework and our first tool which measures decentralization on the consensus layer of, I think, 6 or 7 blockchains. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Hello. Hi, I'm the co-founder of ZKM. So we're building a ZKVM for roll-up-centric Ethereum ecosystem. So our approach is actually targeting the MIPS instruction set. So why MIPS instead of like RISC-V as some other projects do? Because we're targeting Ethereum. So the verifier is actually a smart contract on L1. So this is very efficient because MIPS instruction set is very stable. We do this because Ethereum is at the end of struggle of scalability with Dan's talk about the erasure coding-based data availability. We're almost going to have like a very vibrant ecosystem that with almost unlimited scalability. That a roll-up centric Ethereum means like there will be thousands of dApps that will run their own roll-up. So to build a ZK VM for them means that you don't want them because many of these developers are they're Web3 developers. They came from a background of programming JavaScript, now like Solidity. So they're not very familiar with building circuits. Like requiring like them to be able to do like, for example, Verilog when they're actually only familiar with programming like web. So with this purpose, we think a small core of instruction is a best choice for building this ZK VM. So this will be powering a roll-up solution we call hybrid roll-up. And the purpose is to have people to not really, like developers not really to do like ZK circuit design. They just focus on doing development for their dApps. So this is to making Ethereum like a universal settlement layer to enable like thousands of dApp roll-up chains. Yeah, so that's what we do. ZKM.io. Just go there and you can find everything to follow. Thank you. My name's Ming, ZKM.io. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, come on.
Hey guys, Mike from Artala here. We are building a new layer 1 called Artala. So we just finished our pre-seed round fundraising of 6 million. And also we are incubated by an Interchain Foundation. So it's the foundation of Cosmos. So we are building on top of Tendermint BFT and will enable IBC in the future. So the uniqueness of our layer 1 is that we are a dual VM layer 1. It's EVM plus WASM. So why we choose this dual VM is because that we believe that the onboarding of the next million user is first to onboarding the next million developers. And developers, they choose WASM. So we choose like two basically runtime, EVM plus WASM. At Artala, we define a new programmable extension model called Aspect. It will work together with smart contract. But developers can build smart contract as before in EVM runtime. We keep the data structure of Ethereum, but also we enable them to build additional logic in WASM, we call it Aspect, so that they can build such kind of module to work together with a smart contract. So during the transactions life cycle, developer can add additional logic in WASM in different stage of the smart contract execution, like block init, transaction verification, pre-execution, post-execution, something like that. And this aspect are running in WASM runtime, so it can provide much more efficiency compared with EVM. And also it can provide more secure sandbox for the contracts because it's as a browser security. So like developers, as for example, I'm a developer, I can build my logic in smart contract in EVM just as before. And because we keep the EVM equivalence as Ethereum, and also they can build intern solver in Aspect so that they can build such kind of additional logic in WASM EVM and enable them to enjoy the native speed. And this will be a universal for all infrastructure to support like all the potential like dApps potentially in all like future settlement layer because we enable IBC. And So for example, a use case is that like Uniswap or like some similar DEX want to use kind of like hook design. They can enable it with our design, because usually like AMM cannot achieve limit order, but with the hook design, it can. So that with our design, every DEX can enable this functionality.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I will give a speech tomorrow afternoon, so if you are interested, welcome to see our information. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, Stanford. So my name is Jay. I'm a co-founder of Say Labs. So Say is the fastest layer 1 for trading, and we went live 2 weeks ago with our mainnet launch. So I guess for today I have a minute and a half to speak. So I guess what I want to talk about is how we've been able to achieve 390 millisecond time to finality consistently ever since the mainnet launch happened. So we got started building with Cosmos SDK and Tendermint Core initially. And from there we got a vanilla chain built after a couple of months. And then we started profiling the entire stack to see what is inefficient. And what we noticed is that with Tendermint, you have around 6-second block times by default, but there's a ton of room for improvement around how you can further optimize the way the consensus works. So one of the biggest things that we started doing is we started looking at how block processing actually gets started. So there's a pre-vote step, pre-commit step, and then afterwards you have execution happening. So the approach that we took is that rather than having execution happening after the pre-commit step, it starts happening at the same time as a pre-vote step. So basically, you will be optimistically processing the block while consensus is happening. This was one of the many improvements that we made that helped substantially improve the time to finality to help make Say the fastest chain in existence. So if anyone's interested in jamming more on layer 1 design, on consensus design, feel free to hit me up after this talk, and also follow Say Network on Twitter as well. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Okay. Just pause the clock for a moment. Okay. Great. Okay, you can start the clock.
All right, hello. My name is Tingu. I'm from UC Santa Barbara. Today I want to quickly share with you a research project with NEAR. This is when we deal with Uniswap version 3 data. So our motivation is very easy, that we need to analyze these version 3 data, and we only have, let's say, transaction data set, but without the liquidity positions. So as economists, we asked ourselves, like, how is it worth it if we want to spend the time to energy to do it? The cost will be you have to track liquidity position for every pool at every given moment of a block, and you have to analyze the data with more complex pricing rules. But the benefit is it really worth it? Is the increased accuracy worth it? I'm going to skip a lot of the math. We're not going to talk about it, but this is the results. So we found most of the transactions, almost like all the transactions actually, is within a really small deviation if you just use the simpler version 2 method to analyze version 3 data. If we actually look at top 50 pools, those are like consist of 60% of all the transaction on Uniswap. Even with, if we consider like the super small deviation of a 0.0001% of deviation when you actually use version 2 versus version 3 model, you got 85% accuracy. You got 99% accuracy within 0.1%. So just to quickly conclude that using version 2 models to analyze Uniswap version 3 data actually presents distinct advantage in terms of both simplicity and accuracy. And here's a QR code to the paper. It's on SSRN, and we provide more details of how exactly we do it and how do we compare the two models. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, perfect. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so me and Kite are organizing a very nice, I will talk in a minute.
Here. Do we have slides?
Yeah, so we are organizing a seminar that it's mainly focused on economics and DeFi and blockchain, so less technical. We want to actually to make it be easy for everyone to understand the concepts about blockchain and DeFi. It's mainly focused for grad students because we believe that this is the new generation of researchers. You have here a very cool schedule. We have almost every week a talk. It's online. Everyone can attend. It's include recording of past seminars. We were sponsored by Uniswap last year, hopefully maybe next year. And we invite everyone to attend our seminar. And if you want to speak, feel free to contact me or Kite. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay.
Hello, everybody. I am Peer Zero. 10 failed startups in 10 years, but who's counting, right? I'm looking for brave co-founders because this time is different. I'd like to talk about unifying the 2%, which is us, the decentralized world, with the 98%, which is the rest of the world. So I want to unify in principle, the left and right, north and south, yin and yang, right? You get the picture. To a unity consensus. I call it the next generation consensus. The purpose is to onboard the rest of the world in the shortest amount of time. That's the only purpose. And we got to do this en masse, no more one-off. So the strategy is to go to their services. We're going to onboard their services. And we do this by taking the Web3 technology and wrap it in Web2 trustness, regulations, safety, and security. So actually, the bigger strategy is to onboard the Web2 in mass and all at once. There's no difference between Web2 and Web3. It's just technology. There's nothing to really separate us. So the idea is to the unification and unify the consensus. So right now, we're in the fourth industrial cycle. Blockchain was invented to dematerialize centralized processes. And the AI is here to partner with the blockchain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
So thank you to Stanford Blockchain for this opportunity to present. I'm the founder of a new startup company called TV Feeder. My name is Jason Gilbert, and this is the new smart TV system. So you can have all your apps, streaming services, websites, video games, computers on your phone, tablet, virtual reality. It's got the buttons so you can do like sports, movies, music. And the way it's related to the blockchain is because this is the future of the internet. The whole internet's going to be decentralized. We're talking about the big tech companies, Google, Amazon, Microsoft, Facebook, Netflix. They own all the data centers. So what we need to do is we need to have decentralized data centers with all the networking infrastructure. We'll be all our own TV channels, all our own servers, GPUs. The GPUs can power all the AI. And so this is like the new smart TV system here. I'm the founder. I'm looking for co-founders and investors. And here's how you can like program all your favorite channels, favorite apps, favorite websites. Just like the new operating system for any screen. Here I'm showing it on the tablet. Works on your phone as the new remote control. So you can cast it to the TV or watch it on virtual reality. You can have all your information windows. You can have news and sports and websites. And you click here on your virtual reality, click here on your virtual reality. So like I said, what I really want to focus on is decentralizing the internet and the data centers and really give power to the content creators, NFT for artists, musicians, DJs, comedians. They can live stream their content. They can go direct to consumer, peer to peer. So we don't need these big record companies, these big tech companies, these big media companies controlling all the middlemen resources. So really, we can decentralize the whole entertainment and media and technology and networking infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we have one last lightning talk, and then I think the next session will be starting.
Hey, Stanford. My name is Ray. I'm the founder of Zeta. We are a Web3 backend service for online games. What we do is we bring games from Web2 to Web3 without really changing the core gamer experience. What it means, like if a user in Web2 is still playing a Candy Crush or a Temple Run, they continue to play the same way. But what happens is every transaction, every events, every assets that is used in the game is actually on Web3. So we do every of those things inside, underneath the hood or in the back end. Now, that's how we are starting the journey. We started like 6 months back. We released the product out, a beta in 3 months. Right now, we have got one game which is live. One other game is getting integration done, and 3 others in the pipeline. This is the start of our journey, though. It is not the end of what our goal is. Our goal is to build a decentralized or a trustless gaming ecosystem. How we do that is we send every game event that is getting played by every user, Web 2 or Web 3 in the games, to the chain. We commit all these transactions in bulks or in batches when the sessions are getting played, not in real time. We group it by session and send it to the chain or a decentralized public database, which is accessible by the community, where they can run. It brings in 100% transparency on one side, and on the other side, what we get is people can audit it, and this will lead to building a decentralized or a trustless gaming ecosystem. I believe this is something we need to have to ensure that each and every game we save the tenets of decentralization in place, but at the same time, we might be a Web 2.5, but on everything on chain. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Okay, thank you. Thanks to all our Lightning Talk speakers. I believe the next session may be starting soon, but in the meanwhile, if you didn't get lunch, hopefully there's some lunch left.
welcome everyone. Welcome everyone to the next session. It's going to be about privacy. Not just as a simple added feature of blockchains. Oh, is it good? Yeah. So privacy, I think, has a very fundamental role in blockchain, not just an added feature for protecting user privacy. Privacy likely is going to be the savior of blockchain from, collapse that potentially could be caused by two things. I think regulatory backlash and also massive fraud that could exist in the blockchain space. So it has a very fundamental role. And with that, I'd like to start this session. And I'm really pleased to invite Yehuda Lindell, the head of cryptography at Coinbase, to start this session with an invited talk.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to talk about building MPC wallets at Coinbase, not that related to privacy. It's joint work with Arash Afshar, Yishai Chen, Iftach Heiter, and Samir Alucci, who are my team, and they're all here. So I want to start with talking about what I call the self-custody dilemma, which is that we all in this space want self-custody. If it's your keys, your coins, you have full ownership, you don't need to rely on anyone. This is the dream or the vision of what we're building, but it's important to understand that together with that ownership comes all the responsibility. The responsibility that your keys won't be stolen, the responsibility that you won't lose your keys. The way self-custodial wallets work today is very problematic. Mnemonics are, yes, supposedly more usable than writing down a hexadecimal string, but they're very, very challenging. People suffer from social engineering attacks. There's poor usability. And in general, there's poor user experience, especially when we think about the masses. On the other hand, if you think about a custodian or an exchange, you get great user experience. And if I forget my password, I can just ask for a password reset, just like with my bank, what I'm used to in the Web 2 world and what people are actually looking for. By the way, people do ask for a password reset on self-custodial wallets, and the answer is it doesn't actually work that way. Professional organizations, good professional organizations, are much, much better at security than individual users, especially when we think about the masses and not experts, but even for experts. But on the other hand, you have to rely on the organization, and it's not decentralized. You sort of lose some of the point of what we're building. And I want us to think for a minute about the regular non-expert user who is offered to download a wallet so they can get started in their journey in the Web3 world for whatever they want to use. And they say, yeah, sure, why not? And they suddenly get these things that say, warning, never disclose your backup phrase. Anyone with this can take your money forever. Or I understand if I lose my recovery phrase, I'll lose all of the crypto in my wallet. This is like going to a bank, opening an account, and say, yeah, just know that if you lose your password, we're not responsible. You've lost all your money. It's like, what? No, and at this point, I'm giving up. I'm not going to actually use this thing. This is too scary. So my argument is that if we want mass adoption, and we want this technology to be something that, and if everyone but many, many people can use, and not experts, not people sitting in this room, then we need to build a self-custodial wallet that has the user experience and security of an exchange. And I stress that it's both user experience and security, because I do strongly believe that the security in a good exchange is far better than a regular wallet where my key is sitting on my mobile and it can get stolen or lost at any time. And so this is the challenge of what we're trying to build, and I want to claim and show that we can do that using MPC. So what we're looking at is we're looking at MPC for signing, or what people may call threshold signing. So think for a two-party setting right now, which actually makes a lot of sense in a wallet where you have a key share held by the user and a key share held by a service provider, in this case Coinbase, for example. So we generate the key additively shared between these two devices, and we sign in the transaction using MPC without revealing the key. And the security guarantees that we have, the two important ones, that even if one of the devices is completely owned by a malicious attacker who has installed malicious code, the attacker cannot learn anything more than the output of the result, which in this case is the signature, which is what we want. And also correctness, that the transaction that is signed is actually the one that both sides approve. It's important to note that I don't need to steal your key if what I can do is just change your transaction so that instead of you sending me $1,000, you send me $1 million. Or instead of sending it to one address, it turns out that it gets sent somewhere else. So correctness is also a very, very important property. And this is what the basic guarantees of MPC will give you when running this type of setting. OK, so before we continue, I just want to stress a little bit what we mean by corruptions. Because if we're thinking about a wallet where I'm holding one piece and Coinbase is holding the other, then what does it mean for me to be corrupted? Clearly, I don't want to steal money from myself. And also, a service provider, at least a reasonable service provider, and not all, unfortunately, don't want to steal money from their customers, right? That's obviously a very bad business model and also downright criminal. What we are concerned with is malware breaching the user device, of course, because that's a very, very common and obvious thing, especially as more and more money goes there. And we're also concerned on the service provider side, possibly of a corrupt insider, or also of their infrastructure being overtaken. And we want to make sure that we have protection against either of these. And the fact that these are very separate and distinct environments, it means that corrupting both of these at essentially the same time, which is what you would need to do to attack these systems, that would be something which is very, very hard and far-fetched and so on and so forth. OK, so with an MPC wallet, as I said, we share the key between the user device and the service provider. And the basic properties are the service provider cannot transact without the user. They don't hold the key. They're unable to generate a transaction without the user initiating or requesting or participating actively in generating that transaction. Malware alone on the user's mobile is not enough to steal the key because the key is not there. It's only a share. You're able to implement fraud mitigation and policies on both sides, both on the user's phone and at Coinbase or on the server side of the service provider. And this is essentially cryptographically enforced in the sense that there's no single place that you can go to bypass them because they can be verified on both sides. So things that we're used to with our banks where I'm allowed to set a limit to saying transfers can only be up to $10,000 or a limit on a certain amount per day, these are things that you can reasonably do and therefore mitigate against key misuse. You can also say this transaction looks strange, let's have an extra step of authentication, or let's call the users, things that we're used to from our credit card companies. Again, bring this to the realm of something that we're used to in the Web 2 world, we're used to with our financial systems, but still not being something, but still being self-custodial. And the backup of the user share, and this is a really important one because I talked about the backup and the mnemonics and the experience of installing a wallet, the backup is much easier because the user only holds one share. So if I put it in my iCloud, it's OK, because even if someone gets into my iCloud and steals it, it's only one share and are unable to steal all of my money. OK, so what are the challenges? It seems simple. Take any paper out there that does key generation and signing, and you're finished. So there are a couple of a few very important things that we still need to do. The first is that in this form, as I described it now, it's not true self-custody. It's certainly not custody in the sense that Coinbase or the service provider cannot carry out a transaction without the user, but the user also can't carry out a transaction without the service provider. And that means that if there's a subpoena or it's a service provider that somehow disappears, the user can still be in trouble, and we want something which is full self-custody. That was what we started the entire talk with. The second thing is there's a lot more to build into an MPC wallet than just key generation and signing. So we want some level of proactive security. We want to refresh the key shares. We want HD key derivation because we don't want to have to back up at every key that I generate. That can be burdensome depending on what exactly we're doing. But we also have to make sure about things which we may not think in the beginning. What happens? OK, so we generate a key. There are two shares. Each side backs up their share. How do we know the backup is valid? Maybe the malicious attack is simply making the backup invalid. Now I've put a lot of money in that wallet, and I don't have any backup. If we're doing HD key derivation, how do I make sure that the inputs that are used in the key derivation procedure are actually those that are backed up? MPC makes sure that the process is secure, that whatever is input, only the output is revealed, but within itself, it doesn't prevent someone from using invalid input. So how do we draw that line between the backup through the HD key derivation and the signing? That's also something that has to be done. Okay, so what do we do in terms of the backup? I'll start by just talking, I'm going to talk mainly about the backup and the HD key derivation. So for the backup, and this is what we do in Coinbase WAS, which is Wallet as a Service, which was recently released. And it's a paradigm that we'll be using in many different products over time in Coinbase. So the first backup is what we call Coinbase-aided backup. And this is the backup that you would use almost always. And how does this work? The user simply holds a share of their key in their cloud storage. It could be in iCloud or Google Drive, or maybe if it's WAS is something like maybe Stanford will be a customer and they want to offer wallets to all their students and faculty. So maybe if Stanford was the WAS customer, then they would hold the user's backup for them. That's up to the deployment strategy. But it's only one share, and therefore it's not so sensitive, so this can be done automatically. We don't need to show these horrible warning signs to the user. Coinbase will hold the other share, and if you want to restore, you need to do some sort of strong authentication, like if you forgot your password for your bank or your exchange, and so on and so forth. And this is what you would use if your phone falls in the toilet or something else bad happens. You're able to recover using this very easy user experience, which actually feels just like an exchange or your bank or any other Web 2 scenario. But we also add a self-custody backup. And the self-custody backup is there to ensure that you don't have to rely on Coinbase at all. You may not want to use this. It's up to you. It's up to your risk appetite or the way you want to deploy this product. But this is something that you can use, and then you're not reliant on Coinbase for anything at any time. And how does it work? After you generate the key, so each side has a key share, Coinbase will encrypt their share under a public key belonging to the user. The user will encrypt their share under a public key belonging to them, and they will store both ciphertexts. Where is that public key? Of course, the security very much relies on that public key being protected. Maybe it's in the secure enclave on your phone. Maybe it's in a separate YubiKey. Maybe it's somewhere else, and depending maybe on the size of the wallet, you can go and change that. Importantly, full key is never revealed at any time. The user is not showed any mnemonic. So this also is something that happens automatically and has very, very good user experience. But if you want to get your funds, you don't rely on Coinbase for anything. So we're using the relationship between the service provider and the end user for ongoing, easy operations without taking away the full ownership of the user, and that's really the crux of what we're trying to do. Okay, what about other things? Let's talk a bit in the remaining time. I want to give some technical details about how we do the backup and also how we do HD derivation in a MPC-friendly way. So in terms of publicly verifiable backup, this is the problem I want to solve. I want to generate a ciphertext C related to a public key Q and with an encryption key PK so that anybody can efficiently verify that what's encrypted in that ciphertext is indeed the discrete log of Q, or what we would call the private key X. And if you use additively homomorphic encryption like Payer, it's actually very, very easy to do this. But we don't want to use a special encryption scheme. We actually want the public key to be for any scheme. And the reason is that we want to enable you to use a YubiKey or an HSM or your secure enclave or whatever you want. We don't want that to be limited, and that enables full flexibility in deployment of the scheme. So that's an important part of this. And yeah, OK. So just note that when we're doing this, it's actually going to be done separately for each share. So Coinbase will generate a publicly verifiable backup. The user will prepare a publicly verifiable backup. So here's an interactive proof with soundness 1/2. And it's very, very, very simple. So the prover has a secret X, will choose random X0, X1 that sum to X, and will compute Q0 and Q1. So the Q0 plus Q1 equal Q. And these are just the X0 times G and X1 times G. And it will then encrypt X0 and X1. And we'll send Q0, Q1, C0, C1 to the user, to the verifier. The verifier will send a random challenge asking to open either the first or the second ciphertext. And the prover will send an opening. And the verifier will check that indeed this encrypts the appropriate value. so that XBRB is indeed a correct opening of CB. Second, that QB is actually XB times G, so I'm sending the correct X0, X1 value. And also that Q is the sum of Q0 and Q1. Why does this suffice? So let's look at soundness. All you really need to do to understand soundness is realize that if you open both of these, if you're able to open both of these correctly, then indeed the correct value is encrypted. Why is that? Because if you can open both, then you have X0 and X1 that sum to X. And you know that they sum correctly via the verification that Q0 plus Q1 equals Q. Okay, so you have soundness 1/2. And zero knowledge is very simple. I encrypt garbage in one, I encrypt the correct value in the other, and then the check will pass if I already know the query. Okay, so very, very simple zero knowledge proof. We also want this to be publicly verifiable, so you run it in parallel 128 times and use Fiat Shamir, and you're done. There are optimizations in order to reduce bandwidth. We also have a new construction that uses polynomials and polynomial commitments, which has half the size and half the time. But in terms of understanding this can be done efficiently and very simply, yes, it can be. And the advantage of this is that you're not reliant on the either party being honest at the time of key generation in order to ensure that you have proper backup. All right, so even if my phone had malware on it during key gen, my key is not revealed, it's only one share, and we refresh that over time anyway. And if I start sending money to this address, to this wallet, I'm not in any danger of it being lost because I'm absolutely sure that the backup is valid because both sides will verify all the backups. And this method can be used also in other settings. If you're doing, you're using MPC in custody and you want to make sure that you can verify that your backups are always valid. You don't have to open them at any time. You can just do this on an ongoing basis and make sure that everything is backed up well. Okay, so that's the first thing. What about HD wallet? So this is what BIP32 looks like. I have some entropy seed. I then derive, using a pseudorandom function, I derive keys. And that way I can have many, many keys, even though I only have one secret. Currently, this uses mnemonics in most wallets. But as we said, we're going to use the key generated in MPC. But we need to be able to derive many keys. We don't want to have to go to backup all the time because depending on the backup scenario, that may be burdensome. Okay, so there are two types of derivation. There's hardened derivation, which is a pseudorandom function applied essentially to the seed or the parent private key. And normal derivation is like a public derivation from the public key. I don't want to talk about normal derivation. All I want to say is that it is completely orthogonal to the MPC. All we need to do is really do the hardened derivation. And the normal derivation can look exactly like BIP32. It doesn't matter even how we did the hardened derivation. So you continue using HMAC and the standard BIP32. So externally, the HD derivation will look exactly the same no matter what you're doing. Okay, so important to understand with BIP, there's BIP32, BIP39, BIP44. BIP39 takes a mnemonic and translates to a seed with thousands of HMAC iterations. I could complain for a long time here about how horrible I think that is. It certainly makes it impossible to do an MPC. It's also really doesn't make any sense, but BIP39 compliance with MPC is not something that's going to happen at any time. BIP32 is feasible. We built all the machinery to do it, but it is relatively expensive. And in the end, we chose not to do it. So we built all of the garbled circuit machinery and everything for input and output enforcement to do it. We decided not to because, firstly, it's indistinguishable. The only reason to make it BIP32 compliant is for a very easy export of a single seed rather than exporting each key, which you can do in any case. And the reason we didn't is because of scale. So we're thinking about building a wallet solution that will work for hundreds of millions, billions of users around the world, possibly in places with people with poor internet connections, weak devices, and we want things to be very, very simple, small upload, very concise, and doing BIP32 compliance doesn't meet that. So in the trade-off, it is exportable. You're able to export the keys and use them just like any other keys, but you're unable to interface in the standard way that other wallets do. And the best solution is for other wallets to do what we're doing, and then everyone will be compliant with everybody. Okay, so how do we do MPC-friendly HD derivation? We want something which will have an algebraic structure, so it'll be very simple. And I just want to mention we don't want to use a circuit-efficient hash because the security of those is less understood. So here's a very simple idea. Each party, Coinbase and the mobile, will hold a local pseudorandom function key, and you derive the new keys by simply applying your pseudorandom function to the previous secret to the path that defines the derivation, and then using that as the secret going into the next MPC for key generation and signing and so forth. Okay, very simple idea. What's the problem? The problem here is exactly what I talked about earlier. Nothing prevents a corrupted party, whether it's a mobile or server, from inputting and using a different PRF key. So yes, I started off with a certain PRF key. That's what I did for the first derivations. I backed up one PRF key, but now I'm using a different PRF. Sue me. You can't tell the difference anyway. It's, by definition, a pseudorandom function. It all looks the same. And now your backup is completely meaningless. You put millions of dollars in your wallet, your college fund, your pension fund, and now it's all gone because there was someone malicious on one of the sites. Okay, so the solution is to use a verifiable random function. Very, very natural idea. VRF is a pseudorandom function with a proof that I've given you the correct value. And there are very, very simple MPC-friendly VRFs like the DDH-based one that is well known. So how does this work? The parties, the Coinbase and the mobile, the service provider and the mobile will hold shares of what we call a root key, which is the root signing key. They'll also hold shares of a VRF key, some K1, K2, again, that's sum to K. And when you want to derive a new key, you apply the VRF via MPC to the path value and get delta. This delta is then added to the private key and added to the public key, delta times G added to the public key, and now you have a new key. And when you back up both X1, X2, and K1, K2, because K1, K2 is a DDH-based VRF, the exact same backup scheme that I showed you beforehand, publicly verifiable backup with that zero-knowledge proof, works in exactly the same way, so everything is backed up in a provable way. And the private shares are very, very simple. One party adds in the delta and the other doesn't. And it looks essentially like normal derivation, except that it's normal to the MPC parties. Externally, it's indistinguishable. That means it's not exactly hardened derivation like you have with BIP32. So for example, you can't delegate a key or export only some of the keys. That's OK for at least our application. And they're also linkable to the parties who know the delta. But the parties are MPC participants in a wallet. They know the public keys of the parties anyway. So unlinkability is not an issue in this application. And this gives you a very, very simple, efficient HD derivation scheme that also is easy to track back to the backup, publicly verifiable backup, secure HD derivation, and that links to the signing, and then we're sure that the entire path is all linked and correct. That's what I just said here. Yeah, you can't use any other value because it's all directed to the VRF. Okay, so in summary, how does an MPC wallet solve this dilemma that I talked about? It provides the user experience and security of an exchange while being self-custodial. Why? Well, it's self-custody because the service provider, or Coinbase in this case, cannot transact without the user. They don't have the key. But the user can single-handedly retrieve their key from the self-custodial backup. In terms of security, the user only holds one share on their mobile or on their device. And it's far less risky. If they're breached, you can't steal the key. The user has no mnemonics, so there's no social engineering worries. And the service provider can run fraud and risk analysis and policies just like in an exchange, so we get all of those benefits, security benefits. And it's even more secure than an exchange in the sense that even if you breach and took over the service provider's infrastructure, you're still unable to transact without the user. In terms of usability, the user's share is not as sensitive as an entire key, so it can be backed up automatically. We don't have to give them these horrible warnings and scare them out of their wits before they install a wallet. They never see a mnemonic, so they don't have to worry about writing it down. They don't even hear about it. It's an automatic, transparent process. And if they do lose their phone, unlikely they'll lose their phone and their cloud. If they do lose their phone, they can do a password reset just like they're used to in the regular way that they work. And therefore, this feels to them like a very natural user experience, which is exactly what we're looking for. So that's the argument that MPC can solve one of the hardest problems with bringing wallets to the masses, which is, yes, self-custody, but great usability and great security. We've written a white paper that goes through, gives all of this information and much, much more about everything that we're doing there. So happy for you to read it and adopt it, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Yehuda. Questions? So until people with questions line up, I have a quick question. So for self-custody, I see part of that being that I want to hold my key and not anyone can censor it. In this case, like a third party like Coinbase can still censor or block my access to my wallet, right? Have you guys thought about like expanding it to a threshold model with multiple,
So
entities?
Coinbase cannot, because if they block me, then I can access the key via the self-custody backup. And the idea is that you're not expecting this to happen. This is not something that, it's important to make sure that we can deal with edge cases, but it doesn't mean that our regular flow needs to be that of an edge case. The edge case is, yes, maybe this, the service provider disappears or there's a subpoena, but on an ongoing basis, that's not the case. And if Coinbase refuses to allow you to access your keys, that's fine. Take your self-custody backup, export the keys to MetaMask, and now you're fine.
Makes sense. Rarely happens. So maybe one question.
Sure. It's a question about like necessity of this technology from the point of view if most blockchains are going towards abstracted accounts, why do we need this kind of MPC when you can achieve most of this functionality with abstract account functionality?
So I personally see these technologies as orthogonal. MPC is about protecting secrets. So you go to account abstraction, but how do you access the account? How do you issue a transaction? You need to authenticate to that account. You need to hold a secret key that you need to protect, and you need to back up. If you don't back up your key for your account abstraction, for your smart contract wallet, then you're going to lose your funds as well. So think about the MPC as being the secret that you need to access the account, access the wallet, and transact, and now you want to have all of these mechanisms around in the same way.
Just quickly in response, so I can generate many keys with abstracted accounts. So I could have a key generated on my phone, I could generate a key with a YubiKey, I could have a ledger device, and any one of those I could now lose. So again, your secrets are now more disposable in an abstracted account world versus in the MPC world.
Yes, you can, but I argue that hardware like a Ledger Wallet, which is an excellent solution, is something which is going to be much more challenging to bring to the masses. And the masses is not the people in this world or the people really excited about crypto. It's about the billions of other people out there who want to access this technology, and asking them to hold hardware wallets is a challenge. Secure enclaves on phones are a very good solution. Does every phone, not every phone is an iPhone 13, 14, 15 with a high-end secure enclave. How much can we rely on that? We want to enable things to be robust. Again, I see these as orthogonal. I see these as sometimes it's fine what you're proposing, and other times it's not. Account abstraction also has its own trade-offs. Smart contracts also have their own security concerns. This enables, I believe, in an enriched landscape. I want hardware, I want multi-sig, I want MPC, I want account abstraction, and then we're able to service everybody based on what their needs and what the suited application is.
Thank you.
So one question from the other side.
Yeah, how does this product work within regulatory requirements? Like, for example, what if an agency asks you to freeze an account? How would this work?
So we can freeze your account. I'm happy to freeze your account. Go ahead, take your keys. I froze your account. You don't care if I freeze your account. That's the whole point. The whole point is that you have access to your keys on your backup. The service provider can freeze your account, but it doesn't impact you in any way, shape, or form.
Wait, so you can freeze the account? Wouldn't you need to?
No, if I freeze your account, I refuse to cooperate. I refuse to collaborate with you. When you try to authenticate to me, I say, sorry, account frozen. You now go to your wallet, you press export self-custody backup to MetaMask. You now have a MetaMask and you can transact.
Wouldn't this be an issue with the regulators that would be asking you to freeze
Regulators have no problem with MetaMask. Regulators have no problem with self-custody wallets. No, there is no problem with the regulator in that. Okay. Although I'm not a lawyer, and this is not legal advice.
So we have time for one or more, two more questions. If you can go.
So yeah, the first, just a point of clarification. I think I heard that this isn't live, like in production in the wallet as a service product. Cool. And that an early slide which listed like corruptions we should worry about, like had some good stuff, but I noticed that it omitted the potential corruption of the crypto system designer. And so I'm curious, like, what sort of peer review the crypto got before it was rolled out into production.
Yeah, so I think the crypto system designer, I mean, I guess you're talking about corruption of the code, corruption of me writing the protocol. So this is the standard practices for having external audits. We audit within our team. We have a separate security team in Coinbase, and we have a separate external auditors to take that entire track across. We have a lot of controls around our source code. In the long term, eventually, if you're thinking about very long-term vision, it would be very nice to have separate software stacks where maybe the user side is actually developed by somebody else. This is where we can go in the future. What I want to argue here is that the technology here is the right technology that enables all of that flexibility. So yes.
Thank you. Since we ran out of time, we'll switch to the next talk. Thank you so much, Yehuda. Let's thank him one more time. So our next presentation is going to be by Alain Tomesco. He's a research scientist at Aptos Labs, and he's working on cryptography there. His talk is going to be about auditable privacy.
Is it working? Stand by. It's my motorcycle. Oh, mirror it. Okay. Display settings, right? And sorry, it's not here. Is it here? Mirror. Great. Awesome. All right. Can everyone hear me? So my name is Alain. I'm a research scientist at Aptos Labs. And today I want to tell you about our work on sensibly anonymous payments without ZK snarks. This is joint work with a bunch of my collaborators from VMware Research, Aditya Bhatt, Benny Applebaum, Itai Avram, Guy Guetta, Benny Pincas, and Avishai Anai. So if I only had one slide for this talk, here's what I would put in it. UTT offers a couple of things. First of all, UTT takes a stance on anonymity and limits it via the so-called idea of anonymity budgets as originally proposed by Sander and Tashma in 1999. So what does this mean? This means that just like in normal systems like Zcash, your transaction does hide the sender, the recipient, and the amount, but only for the first, let's say, $10,000 you send per month. Past that amount, if you want your transaction to stay anonymous, you have to clear it with an auditor. So it's a way of limiting your privacy in order to create some accountability. Second, UTT is a decentralized system. So we actually implemented it in a BFT code base, specifically in VMware's Concord BFT code base. And the Bank of Israel did a CBDC prototype on top of this Concord BFT prototype. And if you want, you can implement UTT in a permissionless BFT, like a proof-of-stake blockchain, but there will be some performance implications. I would also argue that UTT is user-friendly. So if you want to make a payment in UTT, you can just send the money to an email address or a phone number. You don't have to use a clunky 32-byte address, which is very easy to mistype. And you can even send payments to users who haven't registered in the system yet with their phone or email address. And last, UTT offers good performance. So if you want to sign a transaction, that takes 60 milliseconds. To verify a transaction is 34, and the transaction size is 14 kilobytes. So if you compare these numbers to a system like Zcash Orchard, our transaction signing is much faster, our verification is 3 times slower, and our transaction size is 5 kilobytes larger. And while these numbers can be improved, even if they cannot be improved, UTT is very amenable to horizontal scaling via sharding. So we achieve 11,000 transactions per second at half a second latency using a Byzantine consistent broadcast technique for those of you who are familiar with that. And lastly, we achieve all of this without using general purpose ZK snarks from very simple cryptographic building blocks. So why might you care about this work? I think if you're an academic, there's a couple of reasons. So you might be familiar with the Chaumian Mcache line of work. And in that sense, UTT is a new framework for doing Chaumian Mcache. And unlike Chaumian Mcache, UTT has denominations for the coins. You can have $5 coins, $10 coins. Instead of using blind signatures as a way to do Chaumian Mcache, UTT uses re-randomizable signatures, which are much more powerful, as I'll argue later. And of course, UTT has this idea of anonymity budgets that I mentioned earlier. And we have a security proof using a novel MPC framework for reactive functionalities that some of you might find interesting. If you work in industry, then you might like the idea of privacy with limits because of regulatory compliance reasons or because you want to prevent abuse in your system. And you might also like the idea of your users not making mistakes by paying to a phone number. And your users easily recovering their key after losing it because, as I'll show you later, UTT uses MPC-like ideas. And of course, UTT, I argue, is simpler to implement and optimize than ZK snark-based systems because you don't have to do circuit designs, you don't have to pay thousands of dollars to your auditors to audit your circuit design. And it's very efficient to implement in permission BFT systems. It synergizes very well in that setting. OK, so for the rest of the talk, we'll go over the system overview, the cryptographic preliminaries, and the cryptographic design. So at a high level, there are 3 decentralized actors in UTT. So here I have a user, Alice, and she interacts with a ledger, much like in any blockchain system that you're familiar with. She can send an anonymous transaction here, but only if she has enough anonymity budget. If she runs out of budget, she can ask for more from the auditor at the end of the month. And also, if it's not the end of the month yet, she can send her anonymous transactions to the auditor, revealing the details or some of the details and getting a clearance. But of course, these 2 ideas don't really work. They don't mesh together because if I'm a malicious user, I can start many separate accounts and get unlimited anonymity budget. So for that, to prevent that Sybil attack, we need a registration authority. And this is where Alice goes and registers and gets a valid proof that she's a valid, let's say, human being. All right, so that's the system overview. Next, we're going to go into cryptographic preliminaries. This is going to get a little bit technical. Put your seatbelt on. The first ingredient that we use is Peterson commitments. So some of you might be familiar with this. For those of you that are not, imagine I have a vector of messages, and I put it in a sealed envelope. That's the metaphor for a commitment. So there's this commitment algorithm that takes the message and some blinding factor R and creates a sealed envelope CM. And the property of the sealed envelope is that it's hiding, meaning it hides what I put in the envelope, and it's binding, meaning that once I gave you the envelope, I cannot change my mind about what is in it. And unlike sealed envelopes that you're all familiar with, these envelopes are a little bit magical, so you can re-randomize an envelope by adding some extra blinding factor here, delta R, and you can get a new envelope using randomness R plus delta R. And the nice thing about these re-randomizable commitments is that the new commitment that I re-randomized and the old one cannot be linked together. In other words, if I gave you a sealed envelope and you re-randomized it and you gave it back to me, I wouldn't be able to tell if this is the same envelope I gave to you earlier. And this will be very important for anonymity. And another property these commitments have, which is a little bit mathematical, is homomorphism. So if I have 2 commitments to 2 different messages, m and m prime, I can multiply them together and get a commitment to the sum of m and m prime. And this commitment will use the sum of the randomness. The second ingredient is a re-randomizable signature scheme, which was originally proposed by Poincheval and Sanders in 2016. For the academics in the audience, I really recommend reading this paper. This is a beautiful paper and a beautiful signature scheme, very, very versatile. And unlike every other signature scheme out there, you generate a secret key and a public key or a verification key, and you can sign a message, but in the case of re-randomizable signatures, what you can actually sign are commitments to messages, not the messages themselves. So suppose I have a commitment, I can sign it using the secret key, and I'll add some blinding factor U in there. And even better, suppose I have a re-randomized commitment that I have signed in the past, I can actually re-randomize the signature on that commitment by putting in the same blinding factor that I put in the commitment re-randomization and some extra blinding factor for the signature itself. And then I'll get a signature on the re-randomized commitment. So this is, again, really nice from a privacy perspective, because if I gave you a commitment and a signature, and then you re-randomized both and you gave them back to me, I wouldn't be able to tell if this is the same commitment that I gave you initially with the same signature. And as you'll see, we're going to leverage this idea because our coins will be commitments that will be signed by the ledger. And when the ledger gives me a commitment, I can re-randomize it locally and present it later when I spend that coin. And the ledger won't be able to tell who I am as a result. The third ingredient is that we take this re-randomizable signature and we thresholdize it. This is a particular variant of Pointcheval Sanders proposed in the Coconut paper by Sonino et al. And what is a threshold signature at a high level? Some of you might be very familiar with this. In a threshold signature scheme, I take the secret key of the signature scheme and I split it amongst a bunch of servers such that any subset of T servers can reconstruct the signature, but no less can. And here in this example, I have 4 servers, with one of them being malicious. Any 2 servers can collaborate to sign a commitment, and together they can output the signature on that commitment. OK. And of course, there's more ingredients, but we don't have enough time. We use very simple zero-knowledge Sigma protocols. We use key private identity-based encryption, verifiable random functions, zero-knowledge range proofs, and Byzantine consistent broadcast for sharding. All right, so this gets us into the technical meat of the talk, the actual cryptographic design. There won't be any math in this talk. There'll be just high-level black box usage of the cryptographic primitives. If you want some math, come talk to me after. So let's see how registration works in the system at a very high level. Suppose I'm a user, Alice, and I want to register with this registration authority. The authority will have a Pointcheval Sanders key pair. And it'll also have an identity-based encryption key pair for those of you who are familiar. If you're not familiar, don't worry about it. And now suppose this user has an ID, like a Coinbase ID, where Coinbase has already done enough work to verify that this is a human being. The user can present that ID to the registration authority, engage in some fancy schmancy cryptographic protocol that we won't talk about. And at the end of this protocol, what Alice will get is a couple of secrets. One secret will be an IBE decryption key associated with her Coinbase ID. Another one will be a PRF secret S, and then a blinding factor A for a commitment. And the other thing Alice will get is her actual anonymous credential of having succeeded in this protocol. This will consist of a registration commitment, which is a commitment to Alice's identity and her PRF secret, and a signature on this commitment, a re-randomizable signature. And this is what Alice will present in every transaction as proof that she is a valid user that can transact. OK, so now that we know how you register, let's see what is a coin in our system and how you spend the coin. So a coin has a couple of secrets. It has an owner identifier, so alice.cb.id, like I showed you earlier. It has a coin value. It has a serial number and a blinding factor R. These are the coin secrets that nobody should learn except Alice, the owner of the coin. And there's a public component of a coin. There's a coin commitment, which commits to Alice's identity, the serial number of the coin, and the value using the blinding factor R, and a signature on this coin from the ledger. This is a re-randomizable signature. And this actually is what an anonymous coin is in our system, this tuple of a commitment and a signature that is re-randomizable, like I told you earlier, in the sense that Alice can pick some extra blinding factor, toss it in there, and get a new commitment and a new signature that is unlinkable from the previous pair. And not only the coins are re-randomizable, so are the registration credentials. They're just a commitment and a signature, like the original coins. So everything is randomizable, and we're going to leverage these ideas when spending the coins in the transaction, as I'm about to show you. So if you want to transfer your coin to Bob, and let's say Bob has identity B, what do? Well, first you present your re-randomized anonymous credential. That's a typo over there. And then you present oh, that's not a typo, sorry. First you present the anonymous coin, which you have re-randomized, and second you present the anonymous credential. And then you add in some proofs and some ciphertexts. So the first part of the proof will be a nullifier, which is a PRF under Alice's secret S, computed over the serial number of the coin. And this is what we will use as the double spending prevention to prevent Alice from using the same commitment signature pair multiple times in different transactions. If Alice were to do such a thing, all of these transactions would have to reveal the same nullifier, and we are going to keep track of all of the spent nullifiers to prevent that. The second thing is a commitment to the identity of the receiver of the coin and the value that they are receiving. So in this case, Bob's identity and value B, which should equal value A. And the third component is a ciphertext encrypting the value and the randomness for this IVCM commitment for Bob using identity-based encryption. So you can see in there that I am using the master public key IPK of the IBE system with Bob's identity, for those of you who are familiar. If you're not familiar, I can just encrypt if I know your email address. That's all you need to know. And lastly, there's a Sigma protocol proof pi, which argues that these things here have been computed correctly so that the serial number, for example, used when deriving the nullifier is indeed the same serial number in the coin commitment. The PRF secret is the same as in the registration commitment. And the IVCM commitment sends the same value as in the original coin. And that defines a transaction. And when the ledger sees this transaction, it can verify it as follows. First, it checks that the registration commitment and the coin commitments are signed using Poincheval-Sanders. Then it checks that this nullifier is not in the list of spent nullifiers to prevent double spends. Then it checks the Sigma protocol proof, which also acts as an implicit transaction signature because knowledge of the PRF secret S is needed in order to create the Sigma protocol proof. And then once the bank has done this, it knows the transaction is valid, and it can derive the serial number pseudo-randomly from the transaction history. And also, it can derive a coin commitment for Bob by homomorphically combining this IVCM from the transaction with a dummy commitment to the derived serial number. And this yields a commitment to Bob's coin. And lastly, it'll sign this commitment, and now we have a tuple. We have a coin commitment for Bob and a signature on that commitment that the bank leaves on the ledger for Bob to pick up. Right, so this will be Bob's anonymous coin. And what Bob will do is he'll take this coin, re-randomize it, and spend it later using the same protocol I just showed you. And of course, Bob will have a couple of coin secrets here, his coin value here, his serial number, which he can pick up from the transaction history as well, because it's derived pseudo-randomly, and the blinding factor RB, which he can decrypt from the ciphertext, together with val B, I should say. All right, so this takes care of transferring one coin fully to Bob, but what if I want to transfer a coin to Bob and also get some change, right? How do I do that? We have to slightly change the transaction format for that. So what we will do is instead of having just one IVCM for the recipient, we'll have two of them. One of them will be for Bob as before, and another one will be for Alice. And then we'll also have a ciphertext for Alice too, encrypting the value that she gets back as change and the randomness. And now the transaction has to prove a couple of extra things, right? So it has to prove that the value A plus value B is equal to the original spent value in the commitment. And you can do this with zero-knowledge range proofs and by leveraging the Peterson homomorphism very efficiently. This has been done in a bunch of previous work on anonymous payments. And lastly, you have to adjust the Sigma protocol proof pi. In particular, you have to prove that I actually don't even remember why that's needed for right now. There's some adjustments there. OK, so now the third part, which was kind of what we started with in the beginning of the talk, was sensible anonymity. So we want anonymity, but anonymity within reason. How do we do that? We limit how much you can spend anonymously based on an anonymity budget. And the way we implement that is by having the auditor entity that we discussed earlier issue anonymous budget coins. So unlike normal coins, budget coins have an expiration date, as you can see here, and they're signed by the auditor, just like normal coins. And you put this in your transaction when you want to spend accountably, and you add some extra output there in the transaction for the budget coin change, because you might have more budget than you're spending coins, and you need to get back some budget coin change. And now you have to adjust the transaction to prove a couple of extra things. First, that the date in the budget coin is not past the current date. Second, that you have more budget than you're giving coins to the recipient, Bob. And third, that you've given yourself the correct budget coin change. And adjusting the Sigma protocol proof pi in a way I don't remember. OK, so that basically takes me to the end of my talk. What are some key takeaways that you can take from this? So one key takeaway is that you can prevent abuse and surveillance using anonymity budgets, and you can do this efficiently. You don't have to use complicated ZK-SNARK proof systems. A second key takeaway is the power of re-randomization. So you can have coins as re-randomizable signed commitments, and this results in a very simple protocol that is very easy to implement. And last, the power of threshold cryptography. You can pay to a phone number using a threshold issuance identity-based encryption protocol, and you can even allow your users to recover their secret key if they lost it. But of course, I should say all of this comes at a cost, in case this wasn't clear yet. We have to have a shared secret amongst the blockchain validators. This requires, in a proof-of-stake setting, solving a weighted secret sharing problem and a distributed key generation problem. So there are overheads. There's a price to pay in permissionless systems. And in BFT systems, doing a DKG can be in permission BFT systems where you have N servers, it's very easy to do DKGs, so the cost there is much lower. I didn't have time to tell you how we scale our system via horizontal scaling with Byzantine consistent broadcast. And there's also a lot to be said about revoking stolen registration credentials, like your PRF secret S and your decryption key, IB decryption key. And there's a bunch of future work that we could do here. One thing that we could do is, because we have the shared secret amongst the blockchain validators, we're in big trouble if the secret is ever compromised, because new coins could be created out of thin air, and we would never find out about it. There would be no way to know. Every coin appears as a valid coin, verifies with a valid signature on it. So to prevent these attacks, one approach that we're thinking of investigating is to make coin issuance transparent, keep a log of issued coins, so as to prevent abuse when the secret key is stolen. And if we were to do this, each transaction would have to prove that they're spending a coin that has been logged in this transparent log. There's a bunch of speedups that we can apply, which we haven't investigated. We can use batch range proofs. We can use better Sigma protocols from compressed Sigma protocol theory. We can just generally apply batch verification, multi-exponentiations, multi-pairings in our protocol, which we haven't done an excellent job at in our current implementation. And another thing that we can investigate are budget exemptions. So for example, when you go to a pharmacy or a drugstore, you want to perhaps not have to waste your anonymity budget. Every time you buy some drug, you should not have to be, you should be anonymous for free. And if you add enough math, I'll leave you here with a gem I found recently. Thank you so much. I would love some questions.
Thank you, Alain. So maybe we get one question.
Thanks for the great talk, Alain. I have a couple of questions on the budget, right? Do you think it makes sense in some cases to have a private budget? And then could your scheme be extended to do that? And also generally curious on what you think are some other good functions that auditors might want to compute on such systems other than just like a budget.
Good. So two questions, private budget and other accountability mechanisms. So a private, can you say more there? Like how would a private budget work?
Yeah, so in this scheme, my understanding from the talk is that whatever budget a user gets, they know what the budget is. Say it's $10,000.
Sure, yeah.
It's $10,000, but
yeah,
it could make sense perhaps in certain systems for the user to not know that, and could your scheme be extended to that?
Yeah, that's fascinating to ponder. I guess you could do it. It would be more involved, because since you don't know the budget, you cannot spend the coin because you cannot open the commitment. But you could be aided by the auditor when spending with some interaction. Yeah, I guess you could do it. I'd be curious to hear maybe offline about the implications of this. Yeah. And the second, more accountability mechanisms, I guess it would be nice to have receiving limits. It was very efficient to implement spending limits. Receiving limits appeared a bit trickier, but I think we made some progress with that too. Because sometimes having unlimited receiving power is not good either. Think of ransomware. You do want to limit the amount an attacker receives anonymously as well for ransomware, right? And there is some work that investigates receiving limits. Platypus, if you want to look it up, they use ZK snarks, however. And there's probably a million things that can be done there. In my mind, the idea is to do something simple that is reasonable and easy to understand for everybody and offers a good trade-off between privacy and accountability.
Thanks.
Thank you. So one question from this side.
This one is on thresholding. So we were talking about signing using a thresholding scheme where we are going to split the signature into a number of shares so that at least the minimum number of people is at least T, right? Now, how are you implementing these? Are you using, for example, Shamir's scheme, or are you using some information theoretic secure schemes? Or
yes, we are using Shamir secret sharing. So you're talking about this picture right here. Yeah, we're using Shamir secret sharing. Just any linear secret sharing scheme will work in general, but yes, we're using Shamir. And the work done by Sonino et al. Here helps us use any linear secret sharing scheme to do threshold Pointcheval. And it was quite cool for us when we discovered this paper because we initially thought Pointcheval-Sanders does not admit an efficient threshold signing protocol. We thought it was like Schnorr where you need to do a DKG per signature, but it turns out that you can, and we're leveraging that result. Yeah.
Thank you. Next question.
So I think you said for unlinkable signatures that you're using some aspect of like the Peterson commitment properties.
Yeah.
And in a different project, I've been trying to learn about BBS plus signatures, which are sometimes used for unlinkability. How do you like, what features do you see those providing and like trade-offs? Because I have no idea. I'm just trying to learn.
I don't know. There's BBS. There's BBS plus. I always forget the differences. And I think you could use BBS. So BBS is one of these schemes that admits efficient zero-knowledge protocol. So you could probably use that too. I don't know if they're re-randomizable.
I've never seen that word before, so maybe that's the trade-off.
And you don't need a re-randomizable signature. It's just for some reason I love the aesthetic appeal of getting a commitment, a signature, and then tumbling it down, turning it into something completely indistinguishable, and then doing a Sigma protocol on it to spend it. It's just very, very appealing to me. It's very simple. But you could use any signature scheme with a zero-knowledge friendly a feature where you could do a proof of knowledge of a signature on a commitment and open that commitment. And I believe, I'd have to look, but I think BBS or one of those schemes worked with commitments. Dan can confirm or deny. Yeah. But there's other signatures, like there's CL, there's BBS, there's other signatures you can use. We just loved Pointcheval-Sanders. Yeah.
Thank you.
Next question.
Hello, my question is regarding certain compliance requirements. So suppose I only want to receive funds from certain trusted parties and not from everybody. Is that possible within the system? I'm assuming the registration authority can definitely do something about that. But
what are you assuming, sorry?
The registration authority in the system, I think that would certainly be a good place to do that, but I was wondering what you thought about that.
So if you want to limit who you receive funds from, that'll, everything's possible. Cryptography is magical. Anything that you think is impossible, you can probably do it with cryptography as a rule of thumb. But if you wanted to limit who sends you coins, you would need a way for the ledger, for the blockchain validators to deny list senders for you. So you would need some sort of a deny list associated with your identity, and then each sender would need to prove non-membership of their identity in this deny list associated with your identity, but that's kind of tricky, because when the validators look up your identity, they learn who you are to get the deny list. So off the top of my head, I can't think of an efficient way of doing it, but I'm sure we can work something maybe. We can talk offline.
Okay, thanks.
So one last question.
I actually had two, but I'll see what I can do. One is on the null list you're talking about. That during verification, you want to make sure that you have this nullifier list and nullif is not in the nullifier list. So how do you manage this list? So this will have to be shared between the prover and the verifier. How is that shared? Is it passed on the blockchain?
Oh, the nullifier list is the blockchain. Okay. Yeah. So Zcash, for example, has a nullifier list.
Okay. Yeah. And you had mentioned one more thing towards the end of the presentation, wherein you want to find out about this coin going from one person to another person to another person, and you want to have a list of people. What happens, have we thought about what happens if the list of people becomes unusually large, and how are you going to manage maintaining such a list in this case?
Not sure I follow the question. So transferring a coin from Alice to Bob, Bob to Carl, Carl to Dan,
yes,
it doesn't matter. You have a coin, you nullify it. Bob gets a new coin minted by the ledger. It's a new coin with a new signature, right? That gets nullified when Bob spends it. So each transaction appends one coin to the nullifier. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Oh,
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So let's thank Alain one more time. Thank you.
Thank you, Madi.
Now, next talk is going to be by Josh Beal. He's a close to second-year PhD student at Yale University, and he's being supervised by Ben Fish.
Thank you. No problem.
Great. All right, hi everyone, my name is Josh, and today I'll be presenting Derecho. This is joint work with Ben Fish. And for this talk, I'll start with some background on privacy pools, such as Tornado Cash, and discuss some of the legal challenges that these systems have faced. I'll then present our design for Derecho, a technical solution to these challenges that fits into current regulatory frameworks, and it has the potential to mitigate illicit activity without removing users' ability to transact privately. So first, let's just remind ourselves why privacy is important for blockchain applications. Suppose Alice wants to receive her salary in units of a stablecoin, such as USDC. So this enables her to spend her salary using fast transactions that are secured by a global distributed ledger, such as Ethereum. But if she receives the salary in a system without transaction privacy, anyone in the world can see the amount of her current salary, and her employer can see exactly how her salary is spent. So this problem is often solved by using privacy pools. A privacy pool allows a user to deposit amounts of cryptocurrency into a smart contract and later withdraw units of cryptocurrency without linkage to the user's prior deposits. So a good example of this system is Tornado Cash, which is deployed on the Ethereum blockchain, but the system can be implemented on any blockchain that supports smart contracts. So at a high level, the privacy pool contract works as follows. The user gets a receipt for each deposit into the privacy pool, and this receipt is required for withdrawal of funds. And rather than revealing the receipt in the clear, the user can produce a zero-knowledge proof that the user has the receipt. And to realize the system, the receipt is represented as a cryptographic commitment and stored in a Merkle tree. And instead of revealing the receipt, the user reveals a nullifier based on the opening of the commitment and proves knowledge of the path of the commitment in the Merkle tree. And the contract tracks the set of revealed nullifiers to prevent double spending. So to make sure these ideas are clear, we can use the Tornado Cash smart contract as an example, and this example will be somewhat simplified to focus on the key ideas. So first, let's see how deposits work. Suppose Bob wants to deposit 1 ETH into the Tornado Cash privacy pool. So Bob generates a note consisting of random values K and R, and a coin commitment is generated from the hash of the concatenation of these two values. So Bob then sends this commitment and 1 ETH to the smart contract, which inserts the commitment into the Merkle tree. And Bob keeps this note secret and stores it for usage during withdrawal from the pool. And then in order to withdraw funds, Bob needs to compute the nullifier for the note, which is just the hash of K. Bob sends the nullifier a zero-knowledge proof pi, which we'll discuss shortly, and then a withdrawal address A. And then the contract checks that the nullifier has not been spent, and it verifies the proofs. And if these checks pass, the contract adds the nullifier to the nullifier set and sends 1 ETH to the address A. So Tornado Cash is based on zero-knowledge proofs, and the zero-knowledge proof for withdrawal attests that Bob knows a note that yields the given commitment and nullifier, as shown in parts 1 and 2 of the statement. It also tests that the commitment was added to the Merkle tree by verifying the path for the given root and commitment. And so the root of the tree, the nullifier, and the address are the public inputs to the proof, while the note, the commitment, and the Merkle path are the private inputs. And this proof is zero knowledge because the proof does not reveal anything about the private inputs. So many privacy pools additionally support anonymous transfer functionality, so it's not necessary to withdraw funds right away. And in this case, the user can transfer assets within the pool to new owners. And some examples of these privacy pools include Zcash, Tornado Nova, Cape, Penumbra, and Namada. So in general, privacy can be a double-edged sword. While it's a core feature that's necessary for a financial system, it can be misused by criminals to hide what they're doing. And in fact, Tornado Cash has been misused in such a manner. In March 2022, the Lazarus Group hacked the Ronin Bridge contract and used Tornado Cash to obscure the origin of $455 million in stolen funds. So as a result, privacy pools have attracted the attention of regulators. Around a year ago, the US Treasury Department sanctioned the Tornado Cash contract. And in just the last week, US prosecutors charged the Tornado Cash founders with money laundering and sanctions violations. So it's clear that the status quo of blockchain privacy has some major problems. Users often rely on these shielded asset pools to achieve transaction privacy, but this illicit flow into the pool is publicly visible and can soil the pool for everyone, and eventually the pool may get sanctioned such that the entire flow of currency to and from the mixer is frozen. So this leads to high collateral damage to innocent users. And overall, this suggests that we need better compliance tools for these privacy pools to remain viable in the long term. So in practice, there are multiple service providers such as Chainalysis and TRM Labs that provide risk score assessments for addresses on Ethereum. And these risk scores are based on a complex set of factors, and they also account for common tactics, such as sweeping funds to a freshly generated account. And our solution is based on a binary risk score, which is implemented as an allow list in our system, but it can easily be generalized to handle fine-grained risk scores. And financial institutions today already rely on these service providers to make decisions about which funds to accept or reject. And our solution essentially gives users the power to carry forward their low risk score when using privacy pools on Ethereum. And importantly, this is a fully optional disclosure mechanism. Users may always choose not to generate such disclosures, even if it may be economically rational for them to do so. So in this context, there are several potential solutions that we can consider for balancing privacy and regulatory compliance. The first is deposit filtering. So rather than allowing anyone to deposit into the pool could instead restrict deposits to accounts on a specific allow list. But this relies on a centralized choice of allow list. The second is withdrawal filtering. The pool could require a zero-knowledge membership proof for a specific allow list upon withdrawal of funds from the pool. But again, this still has the problem of a centralized allow list, but it does enable us to update the allow list after a bad actor deposits into the pool, which thereby prevents the bad actor from withdrawing funds. The third potential solution is viewing keys. The pool could allow some designated auditor to decrypt the details of withdrawal transactions, but as you might guess, the solution also has problems. The auditor's key pair can easily be leaked or lost, and the privacy guarantees of the system are weakened through the auditor's access to the details of these transactions. And then the fourth potential solution is allow list fields. So the pool could create an allow list field in the note for each coin, and then the zero knowledge proofs could enforce the consistency of the allow list fields during transfers in the pool and withdrawals from the pool. But if we want to support an unbounded number of allow lists with this approach, we would either need to let the allow list field have unbounded size, or we would need to restrict the size and make use of an additional on-chain Merkle tree to manage this. And this would increase the transaction costs for users of the privacy pool, and furthermore, it would not be backwards compatible with the design of existing pools. So in reviewing these solutions, we've identified a few problems. The first is that allow lists are expected to vary by jurisdiction. The second is that posting membership proofs on-chain weakens the privacy guarantees, in addition to increasing the costs of using the smart contract. And then the third is that combining membership proofs and in-pool transfers is difficult. So for this work, we aim to answer the following questions. One, can we support multiple allow lists in a single privacy pool with in-pool transfers? And two, can we keep membership proofs off-chain and delegate verification to the recipient of funds? So these questions led us to design Derecho, which is a system based on proof-carrying disclosures. And Derecho is a disclosure system that uses proof-carrying data to create allow list membership proofs. And these proofs are carried through the private transaction graph and sent directly to the recipient of funds for verification. So as a result, the system does not rely on a single allow list or a trusted auditor. And furthermore, since the membership proofs are not posted on-chain, there's no increases to the gas costs or required changes to the privacy pool. So to discuss proof-carrying data, which is the foundation of the system, we first need to discuss incrementally verifiable computation, known as IVC. And IVC enables incrementally updating a proof of a computation's correctness as the computation evolves. And each proof attests the correctness of the computation up until the current point. And then the cost to produce the next proof at the ith iteration should be much cheaper than proving from scratch, which means that the cost should be independent of the computation's depth. And proof-carrying data, known as PCD, generalizes IVC from sequential computations to computations that are based on a directed acyclic graph. And then for our application, this enables membership proofs for transactions with multiple inputs and outputs. So there's been several proposed applications of PCD, both in the blockchain setting and more broadly. So IVC, which is a special case of PCD, can be used to construct verifiable delay functions, zero-knowledge virtual machines, known as ZKVMs, and append-only dictionaries. And PCD is also useful for establishing the provenance of images. So this lets us prove the authenticity of photos, even after they've been edited according to some permissible set of transformations, such as cropping, rotation, scaling, etc. In this work, we're using PCD to establish the provenance of funds in a blockchain setting, which brings along its own unique set of challenges. So with this background in mind, we can now talk about the high-level ideas of our construction. So Derecho is a disclosure system that, again, is compatible with the design of existing privacy pools, and this disclosure system works as follows. So in general, each transfer output has allow list membership proofs, and users generate these membership proofs for the outputs of their initial transfer within the privacy pool. And then for subsequent transfers, users can generate new membership proofs that attest the validity of previous membership proofs. And then users can share these newly generated membership proofs with the recipients of funds for the given transfer operation. And then at any time, for an asset still in the pool or upon withdrawal, users can disclose allow list membership off-chain. So now we can take a look at an example of how the disclosure system works. So suppose that Bob deposits 200 USDC into a privacy pool. So this deposit creates an initial record CM0, which is owned by his shielded address. So then suppose that Bob then sends 100 USDC to another address that he controls. So this results in two output records. The first record, CM1, is owned by the new address. And then the second record, CM2, is owned by his old address. And this is just the change of the transaction. And then Bob reveals a nullifier, null0, corresponding to the spent record. And then each transaction output has a corresponding membership proof that's generated as a result of this initial transfer within the privacy pool. And then each proof pi is verifiable with respect to this public message or input xi. And Bob can then spend these two records to send 200 USDC to Alice. So this results in a new membership proof pi3 that attests the validity of the two membership proofs prior, pi and pi2, along with the validity of the transfer details. And then finally, Alice can complete a withdrawal from the pool. This results in a new proof pi4, which attests the validity of pi3 and the validity of the withdrawal details. And then this proof pi4, along with its message x4, can be presented to another party, such as a cryptocurrency exchange. And this party can use the disclosure to verify the allow list membership of the funds. So there are a couple of technical challenges that we encountered in realizing this high-level design. The first is ensuring output record validity. So the challenge here is that producing a membership proof for the initial deposit is relatively straightforward, since all of the details of the deposit are public, are part of the blockchain. But producing membership proofs for the output records of transactions within the pool is more subtle. And the reason is that neither the output record nor the transaction log contains these explicit references linking the record to the transaction inputs. And instead, the output record is linked to the nullifiers for each input record. And we need this to maintain transaction privacy. But as a result, the zero-knowledge membership proof, it needs to repeat the logic of the transfer proof. And in particular, the prover must prove knowledge of an input record CM given by the hash of k and r, such that the nullifier is given by the hash of k. And it must additionally prove knowledge of a valid membership proof pi for the record CM. But the issue here is that the validity of the proof pi is not just verifiable against the record CM alone. We also need to verify that the record CM is part of the blockchain transaction log. But the issue is if the public input required to verify membership includes the entire blockchain transaction log, which could have millions of transactions, then the recursive proof statement would become impractically large. So our solution, which is the standard trick around this problem, is to replace the transaction log with an accumulator, such as a Merkle tree, and then we can use this short accumulator membership proof to ensure validity of the output record. So another subtle complication arises when we attempt to produce recursive proofs for the output records of transfers. So in this case, suppose that the user has a membership proof pi for a record CM, and then this is used as input to a transfer that creates an output record CM prime. So we have this digest D that commits the state of the system at the time t that the proof was created, and then we have a digest D prime that commits the state at the time t prime for the new transfer. And we need this digest D to verify pi, but this digest is unknown to the recipient at the time t prime. So without any additional restrictions, the prover could invent some malicious proof pi star that's valid against a digest D star, which is unrelated to the true blockchain state at any point in history. So to resolve this problem, we use history accumulators, and these commit not only to the current state of the set, but also all historical states of the set. So these give us an efficient way to prove that this digest D represents a valid historical state, and this can be verified against the current digest D prime of the history accumulator. So overall, the predicate of the recursive proof relies on these two cryptographic tools that we just talked about, the accumulator membership proofs and the accumulator history proofs. And we give a formal specification of the predicate in the paper. So to evaluate the system, we developed a proof of concept implementation, consists of around 5,500 lines of Rust code, and we built it using ArcWorks. And this uses the BCLMS 21 construction of PCD, which is based on split accumulation schemes, also known as folding schemes, which we saw yesterday. And here we're using the pasta curves. And for a typical system configuration, the predicate circuit can be represented in around 51,000 R1CS constraints. And with multi-threading enabled, the proving time on a consumer laptop was 3.4 seconds, and the verification time was 1.9 seconds. The proof size is 6.3 megabytes. And since the proof can be provided directly to the recipient, we decided to optimize for efficiency in the proof generation rather than pushing down the proof size. Another thing to note is this proof can be created asynchronously. So overall, these proving and verification times are fairly negligible compared to the typical transaction confirmation times. But there are still some opportunities to optimize these factors, which we'll discuss in just a bit. So on the left, we have a breakdown of the constraints in the recursive proof. So the verification of the accumulator membership proofs and the accumulator history proofs accounts for most of the constraints. And this has been optimized by using the Poseidon hash function. And on the right, we see how the proving and verification times vary for a range of system parameters and different parallel processing configurations. And the workload is very amenable to parallel processing. So there's a few questions that commonly come up when we're talking about this system. So one question is, what happens if an entity is sanctioned after depositing into the pool? So taking a step back, so Derecho, as presented, is an extension of deposit filtering that supports multiple allow lists and requires no changes to the pool itself. And this addresses the common scenario that we saw where a sanctioned entity exploits a smart contract to steal some cryptocurrency and then launders the stolen funds through a privacy pool. But there is one caveat, which is that if funds are transferred through multiple hops in the pool, recipients can prove that funds were clean at the time they entered the pool, but not that they only passed through allowed addresses once inside. So, in general, this is not always an issue for regulatory compliance for a couple reasons. First is that the sanctioned entity itself, will not pass KYC if it tries to send these funds directly to an exchange. And two, the funds that a person received from an entity before it became sanctioned are not typically considered tainted. But the main concern is that an entity who had funds in the pool prior to becoming sanctioned or receives funds through an in-pool transfer might then transfer these funds to another person or entity. So we can solve this problem through a simple modification to the system design. Users can also register their shielded addresses on allow lists or derive them by re-randomizing allow listed Ethereum addresses. And when creating a disclosure, the sender can now prove that its current shielded address is allowed and that previously the funds only passed through addresses that were allowed at the time of transfer. And this effectively modifies Derecho to support this extension of withdrawal filtering while requiring minimal changes to the predicate itself. So as we saw, Duetcho supports membership proofs which are based on allow lists, and allow lists can also be used to implement block lists by simply including every unblocked address on the allow list. But given the state growth in this case, we might like to support block lists more directly. So the main challenge here is that a user can easily transfer funds from a blocklisted address to a newly created address before making their deposit into the privacy pool. So the question is, can we prevent attacks of this nature while supporting block lists directly? So one solution is to require a proof of account age to avoid the issue with fresh addresses. There are known solutions to efficiently prove account age using historical blockchain data, and there are these PCD-friendly accumulators such as index Merkle trees that support efficient non-membership proofs. So this seems like a promising direction for future work. And since we developed our implementation, there have been these great research advances in the underlying cryptographic primitives that we could leverage for greater efficiency. One low-hanging fruit is adopting more efficient arithmetic hash functions, such as Poseidon 2. There's also the opportunity to develop and leverage more efficient zero-knowledge PCD constructions based on the latest generation of folding schemes that we saw yesterday. And this would help to further reduce the proving and verification time. And we could also outsource the decider in the folding scheme to a general purpose snark, such as Plonk, and then the final proof size could be reduced at the cost of increased proving time. I also want to note that we could easily extend this construction to support multiple asset types. So this is relevant to projects that are such as Namada and Penumbra that are building multi-asset privacy pools. So to summarize, privacy pools face several legal and regulatory challenges, which was exemplified by these recent US sanctions on Tornado Cash. And in this work, we introduced proof-carrying disclosures, which support compliance with local regulations regarding the provenance of funds while preserving transaction privacy. And Duetcho is an efficient construction of proof-carrying disclosures that offers practical proving and verification time on a consumer laptop. So to learn more about the technical details, you can check out the full paper on ePrint, and we've also open sourced the implementation on GitHub. And yeah, feel free to reach out, and thanks for listening.
Thank you, Josh. Any questions from the audience? I have one. I had to actually step out to find the next speaker, but I might have missed something. But about the block lists, because that is something that I feel that a lot of auditors would like to check against audit, block lists instead of whitelist. And have you guys, considered that, or what problems are there to consider, from the research community to solve?
Yeah, so I think going back to this slide, let's see.
And I also had one thought that, it's possible that, people before, putting it in the privacy pool, they move the asset to some, address that is not in the blacklist.
Yeah, so that is the key challenge to address, is that there's this, sweeping to a freshly generated address. So I think we can address that using a proof of account age based on the historical blockchain data. And I think we also then need to identify efficient non-membership proof constructions. That is a good direction for future work. We haven't implemented that, but I think it's a promising direction since it maps naturally to like the SDN list and other lists that auditors maintain.
Wonderful, very exciting. So one question from there?
My question is on what is the purpose of the scheme in terms of conditional disclosure? So are you saying that like perhaps your construction allows for people in an allow list, if they do certain actions, they have some conditional disclosure? Is that something you consider?
So the holder of the coin has the membership proof, so they can choose when to provide that proof to different parties. Yeah, so it's really up to them how they want to use the proof.
I see. So is the purpose then for me to prove to, say, a government that like all of my financial activities compliant to some degree?
Yeah, such that the funds did not originate from some set of bad actors, that were involved in some, smart contract attack. So it sort of proves this clean origin of the funds that you're then providing to another party.
And what are the challenges with having multiple sources of truth on these lists? Like you said, different jurisdictions could have different lists. So like what challenges does that create from a cryptographic perspective?
Yeah, so that is part of the motivation for our system, is that we want to support allow lists from multiple jurisdictions, and a user can even generate membership proofs for each of these allow lists if they're transacting in different jurisdictions. So it is necessary to consider, which parties am I transacting with, which allow lists, might they need to then attest, membership on. So it does require some consideration, but these can be officially generated for each allow list in the system.
Is there a way to batch them?
I'm not sure, because I think an important criteria is that you're able to continue building upon the proof in subsequent iterations. So the standard batching techniques, for snarks, might not directly apply here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? All right. So let's thank the speaker one more time. Perfect. So we have 5 more minutes, so but I can imagine that we can close the session maybe 5 more minutes earlier. But our next talk is going to be by 2 students from UIUC, supervised by Andrew Miller. So Nerla and Yunki, apologies if I'm pronouncing your names incorrectly. They will present their work about finding privacy flaws in TE-based smart contract platforms.
Is it mirror? It's mirror. Go ahead and put in presentation mode. It will. Okay. Where's your presentation?
This is like the presenter view. Maybe you can talk.
Okay. Is your speaker notes? Is that it?
I can move this. Is there a double screen?
I'm sorry?
Do you have 2 screens, like one for presenter view?
No, it's mirrored now.
It's mirrored now, so we have to use this thing. Okay.
Is this your presentation?
Yeah. Yeah. It's okay.
Okay, let's see. Stand by.
How can we
Okay,
go
there you go.
screen?
Okay. Here's the slideshow. Okay.
Hello. Hello, everybody. My name is Nurla, and this is Yunchi, and today we'll be talking about our project, SG Exonerated, Finding and Partially Fixing Privacy Flaws in TE-based smart contract platforms without breaking the TE. So if you look at blockchains today, we can typically think of them as 3 different components. So you have your transaction pool where you submit your transactions. You have your transaction simulation, which happens before the transactions are added to a block, and execution, which happens after the block is submitted on each node. And we have ordering of transactions into the new block, and then the block is submitted. So if we think about private blockchain networks, they also have these same three components, except now your transaction pool is encrypted, your transaction simulation and execution is private, and you're now ordering encrypted transactions into a block. So trusted execution environments are one way that we can implement these private smart contract networks. So Intel SGX is the most widely used of these TEEs, and they give these hardware-based guarantees for running your code. So they give privacy through hardware isolation, such that there's a very hard barrier between what is considered inside the TEE and outside of the TEE, so the miner cannot see what is running in the TEE. And they give integrity guarantees such that the miner cannot tamper with the code that's running in the TEE. And through the use of remote attestation, we can create a proof that this is some genuine hardware and that it's running the right code. And we can send this proof to remote parties such as the network participants. And our favorite thing about TEEs is that they give minimal overhead compared to other cryptographic solutions such as zero-knowledge proofs. So now that I've kind of mentioned the name SGX and TEEs, and maybe by the title you've seen that this is an attack paper, you might think that I'm going to go into some subtle hardware bugs and talk about maybe side channels or something like that, but thankfully that's not what this talk is about. But if we do look at those types of attacks, we have like SGX.fail, which was released last year, where they used this SGX bug against Secret Network to kind of break their privacy guarantees. And similarly, the downfall attacks, which were just announced like a few weeks ago, that have similar consequences. There's this kind of cycle of, there's this big disclosure of there's a bug in SGX, there's a bug in the hardware, and there's going to be some kind of mitigation that's going to be released in the coming months. So, but for our paper, we saw that although there's this kind of cycle that is very predictable with these types of expensive hardware bugs, that outside of that time where there's this disclosure of these hardware bugs, the industry participants may assume that as long as your code is running in the TEE, then you're safe and you get all the benefits of the TEE. So today, I'm actually going to be talking about something called a replay, rollback, or simulation attack, and Yunchi is going to be talking about access pattern attacks. And these attacks are kind of outside of that sphere of breaking the guarantees that SGX is giving you, and it's more about network design and trying to understand, like, how did you design your network such that you're actually getting the benefits of the TEE. So these are some of the 4 networks that we looked at that are actually using TEEs for this problem, and they're all in various stages of launch and development, but we're going to focus on Secret Network today, which is the most mature of these. So Secret Network is using TEEs to give you all of these great things. They hide your transactions, and they make your transactions safe, meaning that they prevent MUV, and they give you all of these fun new applications in Web3. So in order to understand how these attacks work, I'll first kind of dive into how the TEEs are used in the network. So in order for your TEE to be kind of widely used, so new nodes can always join with their TEE, and if the node goes down, they can also rejoin. The TEEs are treated as stateless and disposable. And as a result of this, you have to store your contract state storage on the untrusted host outside of TEE, and so this contract state is actually encrypted. So in order to have this type of model work, you have to have a way to get your data from the untrusted host inside of the TEE. So in order to explain this, I'm going to go through this smart contract here on the bottom of the screen, and that is showing a token transfer contract. So the first thing we have to do in order to transfer some tokens from one account to the other is to make sure that the sender has enough balance to cover that transaction. So the way that we do this is through what is called an OCall. So we have to take the encrypted wallet, which is storing the balance of that sender, from the contract state storage, and then load it into the TEE using what is called the OCall read function. So an OCall is anything that requires you to transfer data from the untrusted host to the TEE. So after you read that balance, you make sure that it's, you read the balance, you read the encrypted balance into the TEE, and then inside the TEE you can decrypt that, and then you can check that value inside the TEE. So after you check that balance, you update the receiver and the sender's balances. Then you do what is called an eCall. So that's the opposite of an OCall. So you return some trusted output from the TEE to the untrusted host. So when the TEE says, okay, this was a successful transaction, only then can you update that value in the contract state storage using the eCall. So as a result of this type of execution model, the miner can see this OCall and eCall interaction. So although the value is encrypted, the miner can see, oh, I'm loading this encrypted value into the TEE. And they can also see something such as a side effect of the transaction execution, like, oh, this transaction succeeded or failed. So on Secret Network specifically, before the block is finalized, the miner can choose the ordering of the transactions in the new block, and they can also still insert their own transactions into the block. So we use these facts in order to create what is called a simulation attack. So the main idea here is that we know that the TEEs are kind of reliant on this external storage for the execution of the transactions. So if we can get that external storage into a state that we like, then we can, we can figure out something about transaction execution. So the way that we do this is by crafting a malicious transaction and running it in the TEE, and that will result in some different states for that contract state storage. And then when we execute the victim transaction, we can maybe have some different outcomes, such as in one run, the victim's transactions might succeed, and another run, the victim transaction might fail. So if maybe we wanted the victim transaction to fail, we can choose that malicious transaction to add to the new block, and now that victim transaction will fail where maybe it should have succeeded. So in order to demonstrate the power of this type of attack, we looked at these fungible tokens that are on Secret Network. And a fungible token is just a decentralized currency that you can send on the blockchain. And this is the code that I showed from before, showing how to do one of these transfers. So Secret Network has their own version of these fungible tokens called SNP20 standard tokens. So the idea behind SNP20 tokens is that you want to hide certain information about a transfer transaction. So you're hiding how much is being sent from one account to the other, you're hiding the balance of those users' accounts, and you're hiding the recipient of the token. And notably, the sender address is not hidden because they pay gas fees. So now I'm going to show you how we get the balance amounts using this technique. So in this figure, we see like two account balances for the attacker and the victim account. So we can see that the attacker has a very large balance, basically the max amount that you can have in a wallet. And it's important to know this isn't happening in the simulation world. not in the real world, so they don't actually have that amount. And then the victim's account is some private value B that we're trying to figure out. So what we do here is create a malicious transaction where we're sending this probe value P from the attacker to the victim. So as a result of this, the attacker's account is going to be decreased by P, and then the victim's account is going to be increased by P. So if that transaction succeeds, we don't really learn anything useful from that. But if it fails due to an overflow error, we can actually use this equation right here to figure out what that balance would have been based on the probe value that we sent. So in our paper, we were actually able to break all of the privacy guarantees for the SNP20 tokens. So down here, you can see a diagram showing how you can get the transfer amount for the SNP20 tokens. And then up here, we kind of showed how you can get the attacker's account to be in such a state where they look like they have this very, very large balance. And then on bottom left is showing how to execute an NWV attack on a Uniswap trade. So how do we prevent these simulation attacks? So this is a slide to kind of remind you of the 3 components of the private blockchains that we care about. So in order to prevent the transaction simulation, we just don't allow it at all. So in order to do this, we use what is called a proof of publication. So only after a transaction is included into a block and is finalized on the blockchain can you actually execute the transactions the transactions in that block. So this is, I won't go into detail about how this is implemented, but the difficulty in these proof of publications is that we have to prevent forging of these blocks in order to prevent the transaction simulation.
Okay, so the simulation attack Nerla just introduced is basically targeting the confidentiality of the SNP20 token. Right now, I will delve into another vulnerability that targets to the anonymity of the SNP20 token. So the SNP20 standards are designed to hide the identity of the recipient. Note that the sender address remains visible because the sender needs to pay the transaction fee using the public native coin of secret. So there's a when we want to do a token transfer, we need to send token from one account to another. And then this results into we need to fetch the account balance of the sender and the receiver from some external database. So in order to keep the confidentiality of the data, we need to encrypt those, the key and value. So the problem is that even though the recipient address is encrypted, however, the encryption scheme employed is deterministic. So this will result into some problem. Okay, so because the trusted hardware has limited storage, we have to employ an external database to store those confidential data in the encrypted version. And the code to accessing the untrusted key value store, they are sit outside of the TEE, so they're part of the untrusted code, which means that we have freedom to modify those code whatever we want. So we can do a very simple thing. We just add some print statement on which key is accessed during each token transfer. And this will result into that if we look at the print log and then we analyze the historical access pattern, it's possible to deduce which address is exactly the receiver address. So we have got in touch with Secret Networks development team about this vulnerability. And it turned out that our disclosure is just in time because they're just gearing up to release this SNP 25 security update. And they add a quick patch to this update. So right now, they support the user to add some decoy addresses. And then right now, when you want to access an account balance, and if the decoys are specified, then the smart contract will go through the actual account being accessed plus the decoy accounts in the randomized order. So this makes it tough to figure out which one is the true recipient. So this quick patch provides a temporary solution to the problem, and it has its limitation. Monero has employed a similar decoy strategy for a while, and there are several vulnerabilities have been identified with regard to this approach. So firstly, if the decoys are chosen at random, then the account that is accessed more frequently would have a higher chance of being the real address. And also, the attacker could control a large number of addresses. And by doing so, they can influence the pool of potential decoy addresses. And this will narrowing down the probable range of the true recipient. So the most comprehensive solution is implementing ORAN in the key value store. However, it might not be wise to deploy the ORAN in the entire key value store because only specific operations require obfuscation. And for those operations that do not require this thing, it will be increase their cost. So this is a new project that we are currently working on. We are trying to implement ORAN within the TEE-based smart contract platform. So the idea is basically implement ORAN in the smart contract. This will allow the application developer to decide which operation require ORAN. And for those who are not familiar with ORAN, you can understand it conceptually via its most basic implementation. That is, if you want to access one data entry in the database, then you can actually access all possible data entry in the database. And this will make sure that the specific entry you want to access remain concealed. And for the token transfer example, instead of only loading the account balances of the sender and the receiver, we instead will access all possible account balances. And when the transfer is finished, we will update all accessed account balances. But only the sender and the receiver account balances are modified to a different value. To trivially implement the linear scan in the smart contract is expensive because, for example, in the most popular SNP 20 token, SSCRT, it contains over 36K records now. And the associated cost increased as the user base expands. So it is expensive because the linear scan is replicated over all nodes in the network. And the transaction is post-on-chain, so the user have to pay very high transaction fee. So to avoid those expensiveness of the naive implementation, we propose to move the ORAN execution off-chain. So we will use this off-chain queries so that only one node needs to execute the linear scan. Off-chain queries is actually not something new. Perhaps the most frequently used view-only function or off-chain queries is when you want to query an account balance. So if you want to query your current account balance, you just invoke this balance off function. And this function is view-only. It does not alter the blockchain state, so no on-chain transaction happening. And then invoking this function only needs to contact one validator node. And the validator node will fetch your current balance from the database and return the account balance to you. So we can actually use this view-only function for more complex operations and avoid paying high transaction fee. So to achieve the token transfer, the user can invoke this off-chain transfer function. It should provide the current balances of all accounts and send it along with the sender receiver amount as the parameter to invoke the function. And a TE node receives the off-chain query, it will run the off-chain transfer function locally and return the updated balance of all accounts back to the user. So the only difference between the previous balances and updated balances is that the sender and the receiver balances might have changed if the transfer is succeed. So the user actually can perform several off-chain transfer and then only submit one on-chain transaction to finalize the balances. Not until this point, the updated balance is reflected on-chain, and other network nodes would know that the updated balance. So we are using a authenticated encryption scheme. This will provide two desired property to make it consistent with the underlying TEE-based smart contract. First is the privacy. So the input and output to the view-only function should be encrypted so that in the token transfer, the user would not know the account balance of other accounts. And this actually allows us to employ an external worker to collect encrypted off-chain queries from users and execute them all together. And another property is that we need to guarantee that the output posted to the chain is actually come from the computation result from attested TEs. And this will prevent the adversary to post fake or invalid output to the contract. So I will conclude our talk here, and you can read our upcoming POPAS 2024 paper. In the paper, we talk about other forms of attacks. So basically, we can use the simulation attack to infer the private transfer amount of SNP20 tokens. And also, we can use the simulation attack to launch sandwiching attack towards those MEV-resistant decentralized exchange. They're built on top of TEE-based smart contract platform, so they think that they're like inherent this privacy-preserving feature and thus MEV resistant. And we proved that actually we can launch sandwich attack. And also we mentioned in paper that the software update procedure may create a backdoor if the procedure is not designed well. And also we have analyzed the potential to apply those attacks to other 3 smart contract platforms. And about the TE rollup, we just finished a hackathon project in IC3 summer camp and finished a prototype, and we just released this blog post last week, so please read it and give us a claps. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If there's any question. So I'm curious, like if you guys have reported these attacks to the companies like Secret Network, and I mean, first of all, has there been any incident like causing, people's data to be lost or, breached to the public because of these attacks? Or it was just, you guys are ahead of, those potential attacks and...
No, we definitely did disclosure to Secret Network before we published the paper. So the mitigations that we both talked about were going to be deployed are being deployed by Secret Network right now to prevent these attacks.
Okay, have they already mitigated those issues?
So they have this decoy strategy that Yunqi talked about, which is kind of like a partial mitigation, and then they have implemented the proof of publication, which I mentioned.
Got it. Great work. So we have 2 people to question. Maybe you can go first.
Thanks. Great talk, by the way. So I had a question about the TEE rollups. So I think if I understand correctly, there's an additional, a weakened security assumption here. If you rely on the a TEE signature to know that the state transition has been executed correctly, because the other nodes in the network are no longer re-executing the code. But it does seem like you could maybe use additional techniques to move away from the trust assumptions in the TEE in this case, like ZK proofs. Is that correct?
I don't know if you would say that it's a weakened trust model because like you're still trusting that your code is running correctly in SGX, and like you can't like forge this unless you like break that one TEE, I guess.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying?
Yeah, I think the reason I'm saying it feels like a slightly weakened trust assumption is because in my understanding of how like secret network works without the rollups, if SGX is like broken completely somehow and all the guarantees fall away, there's still, if you re-execute all of the transactions in the testing nodes, then it shouldn't be possible to transition according to an incorrect transition function, like reach an invalid state.
So I think this is like talking about like a privacy guarantee versus I think you're talking about like integrity.
Yeah.
So we're just like, we're kind of assuming that the integrity is there and like we're just focused on like having the privacy. So if you're able to break the integrity of this one node, then like, yeah, you can launch some powerful attacks against it.
But in principle, could I just use another like proving scheme, like probably like ZK proofs or something like that to get around this additional assumption?
Yeah, I think probably.
Okay.
You could
Thanks.
use ZKPs.
Yeah, so this project is like, we just started, so it's still in initial state, so you're welcome to discuss with us. So we're still thinking about future directions. Yeah.
I have a question about the proof of publication slide. I think you went over it a little bit quickly for me. So if I understand the idea correctly, you're kind of mitigating the simulation-based attack by first obtaining proof that the transaction made it into the block, and then providing the transaction so that it can be executed on the block, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so in that case, it's almost like you get the proof of publication and then you reveal your transaction. Can someone wait for a particular transaction to be revealed, run a simulation attack against it, and choose whether or not they want to reveal a fault like another transaction? Could that be a way to kind of, because you get to choose, right, based on how the information is revealed?
So they can't actually do that because the simulation attack requires you to like insert your own transaction in there so that you can get the database to this weird state, and so that transaction is going to be like, the execution of that transaction is going to give you a different result, and then based on that result, you're kind of deducing what is happening. But here, because like the transaction's already in a set order, like you can't have different contract states where you execute the transaction. So it's only going to be the correct.
Yeah, so I kind of see it as a more limited attack potentially, but it's like when I see that both the victim and I both made it into the same block, and I wait for the victim to reveal his transaction, I simulate the effect of my transaction like against the victim, and I see which is more advantageous to me, to reveal my transaction or not. Because I still have that choice, right? I can choose not to reveal my transaction. What happens then?
Well, I mean, you don't have to reveal your transaction because you already know what your transaction was. Like, the idea between having your own transaction in that block is that your transaction is going to change something, and then that victim's transaction is going to like respond to that change. So like, it's very hard for you to like predict what malicious transaction I'm going to add such that it's going to make that victim's transaction be revealed later.
Okay, thanks.
All right, let's thank the speakers one more time. So this concludes our privacy session. The next session will start at 4:30. Thank you, everyone.
All right. So welcome everyone to the very last session of the day. So thank you for taking a seat. Well, everything is running on code, right? And that's why we better analyze that code to some degree, right? So there are obviously various techniques. And today we're going to have two excellent speakers in this space. So I'm very happy to introduce Yanis here from DDARP. So he's a professor also in Athens, currently on leave to focus on DDARP. And yeah, he will be looking into high-value transactions. I suppose these are called attacks also sometimes. So thank you. The floor is yours.
So I'm Yanis. I'm from the University of Athens, and for the past 3 years we've been running DDARP. Is the microphone? Yeah. Okay, now it is. So I'm Yanis from the University of Athens, and DDARP, a company we founded some 3 years ago with Neville Grech, who is also an author of this work. So what I'm going to present today is joint work with my co-founder Neville, but also a whole bunch of people at DDARP, mostly former or current students at the University of Athens or University of Malta, of myself and Neville. And we're going to talk about program analysis for high-value smart contract vulnerabilities. And clearly, I expect that everyone here knows what smart contracts are. That's, I'm going to assume we do. So decentralized programs that run autonomously on the blockchain. But my first advertising slide is that this is a perfect domain for program analysis and verification. This is a dream come true for anyone who does work in this space, because correctness is crucial. It means money. All the code is public. There aren't many domains where we have that as program analysis researchers. All executions are public. There are 0 other domains where we have that. And everything is of fairly manageable size, and it's distilled down to its essential complexity because you want to minimize the attack surface. So it's great to be doing research on smart contract analysis. Now, in particular, my research and the DDARP technology of the past years has focused on a specific kind of program analysis, static analysis. So we try to create models of all possible program executions without actually running the program, which would mean follow just one execution. And since 2018, we have applied this to smart contracts, and we've had multiple research results that document this progress, and a few of them will be shown here today. Now, the particular flavor of static analysis that we work with specifies all analysis algorithms declaratively as logical rules. They are in a language called Datalog. It looks like Prolog, only it's massively parallel. It actually, anything that follows, anything that could be true is produced in parallel. But basically, when we write an algorithm to model a program, we write things like this. And I don't expect you to follow it fully, but you get the idea. To define the concept of loop bound by, we say the loop is bound by that variable. If we have certain relations that already hold, we have an induction variable for the loop called I. Variable is not an induction variable. We have some flow relations. Obviously, all of these are also things that we will define, and we will define them recursively using similar rules. Everything we do can be thought of as mathematical logic, first-order logic with recursion, or equivalently as Datalog. It's a pretty well-founded model. Now, this presentation is very much about a paradox, or an apparent paradox. There's so much value in dollar terms in smart contracts. There's so much program analysis research, and yet, by some measures, there's very little impact. And this is documented both in studies. There's a study in 2021 by Perez and Lifshitz that says that of all published analysis tools, even though they produce true warnings, the actual monetary value behind these warnings is extremely low. And also by the informal opinion of security experts. So you will see top security experts in the space, and they will say very reasonable things, such as, if you have an analysis tool, it can't find the bugs that matter. I mean, at most, they will just catch some details. Or if you're an experienced smart contract author,
you will never have automated tooling help you too much. And these are all very defensible positions, yet I think there are some counterexamples, and we've had some counterexamples in our experience in the past couple of years. So we've actually had many high-profile white hat hacks, many disclosures of vulnerabilities through our tooling, several of them. And in fact, you may have seen some of these articles or some of these bounty announcements or some of these vulnerability reports. In total, there are many tens of security vulnerabilities that we've found. 10 bug bounties over deployed code. We've gotten 3 million in bug bounties alone by several organizations, and thank you very much. So how do we reconcile that? Tooling is worthless, and yet it can get you multi-million-dollar bug bounties and hundreds or tens or even hundreds of actual actionable security reports. So that's what I'm going to try to give you an idea of. This is going to be a very approachable presentation. I'm going to try to give you insights without much math or anything. So hopefully you can follow everything. So first of all, let's see what questions the analysis can answer. We have a static analysis. What do we use it for? What does it answer? The first thing, so you can have a model in your mind of how we use the analysis to find vulnerabilities, the best example is taint analysis. Taint means what's controllable by an untrusted caller. We say that a value is tainted when it's controllable by a possible attacker. So that's something that we can ask the analysis about. Is this value tainted? Can an attacker control that value? And taint patterns are dominant in practice, so most analysis questions will hinge on tainting. And we can start from very, very simple examples. For instance, if you've seen smart contract code on Ethereum or EVM-compatible networks, you probably know the transfer from function in ERC20 tokens. That's obviously a sensitive function. So clear application of tainting. Can an attacker control owner? Where does owner come from? But not just owner, also spender, also amount. Are these values tainted? That's a very simple analysis question. If we have a really good analysis, it can give us reliable answers. And then, is this code even reachable for an untrusted caller, or do I need to go through authentication to reach that point? So this is where the analysis helps, to give us good answers to this question. Even if you think back to the prototypical vulnerability, you think back to reentrancy. Reentrancy may seem fairly unconnected to tainting at first, but here's a typical reentrancy pattern. We check credit, we make an external call, we subtract from the credit of a certain investor. This has directly to do with tainting as well. There are very natural tainting questions. Is this investor untrusted? Also, could this investor be a contract, or has it been checked before to not be a contract? And at the very end, is this function even callable by an untrusted caller? Or will it fail with a check like this one here that requires the message sender to be someone trusted? So everything reduces down to tainting. That's where we use the static analysis to find actionable vulnerabilities. Now, this gives you an idea of the question. Now, let's get to the point of what is a good static analysis. So we got the question. What are good answers? The principle of static analysis is the following. Static analysis is a game of balancing three independent dimensions, three independent factors: precision, completeness, and performance. Now, yeah, I just gave you a list. This doesn't mean anything. Let's try to see why I make such a big point about contrasting elements such as precision and completeness. The philosophy behind everything you're going to see is summarized by this. Static analysis of our kind, especially, is poetry, not prose. Now, what does that mean, really? It means it can have a fairly fuzzy idea of what the program will really do. And we will see this in multiple examples, and then we will see how we exploit this in designing a fairly high precision, fairly high completeness static analysis. So first of all, standard example of static analysis. Let's look at this piece of code. And I know I'm taxing your brain pretty late in the day, but if you try to follow this, we have a value y gets 3, and depending on x and what x will do, I will add 1 to y, and possibly I will also multiply it with itself. Now, if you try to follow this code, if you try to follow it deeply, and you try to follow the modulo, all these conditions here, you will see that the possible values for y at the end are 3, 9, and 16, whereas at first read, if you do it quickly and you ignore all of these, you may think that the possible values also include 4. Turns out not to be the case. I cannot satisfy the first path without satisfying the second. So if I'm not divisible by 2, I'm not divisible by 4. So the possible values in reality are 3, 9, and 16. Take my word for it. You don't need to follow it fully. Now, if I had an analysis that tells you that the answer is 3, 9, and 16 versus another one that tells you the answer is 3, 9, 4, and 16, which one is better? 3, 2, 1. We don't know is the answer because it's never just one dimension. It's never the dimension of precision, which is what's being measured here. It's also the dimension of completeness and of scalability. And I bet you when you try to read this example, at first read, you ignored these conditions. You ignored the x modulo 2 is not equal to 0, and the x modulo 4 is not equal to 0. And that's exactly what a good static analysis may do. A good static analysis may prefer to actually approximate the program execution and tell you that the program can produce all 4 of these values, and this is actually fairly good. You know, you get imprecision of 25%. You give me 4 values back when it's really in reality 3. This could be a pretty good static analysis if this approximation buys me a lot of completeness or a lot of scalability. That's the main game of static analysis that I wanted to emphasize. So if you want to see it as an analogy, as a good nerd, I asked ChatGPT, give me an example of prose versus poetry, and it told me prose is the old man sat on the bench in the park, he watched as children played on the swings and slides, he smiled as he remembered his own childhood, whereas poetry is old man, children play, memories smile. Very poetic, memories smile. That's exactly what we're trying to do with static analysis. Get a good enough approximation of the program that will capture the essence of the program, approximately, and it will be effective without following everything very precisely. So now that we are armed with this intuitive understanding, let's try to go into a bit more technical detail. Our first big weapon, there are going to be 2 that we've used to find high-value vulnerabilities, is what we call symbolic value flow, or SymValIC for short, static analysis. The main paper was from UPSLA the end of year in 21. And what is this? It's a pretty precise analysis. It's path sensitive, it tries to follow conditions. It mixes values and symbolic expressions. If you don't understand what that is, we'll see examples. It uses a data log fixed point together with a theorem prover, so it has both symbolic reasoning and massively parallel propagation of values, and gets scalability together with some precision through a mechanism that we're about to discuss that we'll call dependencies. And how is it used to find vulnerabilities? Through taint analysis, like we said before. So that's our main client. So what's the real idea here? The dirty secret of program verification for security is that everything has severe shortcomings. Execution-based approaches, by which I mean real execution testing, symbolic execution, as well as model checking, which has abstraction but is very concrete in how it follows the program control flow, these are approaches that are precise but very incomplete. Because they suffer from state explosion, the state explosion problem, and we'll see an example. Static analysis approaches can be complete, but are imprecise. So let's get to an example. You don't need to really follow all this code in detail. we're looking at a function withdraw token. We have state variables. We have a storage variable admin. We have local variables like token, amount, send to that are parameters to the function. And then we have adjusted. The big thing here, beyond like having a guard, only admin that checks for some properties, et cetera, the big thing here is that adjusted is a function of amount. When we analyze this program through anything that follows control flow faithfully, be it testing, be it symbolic execution, be it model checking, what we're doing is that we have a state, and it connects all these values. So it knows that adjusted may be 1030 because amount is 1000. And with all these other dependencies, the token has a certain address, send to has a certain value, admin has a certain value. So in other words, execution-based approaches are extremely sequential. They link all these values together. They chain them together. And the way we actually specify this analysis mathematically, you may have seen some of those specifications, but we have a program counter, we have the state of the stack, state of the heap, the storage in the case of smart contracts. We keep all the state. We keep a lot of heavy stuff with us while we analyze the program. But what we said before is that the philosophy behind this work is that static analysis is not prose, it's poetry. So it can take many, many liberties. And in particular, the standard liberty of conventional static analysis is to treat the values for variables as sets. So this means that what I'm computing here is that there's a set of values for amount. Independently, there's a set of values for adjusted. They do get derived from these values, but I no longer remember that 1030 came from 1000. I no longer remember that 1030 came from 1000 with token being this value. I've lost all these connections. All of these are clouds of values, unordered sets of values. That's the conventional static analysis. That's the poetry that we are allowed with static analysis. So what does this let us do? It lets us solve the state explosion problem and get scalability at the expense of completely destroying precision. So one novelty of our analysis, of the symbolic analysis, is that we pick a subset of the variables. In this case, we pick the variable amount here, and we say this is a key variable. So what does that mean? It means that every other local value I compute, I will link it to a specific value of amount. So I will remember that 1030 is now coming directly from 1000. 515 comes directly for 500. I don't remember the same about token or about send to or about admin. I have anointed amount as a special variable that I will base dependencies on. That's the attempt to get scalability at the same time as precision. So to put this all together, we have a symbolic analysis, symbolic and value flow. So it may compute things such as X can have the value false, can have the value true, can have the symbolic expression. 0 is less than owner value, which is a symbolic variable, et cetera, et cetera. But in reality, what we really have inside the analysis is something that's 3 orders of magnitude larger as a set of inferences, but it looks like this. X will have the value false, or 0, when Y has the value 0, Z has the value 1, and caller has the value owner, et cetera, et cetera. And in fact, we have 2 kinds of dependencies that simulate whatever you would think of as stack and heap. We call them local and global dependencies. So we do all this symbolic reasoning through a massively parallel data log engine together with a symbolic solver, a theorem prover, effectively. And there's limited top-down reasoning. There's limited solving of equations and a lot of bottom-up reasoning. Tell me all the true theorems up to depth 5. And all of those, I will use them for simplification, et cetera. So our architecture looks like that. We have something massively parallel that talks to a symbolic reasoning and mostly sometimes gives requests for solving equations, but mostly gets back massive results of whatever is true based on all the data that we've fed in. So this kind of analysis is our first major weapon. What's our second major weapon? Well, we just discussed how to get good answers. I never told you how to know how to ask good questions. And that's just as important, if not more important. So to take a very simple example, I may want to ask the analysis, is the first argument of a swap call tainted? Well, where did I come up with that? How do I know that swap is a sensitive call? How do I know that the first argument of the swap has any kind of monetary significance? One answer is we have humans specify. We have human experts specify that. The problem with this is it's not too scalable because there are lots of DeFi protocols that come online every week, and they have new sensitive operations, and we cannot really rely on security expertise to provide more and more of those. So we'd like to do something a little better. And the answer is what we call corpus analysis, which is learning from what deployed contracts already do. So for any contract that gets deployed, we have a whole bunch of local analysis that give us a lot of data that are then used by any other contract, such as, well, what functions have monetary significance? What functions make their arguments flow to transfer or transfer from? What functions perform initialization? What functions do a delegate call? What functions allow reentrancy? Or what functions perform permission checks? Or make a call without performing a permission check or after performing a permission check? And a whole bunch of these properties. These are all summarization properties. So in effect, corpus analysis summarizes the behavior of all deployed contracts in two ways. What does the contract do? And we use this so that the callers of a function can be analyzed better, have a model for what we're calling. And what is the usual behavior of callers? For instance, do callers have the second argument of this call untainted or tainted? And we do this to detect deviations. And to come up with good examples here, first of all, we have to realize that all of this is done recursively. So we analyze function bodies, we analyze calls to functions, but where are those calls to functions? Inside the function body. So this feeds back. And we can have lots of examples, such as how do we detect reentrant operations? Well, bar may be a function that's known to call functions on its second argument. By itself, it's not reentrant, but it can be reentrant when I call bar with a tainted second argument, and now foo, the caller of bar, is reentrant. These are the kinds of things that we can get from our corpus analysis recursively, from our local summaries that get propagated to callers. But in effect, if you want to have a single example to stick with you, that's going to be the example. If I see a swap and I see 2,000 callers that have the first argument of a swap be untainted, so before you reach that, you check the value of that, or you check the value of the caller, and then I see one caller that allows that first argument of the swap to be tainted, well, that's pretty suspicious. I'm going to issue a warning there because I found a rare exception to the calling patterns for that particular function. And that works very well with our own public tooling because we do have an explorer, security-oriented explorer, so we do analyze all deployed contracts by default anyway. So I give you a good idea of the techniques that we're using, of our technology. Now I'd like to wrap up with a couple of observations really quickly. I have a little over a minute and a half. Some insights on static analysis in industry versus academic research. I've done static analysis and academic research for 15 years and program analysis in general for over 20. Now I will not get into that for lack of time, but you all know in academia, it's bad when stupid solutions work well. We want complex solutions. In industry, it's fantastic when stupid solutions work well. Let me get to something very specific here. Here's a question I ask in all my talks, and people are surprised to hear the answer from experience. Think of whatever you would consider a good program analysis, whatever is your definition of good. What do you expect this good analysis to do? out of 100 contracts, and fractions are okay for an answer, how many would you expect to be flagged? And out of 100 flagged contracts, how many warnings do you expect to be truly valid, true positives? Think about this for 5 seconds, because I may surprise you in 2 or 3 slides. But the questions should be clear. So first of all, for the first question, how many contracts we expect to be flagged, you have to realize the range varies tremendously. So here's a list of some analysis that I ran over 200 some contracts. And you can see that some warnings fire for 5% of the contracts, others for 0%, others for 0.5%, others for 24%. So the range can be huge. If you were to just see this, which analysis would you think would be the most useful is the first question. And then for the second one, for both questions, I think we have surprising answers. I think that in academia, we have the wrong metrics for anything that counts. Because warning rates at 0.5% seem useless. Try to publish a paper where your warning rate is 0.5%. You know what the program committee will say? Well, 199 out of 200 contracts are correct already. So the whole impact of your research is to improve by 1 out of 200 contracts? That's completely bad research as far as program committees are concerned. In practice, if you are to find high-value vulnerabilities, your warning rate will probably be under 0.5%. High-value vulnerabilities are rare. So that's the first answer that's kind of surprising. These are the warning rates that will find you high-value vulnerabilities. Those are the most valuable analysis. And very quickly, to my second controversial position here is that in academic research, in static analysis, the community where I come from, we expect very high precision. We expect analysis that have very high, over 60% precision. Otherwise, the results are not publishable, because we're used to synthetic benchmarks or very shallow bugs. For deep, high-value vulnerabilities, even 5% precision is awesome. It means I get 20 warnings to inspect. 1 out of 20 times, I make a lot of money. So my answers that people find surprising are like this. Out of 100 contracts, how many would I expect to be flagged? If it's more than 0.5%, I'm trying to improve the analysis further. Out of 100 flagged contracts, how many of the warnings do I expect to be valid? I'm happy if it's 5. Of course, I would like it to be 100, but I'm happy if it's 5. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Very good. Dan, you have a question?
So we're getting lots of reports that large language models are good at finding these types of vulnerabilities.
I'm sorry, could you say again?
We're getting reports that large language models are very good at finding these types of vulnerabilibilities. I notice you're not using them at all, so I'm wondering if that's...
We are not, and actually those are not the reports that I've seen. The reports I've seen say that LLMs have been pretty bad at finding these vulnerabilities. But maybe, we've been very surprised by LLMs. We definitely want to integrate them in our tool suite, in our research, in everything. And I wouldn't be surprised if in the future they are very effective, but not right now. Right now, we're not using LLMs. Our statistical techniques are much weaker than that on the corpus analysis.
I see. Yeah, thanks.
I was curious about this one of these steps that you had shown in static analysis about solving equations. So what does that look like? Is it modeling each of the participating variables in the code? And are you feeding it to a solver, a constraint solver, or an equation solver that will output some? What does it look like?
Yes, and that's most of the equations. They come from what are called path conditions, and you can think of them in terms of the code examples. You can think of them as equations like this. Like, I want to solve this equation here. I want to solve this is true. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I need my slides, please. Thank you. So most of the equations that we're solving symbolically with a solver, they are in response to path conditions like this. So I may want to produce the value true and false for this if condition. So I want to invent values for amount for that. So most of our equations so far are based on, they're linear together with some bit manipulation. It's not a very rich theory that we're solving, but it's perfectly sufficient for the domain. And we are trying to innovate on the speed and the reads based on domain-specific insights.
Thank you so much, Yanis, for this wonderful talk. So our last speaker of the day is Alessandro. So he's a research scientist at Aleo and Kestrel. So he's doing formal verification. And in particular, we'll discuss today formal verification of zero-knowledge proof circuits. So,
okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Great.
Okay. Hello. Okay. So there are three important elements in the title of the talk, and I'm going to describe all of them in turn, starting with a little background on zero-knowledge circuits, which are used in zero-knowledge proofs, for which I will use the color green throughout the presentation. So a zero-knowledge proof is something that somebody called the prover can use to support the claim that they know a secret X that satisfies some property P. And when faced with a zero-knowledge proof, somebody called a verifier will be compelled to believe that that's the case, but they will not learn anything about X itself, and that's the zero-knowledge aspect of this protocol. On the other hand, the predicate P, the property, has to be known to both prover and verifier, because they must know what they are talking about, what the proof is about. And that's where the zero-knowledge circuit comes into play, because if we look inside a proof, we'll find a circuit. There's also other information that doesn't concern us here, but the role of the circuit is that's how P is represented in the proof. So it defines the predicate P. This is what it looks like inside. It's a set of constraints. Each constraint is an equation, an equality between two arithmetic expressions that involve variables, constants, operations, all interpreted in a prime field. So essentially, it's the integers modulo a prime, a large prime for security. And these constraints, these constraints must have specific forms that depend on the zero-knowledge proof method used. For example, R1CS is a popular form for this. So this is how P is represented by this constraint. So first, the input parameter X of P corresponds to one or more variables in the constraints, depending essentially on the data type of X. And then the constraints are a bit like a program to compute P of X from X, in the sense that the solutions to the constraints correspond to the values of X that satisfy P. Okay, so this works well, it's very expressive, but it's a very low-level definition, right? If you look at this, for example, the second constraint is an XOR. The third constraint is an if-then else. And if you haven't seen that before, that may look surprising, but that's what they are. So here, that takes us to the core problem that we're trying to approach here, which is that here we have the zero-knowledge circuit, low-level definition of P in the zero-knowledge proof, which a prover and the verifier use to run this protocol. But most likely they have in mind a higher level view of what P is, what they're trying to prove about this secret X. I'm going to use color red for high-level definition, specifications, etc. So this high-level definition could look, for example, like a program written in a high-level programming language. This is an example from our own Leo programming language developed at Aleo. The details are not important, but you can see that there are pretty conventional constructs, data types, operations, control flow instructions, things like that. It does something, and that's what program verifiers think about. Okay, we are running a proof for this. But then the zero-knowledge proof has these low-level constraints. And so the problem is, how do we know that these are the same, that it's the same P? Because if they're not, then the zero-knowledge proof may not quite prove what is expected to be proved. So that's where the second element of the title comes into play, which is formal verification, which is how we address, we tackle this problem. In particular, we use the ACL2 theorem prover, but the approach works with other theorem provers as well. So let's see how we do that in a little more detail. So first of all, note that the circuit can be for all of P or for some subcomputation of it. So we still have the same notion. So we can just drop the requirement that it's the whole thing. We just have a circuit for some computation and a high-level definition for it. The high-level definition is like a specification. Let's use more proper formal verification terminology here. So let's replace that with a specification. So we have a circuit and its specification. So we do this, we formally characterize the circuit, mathematically. We formally characterize the specification, and we formally prove their equivalence. Formal proof is different from a zero-knowledge proof. They are at different levels. There's no prover and verifier. There's just a circuit and a specification and a theorem about it. So that's what the formal proof is. It's about a zero-knowledge proof, but it's not a zero-knowledge proof. So let's look at an example to develop a little bit of intuition that then we will generalize to more general concepts. So here's a simple circuit, which is a division circuit. That's its specification. It says that we take x and y, we divide x by y. If y is different from 0, put the result into z. Otherwise, it's an error that the distinguished value e for error. So let's look at the first constraint. So if y is different from 0, we can divide both sides by y, and so we get that w is the inverse of y. If we substitute that into the second constraint, we get that z, sure enough, is the quotient of x and y. This is division in the prime field, so it's always well defined if y is different from 0. Also, importantly, if y is 0, the constraints have no solution, because the first constraint becomes 0 equals 1, impossible. That matches the fact that it's an error in the specification. Okay, so let's try to generalize a little bit these ideas. So formally, we can say that a circuit is a mathematical relation. Let's call it R over the variables. Why is it a relation? Because for some values, it is true. All the constraints are satisfied. For other values, it's not. So it's a relation over the variables x, y, z, and w. X and y are input variables, dividend and divisor. Z is an output variable, is the quotient. What about w? That's an important concept in circuit. It's an internal variable, an auxiliary variable. It's not part of the computation. It's something that the constraints need in order to express the computation. It's an internal thing. Okay, we'll come back to this. It's very important. So the characterization is based on the specification, not on the circuit. The circuit just has variables. They're all equal, all the same. But when you relate that to a specification, then they take on these roles of inputs, outputs, and auxiliary. Let's look at the specification. What is it in general? We can say it's a functional computation. Let's call it f, from inputs to outputs or error. So let's put it here in the box. So in this case we have f of x of y equals either the quotient or an error. Okay. So now we have r and f. But how can we relate them formally? One is a function, one is a relation. You cannot quite relate them directly. But we can define a relation from f over the input and output variables like this. Let's call it S for specification. So we can define that S holds on inputs and outputs if and only if the output is the result of applying the computation F on the inputs and it's not an error. Okay, getting closer. Now we have two relations, but they don't have the same shape. The second one has 4 arguments. There's a W. But then, so the auxiliary variables, their purpose is to supply some value for which the constraints are satisfied. So we can derive a new relation, let's call it Q, from R, which is obtained by existentially quantifying over the auxiliary variables. So we can say Q holds on X, Y, and Z if and only if there exists some W such that R holds. Now we are in business. We have Q and S, they have the same shape, and that's what it means for the circuit to be correct, that these two are equal. So that's circuit correctness. So these generalizes to arbitrary circuits and specifications which have input variables iota bar, output variables omega bar, auxiliary variables alpha bar, and any computation f that returns something under some condition or error under some other condition. Let's look in a little more detail at the correctness. Yeah, so it's a bidirectional implication, so it means it has two directions. The correctness is if and only if. So the only if direction means that every solution to the constraints corresponds to a non-erroneous computation. We call this soundness of the circuit. The other direction, the if direction, says that every non-erroneous computation corresponds to a solution of the constraints. We call that completeness. This is different from their meaning in zero-knowledge proofs. Again, there's no prover or verifier. There's a circuit and its specification. That's what these refer to. To prove soundness, we expand Q into R, and with a sleight of hand, we turn the existential over the antecedent into a universal over the whole implication. We don't need to deal with existentials. For completeness, we can also expand Q, but we cannot play the same game. We need to deal with the existential, typically by exhibiting logical witnesses for the auxiliary variables alpha. So this is the general framework for formal framework for circuit correctness. Another important notion that concerns circuits is that they have an implicit hierarchical structure. So that means that there's circuits, sub-circuits, sub-sub-circuits, and so on. But it's implicit, that's why I'm using dashed lines. It's not really there. I'll explain more shortly. But now, for now, assume it's actually there. Assume the dashed lines are real. Here's an example. Our division circuit from before, we can view it as consisting of two sub-circuits, one that inverts y into w and one that multiplies x and w into z. It's a very simple example, it's trivial, but it applies to more complex examples, as you can imagine. So that's where the third important element from the title comes into play, because we can use this hierarchy to do compositional formal verification. By this, it means that we verify circuits bottom-up, and in particular, to verify a circuit, we can replace its sub-circuits with their specifications. So, for example, let's take circuit 3. We verify the equivalent to specification 3. And now we can, to verify circuit 2, we can forget about circuit 3 and use specification 3. Why? Because it's simpler. It's a way to manage the complexity, to keep each verification simpler, because specifications are high level, constraints are low level, so it's easier to deal with specifications. So that's how it works. We do it for specification 2, and we do it circuit 2 to specification 5 to 5, 6 to 6, and so on and so forth. I could have made this shorter, I know. Let's go back to the hierarchical structure of the circuits. So where does it come from? Or not, since it's not really there. Well, it sort of comes from the way circuits are constructed, which is via libraries, typically, such as our own StarVM or the Bellman library, very popular, or other similar libraries. So I'm going to use the color yellow for these libraries that build circuits. So conceptually, these libraries, they look like this. They have code to generate circuits and to do other things. For example, there could be some code to generate the division circuit. And this code will call code to generate the sub-circuits. So we see the hierarchy in the yellow box, right? And there could be multiple instances of the division circuit in a large circuit, right? So the circuit may look like this. But the lines are dashed. They're not there because the way the libraries work, they just accumulate these constraints in a flat list, and there's no boundaries. So this is really what they look like. There's this ocean of constraints. The variables don't even have good names because typically they are generated using increasing indices. So if you look at the constraint, you say, okay, there's some stuff I can't even find where the division is. Okay, so then how can we do compositional verification if the structure is not there? Well, we do it like this. It's hard to reconstruct, like I said. We replicate the constructions in the Turing prover. So I'm going to use color blue for the Turing prover. And here is some ACL2 code. It's this is Lisp syntax, so it's an infix notation. Define introduces a function in the Turing prover. So we define a function called field div circuit to construct a circuit for division. This is parameterized over the specific variables to use, so x, y, z, and w. And as you can see, it calls other functions to construct the subcircuits. Again, trivial example, but it applies to larger examples. So you can see blue box and yellow box have a similar structure, right? You see the hierarchy in both. How do we, and these are based on a formal model we've built of R1CS in the Turing prover, obviously, for syntax and semantics. How do we know that we are building the same circuit? We can run the blue code, so we can run the yellow code, run the blue code, and compare. It's a syntactic comparison. So every time we use the yellow box, we can run the blue box and make sure we get the same thing. And then our formal proofs, which apply to the ones generated by the blue box, will also apply to the ones generated by the yellow box because they are equal. So let's look in more detail at what the theorem looks like. Okay, so here we have this field div circuit function in the Turing prover, which formalizes our division circuit. In fact, formalizes all possible instances of the circuit for all possible variables. There's also a specification, right, that comes into play. So we write that one in the Turing prover as well. The Turing prover is very good at writing specifications. So we write a function for this called field div spec, which takes the three parameters, x, y, and p. That's the prime of the field, must be explicated. And just as if y is 0, then return an error. Otherwise, do prime field division of x by y, exactly like the red box says. So this formalizes the specification. So now we are ready to prove things about these two functions, the spec and the circuit, because they are both formally defined in the Turing prover. So we prove correctness for all possible instances of the circuit, because these are generic. So here is what the theorem looks like. Let's make a little bit of room. So it involves these two functions, and it says essentially that for every possible choice of the variables, x, y, z, and w, and for all possible assignment, ASG, of values to these variables, the circuit is satisfied by the assignment if and only if the value of the outputs, in this case z val, is the result of applying the specification function to the values of the input variables. There's also something else which I will discuss later. Just pretend it's not there for now. In any case, this captures formally proves the equivalence of circuits and of the circuit and all instances of the circuit and the specification. So it's the proof itself is compositional. So to prove this theorem, we first prove the correctness of the inversion circuit, then of the multiplication circuit. Again, trivial in this case, but think of a more complicated example. And we use these theorems to prove this theorem. If there is a larger circuit that uses division, it will use the theorem we prove for division and maybe other theorems. So that's where the compositionality of the proofs come into play. It's important to note that the parameterization of the circuits goes beyond the names of the variables. Some circuits have a very number of variables and constraints. Here's an example. The details are not important, but it's converting a field value x into bits y0, y1, y2, etc. The number of variables and constraints varies. So this is captured by an ACL2 function, which has as parameter a list of variables for the y's, so that also gives the size of the circuit. So when we prove correctness, which we do by induction, obviously, we prove, in fact, it for all possible sizes. Also, the prime is generic, so it could be also a prime of 1,000,000 bits, and not that we use it now, but if it were, we've proved it. So it's not limited by the size. So we have used this approach to verify many of the circuits in our SnarVM library, the constructions, where it's ongoing work, and we've obviously increased confidence in the correctness of the constructions. But we also found in the process a couple of bugs and some optimizations. Some optimizations were fairly significant, resulting in saving about an order of magnitude of variables and or constraints. We ran into a solvable scalability issue, which I will describe next, along with the solution. And here's the issue. So it's related to the auxiliary variables of these circuits. The problem is that they are exposed as parameters of the ACL2 functions. So here's again the division circuit, and here's the ACL2 function. Remember, it has inputs, outputs, and auxiliaries as parameters. So if there is a larger circuit that uses division, its ACL2 function has to have a parameter for the W of the division circuit. If there's an even larger circuit, that also has to have a parameter. So you can have many instances of division. Some circuits have lots of internal variables. This gets out of hand at some point as you build a bigger circuit. There's a lot of these intermediate variables. They're internal, so why are they exposed? The exposure also comes up in the correctness theorems because, if we have, here for division, again, let's bring back the theorem. It's time to unveil what was in the dots. The theorem has to talk also about the values of the auxiliaries. Otherwise, it can be an if and only if. It has to talk about that. And this propagates up. So again, it's not a deal breaker. You can still handle, but it gets really, really hard to handle. So there's a solution for this, which is actually this formalism we have developed, which is called unimaginatively PFCS, which stands for Prime Field Constraint System. It's a generalization of R1CS along 2 dimensions. One, equalities can be between any kinds of expressions. They're not restricted to the R1CS or other form, and that allows us to capture other formalisms besides R1CS. Second, more important, is that constraints can be grouped into named predicates, and that captures hierarchy explicitly. To clarify, PFCSs are not a new zero-knowledge proof system. Their purpose is just for specification and verification, so they are just for that. So let's see very briefly how the problem is solved. As we use them and develop them more, there will be future publications. So, but here, let's take our beloved division circuit from before with its implicit hierarchical structure in R1CS form. This is how we represented in PFCS form. So first, the inversion circuit will be a predicate called inv with the parameters A and B. The names don't matter; they are local, to the definition. One equality constraint, no auxiliary variables. Multiplication circuit, predicate called mol with parameters U, V, W. Doesn't matter. One constraint, no auxiliary variables. Division circuit is predicate div, which calls the other 2 predicates and has one internal variable, W, obviously, nothing changed, we just repackage things. But here's the really, really important key point. The semantics of the body of a predicate is still the relation R from before, the one that involves auxiliary variables. However, the semantics of the predicate itself is the relation Q, the one over just inputs and outputs. So essentially, this captures the existential quantification over the auxiliaries. So we have formalized PFCSs in the theorem prover, like we did for R1CSs, and we are porting our work to PFCS form, and this solves that scalability issue. Here is a graphical recap of what I've discussed. You can find more information in the paper and also on our website. Thank you.
Well, wonderful recap. Thank you so much. The first question.
Yeah, it was very interesting that great talk. It was very interesting that you showed that the the Q function does not have the W internal variable, auxiliary variable, while the right-hand side is having auxiliary variables in the multiplication and the division functions. Now, in the division function, the W happens to be an internal output which is fed to the input of the multiplication function. So can we characterize and say that an auxiliary variable can be treated as one that is an output in one function and an input to another function?
Yeah. So when you connect different circuits together, sometimes an output variable or function becomes an input, and then in the combined circuit, that becomes often an internal variable. Yeah. So the status of whether it's input or internal depends on which circuit we are looking at. Does that answer your question? Did I understand your question correctly? Did I understand your question correctly? Yeah. Absolutely. Sure. Thank you. Victor. Yeah.
Thank you for the great presentation. How long does it take to create these proofs for, let's say,
it depends.
transfer?
Some are very simple, a matter of minutes, literally minutes. Others really have to think about it. Usually my process, I tend to, if it's a little more difficult, I do a pencil and paper proof first. I spell out the argument. Yes, some of them are fairly elaborate. They take some thinking. You see them, you say, yeah, I guess that seems to do the right thing, but that's not enough. You really have to know. And sometimes you have to look at a lot of cases. So yeah, it can take hours sometimes. Between. Then you have to convince the theorem prover of that. Once you have a pencil and paper proof, and you have to be more detailed. Yeah.
Now, I had another question. Which was the theorem prover? ACL? What was that?
ACL2. Yeah, ACL2.
ACL2. So, are there other theorem provers similarly in this domain?
Yeah. ACL2 is one of a handful of the main general purpose interactive theorem provers in the world. Others are Isabelle, Koch, Lin, PVS. At some level, they are the same thing. They're very different, though, if you look at the language, the logic. But yeah, they can be all. This could be done with those other provers as well. ACL2 is used a lot in hardware verification. It's used at Intel a lot. It may be the prover that has the most industrial use. Among those, the others, not necessarily the most users, but the most industrial users. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure. Mike.
Hey. So 2 questions. Does that mean that as long as all the constraints are recorded, they can be proved in any order, basically? Like, can you reorganize the constraints at will, just as long as you record all of them?
Yeah. The order doesn't matter. The semantics is invariant to the order. Yeah.
And then the second one is, what happens when this specification changes slightly? Do you have to re-verify it?
Yeah. We do that all the time. Some of the circuits, when we found optimizations, they change. So it's a process. You kind of look at it. You change. And sometimes the proof goes through without change. Other times it doesn't, then you have to look, we need to change something, It's still true, but it needs a little different guidance, the theorem prover. Yeah, it varies, yeah. It can be very simple or very hard, depending on the change.
Well, thank you. That was very helpful.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Very cool. All right, we're concluding day 2. So thank you all for being here, and maybe see you at your favorite meetup.